got that certain kind of profile, smooth and effortless style. He's so fresh, makes the whole room stop and stare a while. Hear him asking, who's that? Mama, there he goes again. The way he moves, you know he's gonna win. Oh, you ain't know? That's just B-Eazy. B-Eazy Dat Dude. That man right there. B-Eazy. Hey, yo, yeah, that's B-Eazy, that's the name. Way before the world knew he was running the game. Laid the groundwork, built the foundation strong. Been influencing the whole scene all along. Now everybody gotta give that man his praise. A living legend for the rest of his days. Oh, he deserves all the accolades, yeah. B-Eazy, B-Eazy. Gotta give that man his praise. A living legend for the rest of his days. Oh, he deserves all the accolades. B-Eazy, B-Eazy. Hey, yo, yeah, that's B-Eazy, that's the name. Way before the world knew he was running the game, laid the groundwork.
Bro, I manager and she escort international exports. I got hardware, my tech support. Really about that business, cause I'm that dude, but you just adore. Used to be on that block, equipped with a Glock. I sold all kind of dope, 10 toes down on the pavement. I send that bitch like an envelope. Enclosed with a love letter. I love cheddar, so I grind hard. I be putting that work in, but I ain't punching no time card when it comes to being a boss, nigga. I am the epitome. You keep hating, belly aching, but it takes more to get rid of me. I am full of energy, but I ain't feeling jittery. I'm just grinding, shining like a diamond, looking glittery. Literally, I just left the bank to deposit racks. Holla back, don't want no shoes and clothes because my closet's packed. I got hella different kicks just like Lionel Messi. Still be rocking Jordans, but I prefer Giuseppe.
We all here to see B-Eazy. We wanna listen to B-Eazy. Ayy, we all like B-Eazy. Nah, matter of fact, we love B-Eazy. Believe me, he really that dude. Subscribe to the channel, it's easy to do. If you care, then go ahead and share. This fire content, extraordinarily rare. That's why I put that on mamas, he is that dude. I put that on fathers, he is that dude. So B-Eazy. You ain't that dude. You hear me, you feel me? Ooh, ooh, ooh. B-Eazy that dude, yeah. B-Eazy. Don't leave your girl around B-Eazy. If she bad, he might bang her. But let's get back to the content because this another banger. Banger, banger. Tune right in to B-Eazy Dat Dude. If you're feeling him, hit the like then. B-Eazy, tell me how it feel. Ooh, tell me how it feel to be real, to be real, to be really that dude. B-Eazy, B-Eazy, that dude. Ay, 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 that dude. Oh, B-Eazy.
If you feel the vibe, like, share, and subscribe. We growing on this journey. come and take a ride. If you wanna slide with that dude, be easy. We going all the way to the top, believe me. All the way to the top, believe me.
B-Eazy Dat Dude, boy, stop playing. You know you dat dude and been dat dude. Back in the day, he was that dude. Fast forward to today, he's still that dude. Yup, that dude. You can see as clear as day that he here to stay. Either get with the program or move out the way. Ooh. B-Eazy Dat Dude, he back with another one, another one, another one, another one.
Turn your radios up. Turn your radios up. Y'all know what this is. Y'all know who this is. B-Eazy Dat Dude, an impromptu stream back with another one. This one will be a banger. Controversial topic, so it will be a doozy. I don't like to keep y'all waiting. So before we get this thing started, I gotta hit you.
If you know the song, sing along. Yeah, you're right.
私も地元民。と言っても自分のぐらいです。もう友達できたの？うん。ぶったまんまこっち見ない。
Look, this promethazine got me leaning like a cholo in the club. I'm 20 deep. I don't be riding solo. Pull some bad bitches, they vanilla and cocoa. They wanna take some photos when we kick it out in Soho. Chicks is showing tits and popping pussy for my promo. Told them like juvenile, baby, moving for me slow-mo. Then I'm right back to the block, cause I keep getting modo. I be flipping, not shrinking. I don't give a fuck about no ho. This nigga name ain't D-Lo, but pimpin' these bitches and stacking this bread forever be my stilo. This is B-Eazy Dat Dude in the trap making pass smooth. If I ever go broke, then I'm about to pull a jack move. Since a nigga healthy, I don't even gotta worry. With my bitch from Fiji, eating tandoori and chicken curry. That ism is really envy. My pimp game international. I design my own clothes, so I be always looking fashionable. Here's a couple facts about me that y'all didn't know. Some of y'all be getting bread, but I be getting bigger, dawg. I got bigger guns and a whole lot of better. And we are activated, and we gonna get right into this thing. But I would be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to the illustrious guest. We've got none other than the Haitian brethren, Sock Passe. Turn your radios up. Turn your radios up. And yeah, you know, I'm always working with new artists. However, I also do utilize a lot of AI technology as well. And we've got none other than Mr. 350, the big black boat rider, big rig slaps. We've got none other than A-Baby, Tay-Baby, A-Baby. So it looks like those are the only illustrious guests that we have thus far. But I appreciate y'all sliding through and stepped off in the building. This one will be a banger. Let's get right into it, right? So this discussion, Hunter Biden, former crackhead, possibly current, but allegedly, but him being a former crackhead, that's unequivocal fact. Now he's using the same old Democratic gender divide pander grip. Black women is the backbone of the Democratic Party, so it's always the black women and the black Jasmine Crockett, Mr. Sister Girl, she was doing the same thing. The black community is comprised of black men, black women, and black children, and the black children are both black boys and black girls. So when you're saying things like black women are the backbone of the Democratic Party, so everyone just needs to follow black women. Okay, so what are the black children, right? If the black children are what, obsolete? Are the Democrats only supposed to focus on black women? And this is what they try to do, because they try to shuck and jive and pull some black women aside and say, hey, look, welcome to the Democrat Party. You can get you a white zaddy. Yo, little baby could be like Ketanji Brown Jackson. What, a black woman that's in the higher office that's worships whiteness? Hey, if you're in an interracial relationship, I'm not big on the snow bunnies never, right? You know what I mean? Fine, bro. You want to be with who you want to be with. Love who you love, right? Do who you do. This ain't about that. This is about a particular pandering and a propagandistic view of how black people should view politics, right? Follow black women because black women helped get Biden in the office, right? This is what Hunter Biden is saying. And I'm going to play it. I'm just giving y'all the preface to the discussion. And shout out to Red 6 in the mix like Twix. Salute to the family. You gonna want to stick around, bruh. I'm tying my apron right now and putting the chef hat on. Now, Hunter Biden, the former crackhead, right? Now he's been suddenly some expert on black people's issues and our plight and everything. Look, let me be clear. I don't mind if you want to sympathize and empathize with the plight that black Americans have went through, but stop pretending like you speak for us. Hunter, the former crackhead, bro, you don't even speak for us. Notice that Hunter Biden is never really talking about what the white community needs to do and how the white community votes and all this stuff. He'll talk about Republican, he'll talk about MAGA, but he's talking about it in a political context, never in a racial context. But here you have some other white dude, some wacky comedian dude who gives an interview with Nick Fuentes and Hunter Biden. Like, I don't know how you even brought that mix together, but there's a viral interview of Hunter Biden and Nick Fuentes going on these incoherent tirades about black people. It's a room full of white people, but all they're talking about is black people. I mean, how pathetic could you be? Nick Fuentes is saying, oh, the reason why we had to have white flight is because there were so many black riots. So let's just say that was true. So you're saying there were riots, so you had to flee into a racial enclave where there's all white people, and you're still blaming black people. You don't even live next to black people. And then here you have Hunter Biden chiming in. No, the reason why blacks were rioting because, their leader was assassinated. So he speaks vaguely. Their leader was assassinated. Who assassinated him, right? And who covered it up? Don't tell me the institution.
Tell me the racial makeup of the person covering for that institution. So Hunter Biden is no ally. He's no friend to black people. All he is a former crackhead who is, you know, occasionally maybe he'll say some things, you know, that you agree with. But even a dead clock is right twice a day. So let's get into this thing. Hunter, the former crackhead, is saying it was black women who saved his dad. And then he goes on to say that, you know, it wasn't just in the 2020 election, like they've always had his back. The thing is, let's just concede and say that what he's saying is accurate. If black women have always had Joe Biden's back, why hasn't Joe Biden never had black women's back? You know, him saying, oh, Biden loves black women because he had the first black vice president. No, he didn't. He got a biracial Indian chick who may have a drippity drop, a speck of so-called Negro African blood, but who knows? But let's just say that's true. That doesn't make you black. And then even let's just say that she was full blackety black. Well, she was saying, I'm not going to do something that only benefits the black community. So again, how is that a victory for black people? It's not. Him, hey, I'll put a black woman on the Supreme Court. Yeah, you put a black woman on the Supreme Court who loves white zaddy and doesn't know what a woman is. They asked Ketanji Brown what a woman is, and she was she was beatboxing, stuttering, and stammering. Ketanji Brown Jackson, an alleged black woman, doesn't even know what a woman is. So how am I supposed to praise her being a black woman appointed to office when she can't even tell you what the woman is? Make it make sense. And Ashura says, Hunter never talked about how his daddy connection got him a very sweet deal than the black ones. If he called, fine, but no. But see, this is the thing. And this is why we don't need the former crackhead speaking for us. He's over there and he's trying to pretend as if he understands. Man, we understand why the black people are turned up. No, you don't, right? It wasn't just about Martin Luther King, right? Because Martin Luther King wasn't the only one that was assassinated, and more things were happening than assassination. There was assassination, mass incarceration, debt penning, sharecropping, redlining, a highway commission acts where you take a thriving neighborhood and you run a freeway through there, so you displace the community and you eminent domain, right? It was a lot more than assassinations. Is Hunter Biden going to say that? And let's just say all this stuff is true. Who was the racial group who had the institutional power to enact and enforce redlining? It wasn't black people, right? Who had, like, there's never been a mass incarceration of white people, but let's just say there were. What racial demographic has the power to do it? So it goes back to his racial and ethnic demographic, but he won't never blame it. What about George Floyd and BLM? What power did George Floyd have? They love to say how George Floyd was stupid, didn't do nothing, right? Okay, fine. He was stupid and powerless. So how are you blaming him for all the ills of society rather than the powerful people that look like you? It's rather cowardly, but let's get into this thing. So this is the discussion of former crackhead Hunter Biden is using the same old tired Democratic gender divide pander grift.
Those people like started to really pile on, and those people represent the money of the Democratic Party. They represent the what I call the corporate elite part of the Democratic Party. You know who stood with my dad? 100%. Black Caucus, Hispanic Caucus, the Progressive Caucus, all of the constituent parts of the Democratic Party, which are the base, whether you like it or not. You know, like as my dad said, you know what got my dad elected? Black women got my dad elected, period, the end. Black women who organized the party, who organized South Carolina, who organized every state. Who? Why was Kamala more than anything his number one pick? Because why did he pick the first African American woman to be on the Supreme Court? Black women got my dad elected, not just for the president, I mean, black women have been getting my dad elected since 1972. And so they all stood with him. But didn't stand with him. The editorial board of the New York Times, the Pod Save America guys, David Axelrod, Rahm Emanuel.
Now look how cowardly he is, right? You heard him. Black this, black that, black women, black women, black women. Now he's talking about the editorial board of the New York Times. What's the racial and ethnic makeup of the editorial board on the New York Times? Then he's talking about, and don't forget those Pod Save America bros. Okay, what is the racial makeup of those Pod Save America bros? So this is the things where they love to say, why y'all gotta make it about race? Why is he making this about race? And not only that, why is he making it about gender? He's not making it about race. He's saying black, but he's not saying black people. He's saying black women and specifically. So he's making this convoluted and divisive gender argument while at the same time saying that his people, or at least a contingent of the Dwights, the Dove Society, didn't stand up for him. But why isn't he talking about the race? What race are the people from the Pod Save America bros? What race is David Axelrod? David Axelrod is white, and I may believe that he might possibly be Jewish. Why isn't Hunter bringing that up? And this is the only time. Black people this, black women this, black bone of the party, right? Y'all organize this. Okay, so where are the tangibles for black people? Well, we can't do something that only benefits black people. We have to help immigrants and marginalized groups. But you didn't say marginalized groups was the reason why your dad is in office. He didn't say people of color was the reason why his dad's in office. He didn't say any of that. Disadvantaged groups are the reason. He said black women are the reason. And then when you ask them, hey, so what are you going to do for black women? Well, we're going to try to get AOC elected president. That will help black women, right? Like, huh? How did it go from black women to AOC? And that's all they want to do. Black this, black that, to pivot to a minority, POC. Hey, you're the same. A black woman is the same as AOC. She's a minority, you're a minority. So it's kind of like I got a black woman, right? And that's what you've been convinced to accept as your political representation. And then notice how they say black this, and then they try to pivot back to African American. Like, nah, bruh. Like, why are you even calling us black? I mean, if you're going to try to pivot back towards the African American, right? No, we're not African American, and no one knows who the heck you're talking about. Yeah, Ketanji Brown Jackson, right? She may be an African American, but then stop calling her black then, right? And Hunter Biden would know this type of stuff if he was a true ally of the black community, but he's not. All he's doing is just trying to, incite people to just go vote blue no matter who. Black women saved my dad. And what good has that done for black women? It literally has done nothing for black women, except maybe a few black women get token positions. And truly think about this. If you have a beautiful young black daughter, do you really want her life modeled after Ketanji Brown Jackson? You could possibly be a Supreme Court justice and get you a white zaddy. I mean, is that what we come to say as black excellence? Black excellence is that hopefully a white politician could appoint you to the highest office in the land and you'll get you a white husband. Now, I know for the divestors, the deranged divestors, I'm sure, that's a sweet deal for them. I'm sure for the bed bucks, that sounds good. But again, collectively, how does that help us, right? Hey, your black daughter could aspire to be like Kamala Harris, who some allege that she slept her way to the top. Now, some people think that's disgusting and misogynistic, but I'm just saying these are the allegations. Is that what you want your daughter to aspire to? Your daughter could aspire to be a biracial Indian who can get her, guess what? A white Jewish zaddy. Okay. Your daughter could aspire to be Karine Jean-Pierre, a Haitian lesbian who got her a white Karen. Okay. Okay, like who is this supposed to inspire? But then again, this is Biden doing something for the black community, right? He elects a Haitian lesbian, and that's like supposed to be representation, where it's like, look, it's an immigrant story, it's a lesbian story, it's a woman story, and she's racialized as black, so it's a black story. So they check all of these diversity boxes to say like, oh my God, look how diverse it is. But that does nothing for your community. If you have a young girl and she's growing up in an impoverished area, how does Karine Jean-Pierre being the press secretary give your daughter hope, right? It just doesn't make any sense. But salute to everybody that's viewing this live, concurrently, and on the replay. And just in case you just walked in, we're discussing Hunter the crackhead Biden, former crackhead, allegedly, saying that how black women are the backbone of the Democrat Party. And notice they'll give these elaborate speeches and rah-rah and rile people up, but they'll never say that what black women should get for being the backbone of that party, right? They'll say black women are the backbone of the party, and that means we should do something for Latinos. It's like, huh? How did that happen? You're saying black people this, black people that, and then you pivot towards Latinos and Asians and undocumented citizens and trans issues, and then say, injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere. But why were you talking about black people so much? You spent 2 hours, 2 installments, 2 months saying black this, black that, only to galvanize us to vote and, promote our displacement and replacement. Nah, I'm good. And it sure says no mention of black men because daddy locked them up more. Why is he leaving them out the convo? Well, you know why, and that's what I'm saying. Hunter, the former crackhead, is not an ally of black people. All he's doing is just to whip votes for the Democrats and to show that, hey, I'm part of this political familial dynasty and I want my words to have some level of weight and, go viral based on the words and the whims of Hunter, the former crackhead. It's the same thing with James Carville, right? James Carville is still hanging his hat on, whatever victories or perceived victories he had in getting Bill Clinton elected. Like, does anyone in this audience care about what James Carville has to say? But every political cycle, he's just, you got to be force fed what James Carville said this, James Carville said that. He's wrong so many times and he never really apologized for his idiotic takes. He just is trying to, hey, I went to LSU and I worked on the Clinton campaign. So automatically you're supposed to believe that James Carville was more politically astute than you because he knows how the sausage are made, but he's consistently giving horrible takes. He's wrong. He lies. He pushes propaganda. He's super biased. But then again, he just, rests on the laurels of working on the Clinton campaign. And I thought David Axelrod was part of that special community. So AOC identify as a Latina or Puerto Rican since it's a slave colonial state without being recognized as the 51st state. Well, AOC was trying to say, hey, I have some African in me, but that doesn't make me black. So she says that, right? She says, this doesn't make me black. This doesn't make me Asian. But guess what she didn't say? She never said, hey, I have European ancestry in me, and that doesn't make me white. AOC has never said that. But she has said her drippity drop of African ancestry doesn't make her black. So she made sure to say, I know black papi, I know black mommy. She made sure to say that. And we're like, fine, bro, we already knew you wasn't black, AOC. But then when it came to reparations, she was saying, oh, I support reparations only if Latinos get it. Like, huh? Why are you conflating Latinos with a foundational black American reparations claim? If y'all believe Latinos are owed reparations, then you need to have a own separate claim. Don't try to culturally tether on to ours. And AOC, guess what AOC's partner is? So we went down the list. Kamami has a white Jewish dude. Hey, more power to her. Ketanji Brown Jackson, white Zaddy. Ilhan Omar, white Zaddy. Karine Jean-Pierre, white mommy. White mommy named Karen. And then you have AOC, the spicy Latina, And what is her partner? Yep, you guessed it. Another white zaddy. And hey, It's a beautiful thing. These interracial and inter-ethnic couples, right? But there does seem to be a pattern where it's like, damn, is that a prerequisite to get into Congress? Is if you're a so-called person of color, your significant other can't be blackety black? I'm just saying. Look at Tim Scott. Tim Scott got him a Karen. The other Wesley Hunt dude. I mean, you just go down the list and you're like, starting to see a pattern here. Same thing if you start looking at on the TV. CNN, Don Lemon, he has a Mazzatti, and that's fine, right? You can be with all you want to be. But I'm like, damn, for all of these people, like, do we think that this is just a coincidence that the majority of these people in political positions have a significant other that is not black, or they have an immigrant background, or they're of a specific sexual orientation? Right? There's an overrepresentation of that. And since people love to talk about per capita, that's one thing that they don't want to talk about per capita about, right? How many of these people are like wedded and married to white mommy and daddy, while at the same time unwilling to like truly challenge the systems? And I get it, right? Nobody is saying that it's about the system, not the individual, right? So does anyone think Ketanji Brown Jackson, who's married to her white zaddy, is going to truly challenge white supremacy? No, she'll speak about, some discrimination here and there, but she won't, try to buck the system because she's firmly entrenched as part of the system. And you're supposed to feel like Ketanji is representing you just because she has melanin. Well, Vivek Ramaswamy, who's a bigoted, prince of the Pajeets, right? He has melanin. Me and Vivek Ramaswamy have nothing in common. Yeah, but he has melanin. Even white people have melanin, right? They just don't have advanced levels of it. So AOC has never used the term identify as black, but the Latinas, unless she wants to be opportunistic. No, she never said she would identify as black, but she tried to talk about how she has some African ancestry, which is often true because Puerto Rico was a slave colony as well. But yeah, when AOC is just like Kamami. When Kamami gets around the white people, she's saying, yes, hi, my name is Kamala Harris, and I'm running to be the president of the United States, right? But then when she gets around black people, or at least she's trying to pander to black people, you better thank a union member because my name is Kamala Harris and this is how I usually talk. So thank a union member. It's like, huh? Where did this come from? And AOC does the same thing with her black accent. Hi, my name is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I'm a Latina and I'm running for all of the marginalized groups. And don't forget, my name is Ocasio-Cortez. It's like, okay, fine. She's Latina. I could expect that. Then now AOC, she wants to pander to black people. We need to pull up in Alabama. We need to pull up. It ain't nothing wrong if you a janitor. It ain't nothing wrong if you's a rapper. It ain't nothing wrong if you's a doctor or a lawyer. And don't forget, my name is AOC and I approve of this message. It's like, huh? Where'd that hippity hop black scent come from? But this is what the Democrats believe that people want to hear. Remember, no voting, no vucking. Hey, man, I'm considering it. I appreciate that. But yes, he is, unfortunately, the perilous prince of the Pajeets. But let's get back into this. But just in case y'all tuned in, and this person, y'all heard what Biden had to say. So let me rewind this back one more again about what the former crackhead had to say. And then I'm going to get into this stuff. Why, even if so-called black women did help Biden win, what has that done? So black women helped Biden win, and black women end up losing, right? Black women helped Biden win, so Biden can say, y'all need to start working with the Latinos. Like, huh? Like, how is that helping us? So the whole time we've been a bigger population than the Latinos, they never were telling the Latinos, hey, y'all need to work with the blacks. Then they import a bunch of Latinos. Y'all need to be working with the Latinos. Like, huh? and just to be clear, because this often gets lost, foundational Black Americans are the second largest ethnic group in the entire country. Let me repeat that one more again and break this down to you. Foundational Black American freedmen are the second largest ethnic group in the entire country. The largest, they claim to be German, people of German descent, right? Now, what they do in this is while they have umbrella terms and they create buffer groups, there's no race called Hispanic. There's no race called Latino. So what they've done is created an umbrella under the banner of Latino and Hispanic. So now you think that, oh, Hispanics are the largest ethnic group because they've lumped a bunch of them together. See, our identity alone is our own ethnic group. Foundational Black American freedmen are our own ethnic group. Now, if you compare how many freedmen there are to Irish people, there's more of us. Compare us to Mexicans, there's more of us. Compare us to Puerto Ricans, more of us. Compare us to Brazilians, more of us. Compare us to any of these ethnic groups outside of German, there's more of us. Now, what they do is now they say, hey, well, Venezuelans are Hispanic and Brazilians and Bolivians and Mexicans and Puerto Ricans and people from Argentina. And then they lump all of them together and say all of them together are a larger ethnic group than UNC. See, we have to cater to the Latinos. But again, we're still by ourselves a larger ethnic group when you compare them individually. But if you create this massive umbrella of a buffer group, like what is Latino culture? There's really no such thing. No, there is such thing as Latino culture. There's this, there's that. That's not Latino culture, right? Because that's a form of ethnic erasure. But usually people are okay with these terms because it ethnically displaces us. It creates a hierarchy. But saying Latino culture is a form of erasure, right? Because if everything is Latino culture, then that means everyone is responsible for tacos, birria. Everyone is responsible for horchata, right? Brazilians can claim horchata because they're Latino. Argentinians can claim that they created horchata because we're all Latino, right? So again, what is Latino culture? You can't really say because these Latino countries have a specific and distinct culture. But we've been joined by the New Orleans fam, the 504 boy, Woody. What's up, Braxton? And you said apparently someone cornered AOC in a Spanish room full of immigrants to get Dems trying to grift on her identity. So when she says she's a Latina with an accent, tongue in cheek, she can't talk. Well, of course, this is what I'm trying to say. Like, this is where the whole people of color comes in. They want to use blackity, black to usher in this POC agenda. But what color is AOC? She's brown. Like, no, she's not. AOC is not brown, but you call her brown because she's Latina, and then you associate Latina with brown, and then you try to associate black with African. But black doesn't mean African, and brown doesn't mean Latina. And I'm going to break that down further into the show. But yeah, this is what they want to do. Hey, we're done with the blacks, so we want to usher in a new minority group, and we want them to be Latino because there's no race called Latino. Many of those Latinos actually are racially white, and the ones that aren't racially white, they want to, you know, at least have white proximity, hence the terms mejoró la raza, blanqueamiento. Whether they use those terms or not, the sentiment still is the same. You see it in, you know, all the politics. You see it in their countries. Many of their countries, they're kissing white mommy and daddy. And all you got to do is look at the prison system. It's a microcosm of society at large. They talk about black and brown, and then when so-called black people and so-called brown people get locked up, the brown people, they ally with the white people against the black people. So again, like, where is this mythical solidarity that people are talking about? We're pretending we're a people of color, but those people don't even identify as a color. Matter of fact, they're telling you to not identify as a color, and you're stupid for identifying as a color. And now we have to pretend like, we all see ourselves as a color and we're all just one big melting pot of crayons. It's like, bro, get out of here with that. And salute to Mr. Gritty, Frank Nitty, putting on for the biddy. Salute. So let's go ahead and get back into this. And I'm going to just pivot. I'm going to play this one more again because, Frank, it looks like you just came in. We're talking about Hunter, the former crackhead Biden. He's pandering towards black women and trying to present this gender divide, which you've seen Jazzy's sister girl Crockett, Crash Out Crockett. She did the same thing. All this stuff the black women been through in this country is like, come on, bro. Why are you trying to play this game? There's more black men who are mass incarcerated, more black men killed by the police, more black men lynched, but it's not a competition, or more black men suffered than black women. It's not that. The black community has suffered as a whole collectively. So if black women are suffering, then that means the black man is suffering, because I hate to see women, I hate to see humanity in despair. I hate to see humanity under duress, right? But this is what the Democrats, it's the play, but it's the grift, right? You know, black women, they don't say black people. Black women are the backbone of the Democratic Party. Okay, so what is that? What are you saying about the other people? So only black women are the Democrat? But it's an underhanded way to crap on the black men. You're saying that black women are the backbone, which means that black men are not the backbone, which means you need to get on the program and follow black women. And all they're saying is follow black women who vote Democrat, though, right? And let's say, you know what, I'm in my hotep phase. I want to follow black women. But if it's a black woman that wants to vote Republican, then suddenly, no, your ancestors fought for you to, they died for you to vote. Okay, well, my ancestors didn't die for me to vote blue no matter who. So you know what, you're right. I am going to vote. I'm just going to vote for someone else. You must be MAGA. No, I'm voting third party. A vote for third party is a vote for MAGA. It just keeps going back and forth. And then they want more loyal black women to blindly usher in the community to vote blue no matter who. Now, you ain't gonna get nothing for it. All you're gonna get, is your communities displaced by millions and millions of undocumented immigrants. And then they're gonna preach to you about humanity and no one is illegal on stolen land. You know what I mean? You'll hear a bunch of those chants, and then you say, fine, there's no illegals on stolen land. You have plenty of room in Martha's Vineyard. No, hell to the no. They don't want them over there. They want them in a poor, dilapidated black community so they can give them resources and say, see, they came here with $2 in their pocket. They came here with $2 in their pocket, and then they were giving loans, goodies, grants, and giveaways. They didn't pull themselves up by your bootstrap. And this isn't anything against someone that's quote unquote seeking a better life. But guess who else is seeking a better life? Native born citizens, foundational black Americans are seeking a better life. What other country could we go to and get goodies, giveaways, and guarantees? We're not even getting it here. So we're supposed to champion someone. They were fleeing gang violence. There's gangs in Oakland. There's gangs in Chicago. Isn't that what these people always say? What about Chicago and Chirac? There's a bunch of gangs in Chirac. There's no place for the there's no place for the people in Chicago to flee to, but we're supposed to welcome in some other former gang members from another country because, oh my God, they wanted to get out of gang and their family was at risk. Well, this dude is from Chicago. He was born there. He has hundreds of generations there. He has hundreds of years, of his family being there. But where could he go? You know what I mean? But this is what the Democrats are, pushing as helping the black community because they put a so-called black face in a high space. So let me play a little bit more of this, and then I'm going to break this down. Just how bigoted and disgusting Joe Biden was and why it was idiotic for black people, and especially black women, to support him. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that Trump is better. That's why I didn't vote for Trump and I didn't vote for Biden. Both parties are the same. Two cheeks on the same booty.
Isn't it? I mean, black women have been getting my dad elected since 1972. And as the party who organized Black Caucus, Hispanic Caucus, the Progressive Caucus, all of the constituent parts of the Democratic Party, which are the base, whether you like it or not. You know, like as my dad said, you know what got my dad elected? Black women got my dad elected. Period. The end. Black women who organized the party, who organized South Carolina, who organized every state. Who? Why was Kamala more than anything his number one pick? Because why did he pick the first African American woman to be on the Supreme Court? Black women got my dad elected, not just for the president. I mean, black women have been getting my dad elected since 1972, and so regardless.
Think about how pathetic these politics are, right? So he said that the black women got his father elected, right? And the way he rewards them for getting him elected is by putting a compromised black woman on the Supreme Court who's going to uphold the status quo. See, I did something for you because it was representation. Like, no, it's not. And notice that it's always supposed representation with us. It's not tangibles, right? When Brett, or AKA Bart Kavanaugh, shout out to my white folks out there, right? And I got any of my white people in the chat, let me know. When Brett Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett, who are both white, when they were appointed to the Supreme Court justice, did you guys jump for joy and say, yes, something was done for white people? Really think about how idiotic and pathetic this sounds. Brett Kavanaugh, a white dude, was elected to the Supreme Court. There was no white people saying, yes, you know, Trump did something for the white community. Amy Coney Barrett, another white person. No white person came and said, this is doing something for the white community. Then they, present, some ethnically ambiguous melanated person in Ketanji Brown Jackson who doesn't even know what a woman is, can't define what a woman is. She's married to a dub person, but somehow that does something for the community. It doesn't make any sense, but this is what you've been convinced. Putting a black face or a melanated face in a high place, somehow, yes, this should motivate the community, right? This should provide some inspiration to the community to do what? To aspire to be a judge that has a white husband? It's rather pathetic.
They all stood with him. But, didn't stand with him? The editorial board of the New York Times, the Pod Save America guys, David Axelrod.
Biden didn't stand with the black woman, Anita Hill. All you got to do is Google Biden's treatment against Anita Hill. He didn't stand with that black woman. So Biden is a disgusting person. And not only that, this former crackhead, and I'm only calling him a former crackhead, because, hey, maybe he's still hitting a pipe, maybe he's not, right? So it's alleged that he's a current crackhead, but it's a fact that he's a former crackhead. So I'd rather deal with the facts and call him or a former crackhead, so I don't have to deal with any, slander issues or defamation issues, right? Maybe he's still hitting a pipe. I would believe it. It's just I don't have any proof. But I do have proof that he was a crackhead in the past. Now, Ashura says he can't be a former crackhead. We found the white powder at the slave house. Now, that's another thing that got swept under the rug. Remember, they found that baggie of coke and nobody knows who coke that was, right? Now, I don't like Trump, but just imagine if there was a bag of fentanyl or dope or even some weed that was found in the White House. They would be dragging Trump through the ringer. You know what story? They covered so many other frivolous stories more than some coke being found in the White House. Call that dub privilege. Let's get back into it, though. And you said Biden was the most racist man ever. If people would look at the old footage, hey, shout out to Wascott. Don't trip. I'm going to bring up some of that stuff. And this is why I said Biden is a stumbling, bumbling buffoon, bozo, and a bigot. He's a disgusting human being, right? Uncle Joe, he's never been my uncle. You feel me? Like, whose uncle are you referring to, right? But yeah, so when I talked about if we're going to say that Trump is anti-black, well, hey, I won't try to argue against that. But if you can concede that Trump is anti-black, then it's blatantly obvious that Biden is clearly more anti-black than Biden. Biden is clearly more anti-black than Trump. It's just been historically documented, and he's done a lot of legislative anti-blackness. Now, Trump lets Stephen Miller run amok, who does, try to remove history and try to do things to essentially attack, black people, by proxy. Some of the things aren't a direct attack on black people, and some of them are, but it's done in a very cunning legalese way. But Biden used to be very open and vociferous with his anti-blackness and try to frame it as, I'm just being real, or I'm just, being a man and standing on my principles and stuff. It's like, okay, well then stand on your bigotry, right? Don't try to pretend as if you were confused or you didn't know what was going on. No, you were open and you were coherent with your bigotry. But don't worry, I will get into it. I'm gonna play the rest of this and I'm gonna get right into that.
Rahm Emanuel, all of the, but didn't stand with him. The editorial board of the New York Times, the Pod Save America guys, David Axelrod, Rahm Emanuel, all of the technocrats of the Democratic Party that don't have any feel or touch for the actual people that actually organize and vote, but they speak for them all the time. So that part did piss me off.
You know what part's pissing me off? You acting like you speak for us. You don't speak for black people, bruh. You don't. And you don't even speak for the Democrats. The Democrats aren't looking at Hunter Biden as some spokesperson. Like, bro, you were a former crackhead. They're already done with Biden. They're definitely done with his former crackhead son. But yeah, so when Hunter Biden goes on, some stooges platform to talk to Nick Fuentes about black people, like, bruh, you take your own advice. You're pissing me off trying to pretend like our plight. You were a former crackhead, and he's yet to do an extensive interview about how it was his daddy, it was his pappy who enacted. It wasn't just the 94 crime bill, there was an 88 crime bill. And Biden, he was calling these things Biden's law. He championed that, hey, they called cocaine a rich white man's drug. So he was the one who made that, it was like a 5 or 10 to 1 disparity of the crack cocaine. If you have like a fingernail of crack, you get the same, time as if you had like 500, grams of coke. But we gonna get into it, right? I mean, you can hate on Trump. He's never done anything like that, right? The Central Park 5. Well, when he did that, he was a Democrat. Trump was a Democrat when he was doing that. All of those quote unquote Central Park 5 people were locked up by Democrats, Democrat mayor, governor, city council, and all this stuff. So I'm gonna get into this, right? This is an article from someone, I believe her name is Jessica McBride. So salute to Jessica McBride. And this was done earlier this year, February 6, 2026. Now, people have been talking about, Biden's, antics and, bozo nature for a while. But this one is going to break down some of these things. All right. So let me see if y'all can see this clearly. I'm going to try to make it a little bit bigger for y'all. Let me take the comments down. And give me one moment, but don't worry, story time. So just in case we're clear, Biden has always been a bigot. Now, I'm gonna just scroll past this stuff because she's over here, sounds like she's trying to cape for Trump. Trump made a meme that depicted the Obamas as apes or monkeys or something like that, right? But hey, the Obamas, I don't, I kind of can't really care about that story. Yes, it was disgusting. Yes, it was anti-black and bigoted. But if the Obamas don't care, then, hey, it is what it is. Like if somebody comes and spits on a person and that person is okay with being spit on, I'm not going to be the one to try to crash out for their honor. Even if I disagree with, that assault, if this person is okay with being spit on, then, hey, we have bigger fish to fry and we have other you know, people who are being victimized who want justice to actually worry about. And y'all remember Michelle Obama, when they go low, we go high. No, when they go low, I go lower than that. So, you know, she's on the turn the other cheek type stuff. So, okay, fine. Like, we got to turn the other cheek. So let's see some of this stuff. A bunch of times where Biden was just blatantly bigoted and anti-black. Let's take a trip down memory lane. Now, Biden called Obama the first mainstream African-American who is articulate and clean. This is what he said. I mean, you got the first mainstream African-American who is articulate and bright and clean and a nice looking guy. I mean, that's a storybook. Huh? So essentially he's saying like Obama is a unicorn. And remember, Obama is a biracial Kenyan. People get triggered by this. Why did you call him that? And then when I ask the simple questions, is Obama Kenyan? Well, yes. Is Obama biracial? Well, yes. So it's a fact for me to say that Obama is a biracial Kenyan. Yes. So what's the issue? You didn't call him black. It's like, what? Calling someone actually what they are has now been reduced to some sort of slur or epithet, even though there's footage of Obama calling himself biracial. There's footage of Michelle Obama calling him biracial. But if you call him anything other than the first black president, rather than the first biracial Kenyan president, Kenyan American president, let me be specific. Somehow, you know, that's an attack on all black people. Like, is it though? And this is why Obama loves the term African American more so than black. He uses blackness to pander and to uphold and promulgate all the stereotypes and wag your fingers, pull your pants up, Pookie. That's how he uses blackness. But he prefers to be called African American because he's Kenyan, African, and he's American. So then he could try to tether on to any accomplishments done under the banner of African American. But he doesn't agree with terms like foundational Black American freedom because it draws a distinct and clear line in the sand to know that, like, yeah, bruh, that's not your lineage. Doesn't mean I'm better, doesn't mean you're better. It just means that we're different, and that's okay. But again, here you have bigoted Biden saying that the first mainstream, so come on, you mean to tell me that there's been no black people before Obama that was articulate? None of them were clean? So what are you saying, that we're usually dirty? A nice looking guy? I mean, are you a fruit pop? What are you saying that so you got it. You have to juxtapose to what he's saying. He's saying this, he's the first one who's articulate. That means the other ones are dumb. Bright and clean. The other ones were dumb and dirty. Nice looking. The other ones were ugly. That's essentially what he's saying. It's a storybook, man. Like, no, it's not. Obama wasn't the best or the most qualified. He was selected, not elected, you know. Then he said segregationists called him son. James Eastland referred to African Americans as an inferior race and warned that racial integration would lead to mongrelization. What did Biden say about him? I was in the caucus with James O. Eastland. Biden said, he never called me boy. He always called me son. He said he had a civil relationship with Eastland. Cory Booker, a black senator, criticized Biden for praising segregationists and said, you don't joke about calling black men boys. Right? Y'all saying that Trump is so bigoted and anti-black, which, hey, I'm not going to hold you. But clearly all of the anti-blackness from Biden dwarfs anything that you can bring up with Trump. And let me see what the chat is saying before I proceed. MOP should be happy they had the first African president before the black American, and we still don't have a black president. Yeah, we don't. That's what I said. Obama was the first biracial Kenyan American. Hey, salute to that, right? He was the first African American, right? But this is what I'm gonna get into in the later part of my segment. African doesn't mean black. It just doesn't. No matter how much you want to try to make it mean black, it doesn't. Elon Musk is African. Is Elon Musk black? French Montana is African. Charlize Theron is African. So no, African doesn't mean black, which is why these people who have African ancestry, they love the term African American, because it tries to make them interchangeable with us. They can be interchangeable and say, hey, we fought for the civil rights and we did this and we. It's like, nigga, you just got here in 2005. Like, who is this we talk? But then they can tether and culturally extract all of our accomplishments, our cachet and currency under the flat blackness. But then at the same time, they can pull back and try to maintain some level of sovereignty, talking about, hey, this is Kenyan culture or Congolese culture or Nigerian culture. It's like, if it's that, then keep it that from day one. Don't come over here and you do all these things under blackness and then you win an award. I'm Nigerian, Nigeria, Igbo, stand up. It's like, just lead with that, bro. We'll still rock with you. But it's like, why were you pretending to be us when you knew you wasn't us? I would never pretend to be an Igbo. I'm not that. I'm not going around pretending to be Hausa. I would kick it with Hausas and learn from them, you know what I mean? And come together and build with them. We're not building under a banner of erasure. Those days are over. I don't know why blacks and whites love to call Obama black when he's half. Why give sure, I concur. That's why I call him exactly what he is. A biracial Kenyan American, which is nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. Humanity is beautiful, right? No one is better just because they have a freedman lineage and someone is mixed or biracial or someone is of a different national origin or something like that, right? So none of these things are inherent. We're just saying we're drawing the distinctions because it's a powerful thing to be able to recognize someone and for someone to be able to bask in their heritage without having to erase it, right? If I'm with a group of Asian people and one is Korean, one is Japanese, one is Chinese, I don't want them all to pretend to be one big Asian for the sake of solidarity. They all have different and distinct cultures, and I want to know about them. The only way for me to appreciate the distinction is to disaggregate the data, is to delineate. It doesn't have to be divisive in a malicious manner, but is divisive in a way to disaggregate, right? But we've been joined by Last Call, Mr. Midnight Soul, chatting from an undisclosed location in Northern America. Let's get back to Biden the bigot. I know some of y'all was calling him Uncle Joe. Like, who's uncle? Like, this fool ain't my uncle. Here, he had the infamous, and shows how much of a coward that Charlemagne the Fraud is. Charlemagne the Fraud was on here, and first of all, like, bruh, Charlemagne the Fraud, you don't speak for black people politically. Charlemagne will go on all of these political podcasts talking about politics, and then he'll say, hey, well, I don't speak for the black community and blah, blah, blah. So it's like, stop accepting invites. Now, I know you won't accept these invites. I mean, I know you won't stop accepting the invites because you want, the notoriety of being the go-to black, the reliable Negro. But it's like, bruh, you truly don't speak for us. Charlemagne ain't standing 10 toes down on no lineage business. He's a corporate stooge. He's, employed by iHeartRadio. So when they say jump, he say how high. And when they say it's not high enough, he says, well, what else could I do to please you, mama, daddy? You feel me? And then he kind of, in a proverbial sense, buck breaks himself. It's rather pathetic to witness. But Charlemagne, Biden looked him in the eye and said, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black. And peep this, right? They love to try to talk about we was kings and shit, right? They love to talk about that, hey, we don't know how to speak. Why is Biden saying ain't, right? Ain't is a word from BAVE, Black American Vernacular Ebonics, right? The correct term is aren't. So again, they always try to say that, hey, why y'all talking like that? But then they start to adopt some of the stuff, right? Why you say ain't a word? Well, if you look at it in the dictionary, it wasn't a word, but if you look at it in the dictionary, I bet it's in there now. So now it is a word. We made it a word. So all of this thing where y'all got to talk proper. And then you talk to some of these people from down south. I'm just talking about the white people from down south. I mean, they use a lot of, things that are not grammatically correct, but it's not ghetto, right? It's not ghetto when Biden is saying you ain't black, right? It's just, what would you call it then? Proper English. But then this is how bigoted this is, right? Joe Biden replaced the black, right? Quote everything that it says, but then replace that and put undocumented immigrant, or put Jewish, or put Asian, and see what would happen. So if Biden said, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't Jewish, or then you ain't an undocumented immigrant, or then you ain't Asian, heads would roll. But since he said you ain't black, then people are saying, well, at least he's better than Trump. Like, how? I'm showing you that no, he's no different than Trump. And I'm actually showing you that he's worse than Trump. Biden has been and still is a disgusting bigot. He never repented for any of this stuff. He's never was remorseful about any of this stuff. So he's holding on to these bigoted views. So yeah, no, nothing changed with him. He smeared Indian Americans, right? He said you cannot go into a Dunkin' Donuts or a 7-Eleven unless you have a slight Indian accent. Right? And he was talking about the growth of the Delaware's Indian American population. He asked a random black journalist whether he's a junkie. And notice this, and the irony is that he raised a junkie. They love to say, who raised these people? Well, guess who raised Hunter Biden? Hunter Biden was raised by bigoted Joe Biden, and Hunter Biden turned out to be a crackhead. And here Biden is asking a random black journalist if he had taken, so Biden was asked by a black journalist if he had taken a cognitive test. And these are the same questions that they asked Trump. And then Biden goes unhinged. Come on, man. That's like saying before you got in the program, you take a test whether you're taking cocaine or not. What do you think, huh? Are you a junkie? It's like, bro, what? Where'd that come from? So he's asking a random black dude who's saying, hey, bro, would you take a cognitive test? These same tests that they asked Trump. And then he's saying, yeah, but are you a junkie? That's like asking whether you taking cocaine or like, no, it's not, bro. This dude is a journalist. He's not running for the highest office in the land. They call the president the leader of the free world. So if somebody wants to know about his cognitive abilities, man, you see what I'm saying? In 2020, he implied that all black think alike. He said that unlike the African-American community, with notable exceptions, the Latino community is an incredibly diverse community with incredibly different attitudes about different things. So he's saying that the Latinos, they're diverse, but nah, the African-American, yeah, they're just one monolith, right? So, and unfortunately for some, some people could pop it like that just because they look at how many times have someone voted Democrat. Now, let's see this. The Nikki Haley campaign once rounded up Biden's race problems, and then the press release said from 71 to 74, Biden's legal residence had a deed barring ownership by black Americans. In 74, Biden made an analogy of himself as a 29-year-old in the Senate to being a token black. In 75, Biden asked if the only way a black man or woman can learn if they rub shoulders with my white child. In 77, Biden said that busing would cause his kids to grow up in a racial jungle. In 77, Biden voted against black Justice Department nominees specifically over his opposition to busing. In 77, Biden said he asked to join the Senate Judiciary Committee specifically to lead the charge against busing. So again, like this dude, Biden was so deranged because he didn't want to be bussed on the same bus as black people. And mind you, his family, I think the dude is Irish, bro. His family was fleeing famine. His family was failing. And they came over here and then they got on code with anti-blackness. Irish people weren't considered white until many of them pulled down their pants and spread cheeks and said, yes, we'll be white. What do I got to do? You just got to, subjugate and show anti-blackness. And they said, say less. In 81, he said George Wallace was right about some things. Look up the notorious bigot and racist George Wallace, right? But see, notice they'll never say that, hey, Adolf was right about some things. I'm sure Adolf, the dude with that thick mustache, I'm sure he was right about some things. Nazis were not dumb people. Nazis were highly sophisticated, which is why there's many companies today that were still founded by Nazis, and which is why the U.S. had no problem using Nazi scientists, right? But nobody will say Adolf was right about some things when it would be factually accurate to say that he was. In 84, he used the word boy to refer to Jesse Jackson. In 85, Biden made a favorable comparison between segregationist Senator John Stennis and Confederate General Stonewall Jackson. Again, praising Confederates, praising segregationists. In 87, he sought to appeal to white voters by touting an award he received from George Wallace in 73, where he praised Biden as one of the most outstanding young politicians in America. Again, he's touting like, hey, a segregationist gave me a pat on the back. In 88, he falsely claimed he was part of the civil rights movement, saying he marched in his youth. So in 88, he lied and said, I was out there, I was marching. I marched with Dr. King. I was fighting for civil rights. And then people look like, bro, no, you didn't. You were against it. So he had to retract his statement and drop out. Not only did he lie about that, he also plagiarized as well. This is the sleazy little slimy dude that bigoted bozo Biden is. In 2007, promises kept. Promises to keep. Biden admitted that as a young person, he had no real relationships with black people. So remember, he was saying he grew up with black people. He was in the black churches and stuff. And then he said he had no real relationships with black people. So he had no real relationships with us. But then he was vehemently against being bussed with us. He didn't want to ride on the same bus as a black person, even though he didn't even grow up around black people. This is the same thing that Nick Fuentes does. All he does is whine about black people. But it's like, bro, you didn't even grow up around them. And now you don't live around black people. And he's still obsessed with black people, and especially their genitalia. There was this OnlyFans chick named Sophie Rain. Nick Fuentes said he's against OnlyFans chicks, but he loves Sophie Rain. And then Sophie Rain was allegedly with some brothers, and she was riding a soul pole. And he was like, man, I can't do the black, you know what I mean? So it's really pathetic. These dudes always are asking white chicks, have you ever been with a black dude? They never ask, have you ever been with an Asian dude? They never ask, have you ever been with a Mexican or nothing? They always ask these chicks, have you ever been with a black dude? It's like, dude, if you can't cut it, right, and you pale in comparison to the BBC, just say that, bruh. Y'all the one who came up with the term, bruh. I mean, just stop being, so feckless and pathetic. But in 2010, Biden delivered a 22-minute eulogy, the longest speech at Senator Robert Byrd's memorial service, calling the former KKK member a friend, a mentor, and a guide. So mind you, this was a former KKK member. Biden spoke the longest at his funeral. Biden called him a friend, a former KKK member. Biden called him a mentor, being mentored by the KKK, and a guide. What was he guiding him towards? So his mentor was a former KKK member. He didn't grow up around blacks in his childhood, but then as an adult, he was vehemently anti-black. In 2016, he praised segregationist John Stennis as a friend and an honorable man. In 2019, he recalled the era when he was able to get along with segregationist senators. In 2019, he boasted that segregationist Senator James Eastland called him son, not a boy. In 2019, Biden said the administration went to the hood of Detroit to recruit minorities. Not all black people live in the hood. In 2019, he claimed a major problem black communities face is illiteracy, saying black parents can't read or write themselves, leaving black attendees shocked and frustrated. Well, there's so many white people that can't read or write. Let's just say I've worked in a learning and educational capacity, and there was plenty of white people that had these cognitive deficiencies when it came to school, right? It's just not highly reported. In 2019, Biden said that poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. In 2020, Biden suggested that some people were able to quarantine during COVID because some black woman was able to stack the grocery show. Biden also used the N-word twice during the 85 hearing, although he was using words of another person to question the nominee about the comments. Intent matters, but we will let you decide on this one. So again, if someone is talking about Jewish people and they use a Jewish slur, Biden is not going to repeat that Jewish slur to just say, oh, well, I was just reading what someone else said. So I'm going to wrap this one up, because, I think y'all get the point. And in case y'all just tuning in, it looks like we've been joined by some illustrious guests. The doctor's orders, Dr. Soapy, salute. We've also been joined by the hardest working mod on YouTube, Vibrant Lowell, and of course, the sophisticated and the sensational Sincere Saida. So I appreciate y'all. In case y'all just stopped by, I was talking about the former crackhead, the bigoted bozo, Hunter Biden, is pandering towards black women, while at the same time throwing an underhanded passive-aggressive shot at black men, saying that black women are the backbone of the Democratic Party, but they're not giving anything tangible to black people, and they're not doing anything for black women, and they're still trying to hang their hat on, hey, look, we gave you Ketanji Brown Jackson, which no one was asking for. When we're talking about a kitchen table issue, right there, let's just leave it on black women, right? Some black women are struggling with college debt, and then rather than help them, you say, hey, look, I elected Ketanji Brown Jackson, and now your little black girl could aspire to be like her, a melanated judge with the white zaddy, right? So like, what are they really trying to promote? And what is the point of saying, so imagine a dude, right? Imagine you in a relationship, right? And a dude tell you, hey, baby, you the backbone of my life, the backbone of this relationship. They turn into Ja Rule. Where would I be without you? Right? They turn into Ja Rule and say, where would I be without you? You the backbone of this relationship. And then when you say, hey, baby, since I'm the backbone of the relationship, you know what I mean? And I'm struggling. Is there a way together, that we can come together as a team and you can help me? And then they say, yeah, baby, even though you're the backbone, I got to go down the street so I can bang this Latina chick. And then after I bang this Latina chick, I'm going to go bang this Asian chick. But hey, baby, I love you. You the backbone. Huh? That's exactly what the Democrats do. The black people are the backbone. No, not the black people. Specifically, the black women are the backbone of the party. Okay, cool. So what are you going to do to help black women, who's the backbone of the party? We're going to help Latinas. But you said black women are the backbone. Yeah. Black women are the backbone, but we're going to help Latina and Asians because they're people of color, and black people are people of color. So I'm helping another person of color. So it's kind of like I'm helping a black woman, right? Okay. That's what you've been sold, is your representation. Black women this, get out and vote so that we can prop up AOC. Okay. So now we about to get into this thing. Now this one will be a doozy. Now, just in case y'all didn't know, let me see if I got a banner for this one. Bada boom, bada bam. In case y'all haven't been watching, there has been this discussion where some historically black colleges, so far I know that it's just a couple. I know the biggest one has been about Tuskegee, which has been a prestigious institution in terms of, the black community, what it represents culturally and symbolically, in terms of resilience, in terms of innovation, ingenuity. Now, Tuskegee has recently banned do-rags, bonnets, pajamas, flip-flops, slippers. In the Bay, we call them ripper slippers, or we used to. Is banning do-rags and bonnets at college anti-black? We're going to get into this thing. Now, I may play some visuals, but this one I'm going to just go ahead and just rock out, right? So I've prepared a spiel to give to y'all, right? Now, let's just start from one, and I really want y'all to chime in. Y'all, I put the discussion on there. Is banning do-rags and bonnets at college anti-black? And I want to give y'all both sides of the perspective. Now, Tuskegee University, which is in the HBCU in Alabama, recently updated its policies for the 2026-27 academic year. In a letter, President Dr. Mark A. Brown to parents of incoming students, the school banned bonnets, do-rags, and bedroom shoes, slippers in classrooms and the cafeteria. It also prohibits revealing clothing in class, dining areas, and official events like convocation, while requiring business suits and appropriate shoes for business meetings and professional occasions. Stricter attendance and no cell phone in class rules were included too. So there were also a banning of cell phones in class as well. But some people seem to be up in arms mainly about the do-rags and the bonnets, right? Now, the stated goal is workforce preparation. The goal here is not meant to restrict you from enjoying the Tuskegee experience, but to prepare you with a solid foundation for the workforce you will enter once you leave Tuskegee. Employers are less forgiving, and too often presentation may overrule stellar preparation. This builds on existing handbook language about dressing in good taste, but the explicit enforcement and timing ahead of a large incoming class sparked a widespread discussion. Now, let's assess the first argument, and let me go ahead and put the comments on this thing. Flip-flops, yeah, the flip-flops, the slippers, they banned the pajamas, also revealing attire, whether they call them the Daisy Dukes, the coochie cutters, with the cheeks out. Don't get me wrong, I love to see some voluptuous cheeks out, but there is a time and place for the cheeks to be protruding. Flip-flops and do-rags got to do with learning. Hey, this is what we're gonna get into. Nobody's going to job interview with a do-rag anyway. Well, you'll be surprised. Some people are. That's why I said it's a nuanced discussion. So let's get into it. But yeah, I appreciate the feedback that y'all giving. So y'all let me know, is banning do-rags and bonnets at college anti-black? And if it's not anti-black, do you think that there should be some level of standards and that those don't meet the standard? Now, here's the argument of it's bigoted and anti-black and a respectability politics critique. Now, critics, including some students and commentators, frame this as a respectability politics, the idea that black people must alter their appearance, behavior, and culture to meet acceptable, which some people often perceive as white mainstream corporate standards, to gain respect or opportunity. Now, some of these key points include there's a cultural and practical significance. Do-rags and bonnets protect black hairstyles, i.e. locks, curls, braids, and are everyday cultural staples, not just pajama wear. Banning them in academic common spaces, they're exempt from dorms, right? Like, they're just banning them in common spaces, not saying that you can't have this in the dorm room, right? But banning them in common spaces feels as if it's policing black bodies and identity. Now, the irony of this HBCU is that Tuskegee, with its deep black history and legacy of Booker T. Washington, this should be a space for cultural affirmation rather than forcing conformity. Critics call this anti-blackness from an HBCU, or ironic, arguing that true excellence isn't a dress code. And this speaks to the point that Frank Nitty is talking about in the chat. Now, broader issues and a slippery slope. Now, some are pointing to real campus problems, housing, finances that deserve priority over attire. Enforcement could disproportionately affect black students and echo historically paper bag or hair tests, prioritizing optics over substance. Now, there's skepticism that such rules empirically boost careers. Some studies and critiques find little evidence linking strict dress codes to better outcomes, and they can distract from academics or equity. Also, people are arguing about personal freedom and modernity. College students are adults, and post-COVID, comfortable norms have shifted. Rigid rules feel outdated and or performative in 2026. Now, this is a view that sees this policy as internalized bias or pandering to an external white or more dominant society expectations rather than empowering the students. And this isn't about whether I agree with this perspective or not. However, some legitimate arguments are being made. I do think the schools do have bigger fish to fry, right? There are deeper issues in terms of the housing and, people struggling. However, just because you're struggling don't mean you got to look like the struggle. So here's the second argument. It's simply an enforcement of standards and professional preparation. Now, supporters, including some alumni, parents, and faculty and observers, view it as practical, not racial. Tuskegee is private, so it can set expectations, and students agree to the handbook upon enrolling, right? So you're agreeing to this, right? No one is forcing you, although you may feel like it's forced just because they're forcing you to clean yourself up, right? Like, is that such a bad thing? Now let's talk about the workforce reality. Employers do judge presentation. Now we can wish this away, but that's, not practical or pragmatic. Teaching professional norms, no sleepwear in a shared academic spaces, builds habits and gives graduates an edge. HBCUs have a tradition of holistic development, discipline, character, decorum, alongside academics. This continues that this is not anti-black, but it's pro-success. And there's not a total ban. It targets classrooms, the cafeteria, official settings, but not everywhere. Do-rags, bonnets can be worn in dorms. It also bans revealing clothes or slippers broadly, and this is not race specific, because there's not only black people that go to HBCUs as well. There's a lot of immigrants. There's a lot of non-black people that go to HBCUs as well. So they're telling you that, no, none of y'all could do this, right? And don't get me wrong, I'm sure that some of y'all want to see these dudes walking around with the prints. Some of these dudes want to see the chick walking around with camel toe and the cheeks out. There's a time and a place for this. Should the college campus look like a reiteration of a Freaknik Fest? Just saying. Now, some people will say, oh, well, that has nothing to do with learning. Well, if a dude is seeing a chick with her cheeks out, is he really going to be focused on learning, or is he going to be focused on the cheeks? Is he going to be focused on the curriculum or the cheeks in the cooch? I'm just saying. It's the whole thing where they're like, teachers should be able to wear whatever they want. Yeah, that is true. But if somebody got an ultra thick teacher and this thick teacher is over there with this banging body in a very form-fitting dress, do you think everyone is going to be focused on the lesson plan, or are they going to be focused on the curvature? And people could say, hey, that's unfair. Well, life is unfair. Fair is an illusion. fair is a place where they judge pigs and eat funnel cake, preferably with a strawberry glaze and some powdered sugar. But let's get back into this thing. Now, when we're talking about the campus environment, professors, serious students prefer focused settings without a bedroom attire, right? Some people are stepping out with this attire where it looks like, man, it looks like the TLC video. So I creep. Yeah, right. So it's like, damn, is this a TLC video? Is this a Cardi B video, or is this a classroom? So, you know, if there's no clear line, if there's no standards, then, you know, it's just all willy-nilly, a free-for-all. Now, past HBCU norms emphasize dressing well. Now, post-COVID complacency justifies a reset. Many Black professionals support this as common sense. No one wears bonnets to boardrooms. Now, some people will say, yeah, no one wears bonnets to boardrooms, but this ain't a boardroom. But we're saying that this institution is trying to prepare you to succeed in the boardroom. And many times, and don't get me wrong, this is about optics, but I do support the standards. But a lot of the optics is there's a lot of these non-Black donors that come to these institutions and they say, do we want to invest in this? And then if they see people in flip-flops, bonnets, and all this stuff, they associate it with debauchery and degeneracy. And then they say, yeah, we don't really want to invest. And you know what? You know, maybe y'all don't need so much public funds because look what you're funding. And yes, that is somewhat of a bigoted way to look at it, because someone could be a straight A student but wear a bonnet every day. But I think this does prepare you for the reality, because sometimes people, you know, they want to quote unquote rest, you know, and their quote unquote Blackness, but just wearing a do-rag and bonnet, that's not like necessarily just Black culture. You know what I mean? It's a aspect of something that some Black people do in the culture. Dapper Dan is a representation of Black culture, right? Look up Black people in the 50s. Look at Malcolm X. Look at Martin Luther King. These people are always suited and booted. That's Black culture. So now people have tried to pretend as if our urban aspect of our culture represents the entirety of our culture. But like we have a very diverse culture when it comes to fashion, culture, innovation, etc. Right? Many of us is like, bruh, I'm not wearing no skinny jeans with slits in them. I'm only wearing slacks and all this stuff. And shout out to the sister Demetra K. She talked about more grown men wearing slacks. Man, some of you cats, y'all need to stop pretending like you're your son, right? Or you need to stop pretending as if, you know, this is your high school days. I get it, right? Nobody is saying that you can't dress fly with jeans and jerseys and hoodies. I got all that stuff. But when you step out, you're stepping out wearing the same thing that your son would wear. Like, what distinguishes you as a grown man or a grown woman from them? You know what I mean? No one says, hey, fine, you got a little bit of cleavage, you want to show a little bit some, you know, be classy with how much you reveal, right? That's all we're saying. But let me just read a little bit more, and y'all let me know what y'all think about this. And if anyone wants to chime in, let me know. But we also want to talk about accountability and tradition. Tuskegee has had basically a long litany of these guidelines, enforcing them signals high standards amid enrollment growth, and it prepares students for competitive fields: veterinary, science, engineering, business. These are the areas that Tuskegee is emphasizing. Now, shout out to Roger, the East Coast finest, Mr. Nassau County. Salute to Roger. Hey, Roger, where Brooklyn at? So salute to the bro. And Roger, answer this. Is banning do-rags and bonnets at college anti-Black? Because Tuskegee has said, hey, we're banning these do-rags, but it's not just that. They're also banning cell phones in classrooms. They're also banning very revealing clothing. So is this an overreach with the policing of Black bodies? Let me know. Now, people see this pushback as prioritizing comfort or grievance over results. So people like, I just want to be comfortable. I'm comfortable in my pajamas and I need, it's like, yeah, you want to be comfortable, but you're trying to enter into a cutthroat field of engineering or STEM or something like that, where people don't care about your comfortability. And let's be honest. So think about this. You want to be comfortable when you're in the classroom, then you want to go to the dorm room and be comfortable there, and then you go to Walmart and then you're comfortable there. Well, guess what? Life is not comfortable, not if you want to accomplish the goals. And comfort, your comfort zone is where growth goes to die, because once you're too comfortable, you're not going to be pushing as hard as you could, right? You're not going to be studying as hard as you could. So yeah, sometimes people fixate on being comfortable, but let me just give a solid, because I gave both sides of the both sides of the argument, right? And y'all let me know. I know Frank Nitty has chimed in, but y'all let me know, right? So this is a straightforward enforcement. That's all I see this is. Straightforward enforcement of reasonable content neutral standards for a university aiming to produce workforce ready graduates, not bigotry or anti-blackness. Now, when people think about this, this is another thing that some people like to do. They like to dress in a more hood, urban way, but they like to do it in so-called black institutions, but then they go to these other institutions and then they want to straighten up and clean up. No, clean up when you're at the black institutions, right? If Harvard had implemented this, people would be like, well, duh. But see, the thing is, Harvard doesn't have to implement this because you already know when you go there what the business is. Then you try to get around black people. We all black. This is what we all do. It's like, no, it's not. Just because you're black doesn't mean that you should be walking out with furry flip-flops and, see-through pajama pants showing your cheeks and stuff like that. Hey, don't get me wrong. I love to see the cheeks wobble up and down, but not when I'm trying to study. I'm trying to get an A. You feel me? An A+ at that. You feel me? So, but yeah, so let me finish this up, since it seems like nobody got no opinions on this, and then I'm gonna pivot to my next story, right? So this, again, is not about bigotry or anti-blackness. Private institutions, especially HBCUs with proud traditions of excellence and upliftment, have every right to build and set behavioral and appearance expectations in shared academic and professional spaces. Classrooms and cafeterias aren't dorm lounges. Treating them as such maintains decorum and signals seriousness. Do-rags and bonnets have a cultural value for hair protection, but context matters. They originated and function largely as nighttime or at-home items. Banning them from class isn't erasing black identity as anymore as banning tank tops, sagging pants, or flip-flops erases anyone else's. Professional environments still reward conventional presentation in most fields. Bias exists, but conforming on low-stake things like this is a pragmatic strategy, not capitulation. The policy explicitly ties it to employability, which is a core university mission. Critiques of respectability politics often overreach here. Standards aren't inherently oppressive. They can be tools for mobility. Black excellence has always included mastery of multiple codes, cultural pride, and the ability to navigate broader society. Tuskegee's leadership, a black president at a black institution, is best positioned to make this call without external racial bad faith. Focus on outcomes, graduation rates, internships, employment. If the policy correlates with better results or at least doesn't harm academics, it's a net positive. That said, execution matters. Fair, consistent enforcement without overreach, paired with real support, career services, affordability, prioritizing housing, finances alongside this would strengthen it. In a free society, students can choose other schools if they disagree. Overall, preparing students for reality beats performative cultural maximalism in the classroom. Students should leave cell phones in a box on the professor's desk. Well, they'll probably will have to do that now with this new code of conduct at Tuskegee. They're saying no more cell phones in the class. And just as well as if I said there's a very tight, curvy, voluptuous teacher that's revealing all of her goodies, right? It's going to be hard to focus on being the best student that you could be if you're distracted by, you know, the allure of the teacher. And if you're distracted by a gadget and gizmo and all of the notifications from various social media platforms, yeah, are you really going to be truly locked in on your academic achievement without that distraction? I mean, you can get on your phone for hours and hours after you leave class. But you said do rags and hats. Well, when you go to the club, aren't dress codes enforced there? Who was complaining about that? You want to get into the club, then get on dress code. I mean, that's fair, right? And what's more important, getting in the club or not just getting into college because you got into college or graduating college? Dudes do all this, right? They go in the club, be like, no, you know, you can't get in because you're dressed like that. And dudes reform. Man, they don't say, man, it's the white man dress code. They don't care whose dress code it is. It's the dress code of the institution. And then you go and conform to that dress code because you want to get in and you want some pretty baddies twerking on you. Hey, I respect it. Well, you want to go and you want to get a good 6-figure high-paying job. Well, those people are going to hire the people that don't go out in public with bonnets and do-rags. We can call it anti-black. Maybe it is, but you have to do what you must to conform, you know, to society, right? The societal standards and norms. Or like they said, you can go to a different college. You can move to a different country. Since you don't plan on going to a different country and you don't plan on going to a different college, you have to operate within the confines of what's being presented to you by this particular institution. So I do appreciate y'all. Y'all been rocking out. I'm already been here an hour and 41 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and touch on this other story, and then I will get ready to shut her down. Now, depending on the response to this, you know, I may come back and hit y'all with a double header. And if you haven't taken the time yet, like the stream. It won't cost you a fee. Like, sharing, commenting, and engaging with the chat is all free. And if you are feeling generous, you know, you can definitely hit me on the Cash App. I have other platforms like PayPal and Venmo. I do need to get my link prepared for that. But you can always hit me on the Cash App if you want to make a contribution. So I'm going to get ready to pull this other story up. And thanks, Frank. I do appreciate you still rocking out. So while I'm pulling this story up, let me hit y'all with a reminder.
If you haven't hit the like button, go ahead and smash that. If you're feeling generous, then you can hit the Cash App, $ easy stack. It's easy to remember. All them donations that you contribute make it feel like it's the 25th of December. Hit the Cash App. It's preferred over Super Chat because YouTube takes 30% off the top, and that's stupid whack. So if you want to see growth and watch the content get greater, send a Cash App to B-Eazy Dat Dude.
Okay, so we are going to get into this one. So this one will be a doozy. Now, let me just get the banner ready for this one. Now, I just want y'all to be clear, right? A lot of times there has been a conflation of what the term black means and who it actually describes, right? So there's a reason why some people say, well, the only true black people are foundational black Americans, right? I'm not willing to go that far. However, you know, there is a lot of legitimacy with that argument, because up until recently, these other groups, they never wanted to be labeled as black. And I will pull up some of the receipts, but people just act like they have amnesia. It wasn't just the Dominicans. I know black papi. It wasn't just them. I'm not black, I'm Nigerian. I'm not black, I'm Haitian. I'm not black, I'm from Senegal, right? Even people are saying, I'm not African American. I know who I am. I know where I'm from. Right now, there's this flat blackness where we all black. People are just like praising the one drop rule, and everybody wants to be black based on a teeny tiny drip of alleged so-called blackness. But the thing is, they want to make blackness synonymous and interchangeable with African. So they try to black, African. I was like, hold on, I thought you were talking about black people. Well, black people is African, and African does mean black. Like, no, it doesn't. Now, that's what they've tried to convince you. Black means of African descent. But of African descent doesn't mean black. So how could black mean African? There's so many Africans right now that are not black. North Africans are literally African. But guess what they say? Don't call me African. I'm Arab. I'm Muslim. I'm Middle Eastern. Bro, you're African. And then you can't just simply call them African. They're adamant about putting the North in front. You're African. No. I'm North African. Yeah, but that's what I said. You're African. No. I'm Muslim, right? So Africans in Africa don't even call themselves African. But there's this fixation on freedmen being called African. But I thought you said that it's just a given that we're all African. If we're all African, what is the obsession with us calling ourselves African? When you think of a Caucasian, you assume and presume that they're European. But there's no fixation for Caucasians to call themselves European. When white people who are Caucasian, whites and Caucasians, say, I'm white. You're European. I'm white. That's it, right? And someone says they're black, and then there's this fixation on trying to call them African. But black doesn't mean African. And that's what, for the Democrats, the pan goofies, they say all this stuff, right? Life started in Africa. We're all African, but you're not calling everyone African. And let's just say, okay, fine, I concede we're all African. That means I have to put an African in front of every other group who is so-called African. African Jamaicans, African Brazilians. And don't bring to me Afro. No, not Afro, African. I don't want to hear Afro-Latino, Afro-Hispanic. I want to hear African. You know, the same African that y'all keep trying to put on us. African Jamaican, African Trinidadian, African Brazilian, African Angolan. Y'all love the term African so much. These people in their own country, they're not going around calling themselves African or black. And when you ask them, they say, oh, well, you know, we know we're black or we know we're African, so we don't need to say it, right? No, you don't. You guys, all of these people have tribes. None of their tribes are called black. None of their tribes are called African. They're divided. There's at minimum 3,000 plus tribes on the continent, over 2,000 different dialects. Some people are living in close proximity to each other and can't even communicate because they speak a different dialect. These people are all divided. These people are actually related to each other. And then they come over here and pretend like, hey, we have some solidarity based on melanin. Like, no, we don't. The people next to you had more melanin than me, and y'all didn't find solidarity with that. The people next to you were quote unquote black, quote unquote African, and you didn't unite with them and you didn't build with them. And the only thing that they want to build with us, they really don't want to build anything. They just want us to call ourselves African. Because we're the quote unquote, if we're all African, okay, show me the African American towns. There aren't one. Because the ones that are African American are quote unquote black American towns where we invite everybody. And then it turns out that we like, damn, that was a bad mistake for us to just be all inclusive, because now all these people, they're trying to make it their own ethnic enclave. They try to talk about people of color, and then they come over here and they don't identify as people of color. And you said exactly what I was just about to say. They basically call themselves after their countries, and that's fine. All we're saying is do it all the time. Don't identify, because that's what you're saying. That's what you truly see yourself as. Ethnically, you're Nigerian, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. There's a rich culture in Nigeria. I know nothing about it. The only way I'm gonna know about that culture is for me to disaggregate the data, for me to draw a distinction and say, hey, this is my culture, foundational Black American freedman culture. Tell me about your Nigerian culture, because I didn't grow up eating egusi soup. I never grew up eating that. I didn't grow up eating jollof rice. Not saying it's disgusting or anything like that. I never grew up eating it. So to pretend that it is my culture based on some similar levels of melanin, or hey, we both got big noses, so that means we're the same. Like, no, we're not. And all we're saying is, hey, when you say they're calling themselves after their country, you know what that's called? It's called delineation. They've always done this. Lupita Nyong'o, right? She came over and said, I didn't know I was Black until I got to America, which means the whole time she was never identifying as Black. And there's a difference between being classified and categorized as Black and identifying as Black. There's many people that are classified as Black, but then if you ask them, hey, are you Black? They'll say, nah, I'm Igbo, or I'm biracial or mixed or something. And then you, not you specifically, I'm saying some people will try to bestow and project Blackness onto them. No, you Black, because if the cops pull y'all over, you gonna be Black. And I'm gonna touch on that deeper, right? People have a right to intellectual and ethnic sovereignty, right? Just because you want to call a biracial person Black doesn't mean that they're Black, especially if they don't identify as that. So you look at someone like Sage Steele, who is a bigot and a bedwench, but like Sage Steele is a biracial, Black presenting woman. But she said it's unfair to her other side for someone to just call her Black. Like she said, I don't want to erase my white side by you just calling me Black. So I'd rather be called mixed. And I say, you know what? That is a coherent argument. But then when someone calls her mixed, then they try to pivot and say that's colorism. And that's the problem with the Black community. And we so divided. It's like, bro, what? She doesn't want to be called Black, though. It is wild. I respect that, and based on your lineage, and salute to Alexander Bryan and salute to the fam down south. And matter of fact, before I got to do a pivot, right? Because I got to ask my people down south. Alexander Bryan, does sugar go on grits? Does sugar go on grits, right? Because if I'm not for sure, I think my boy is in the dirty, and you know what? That fits you, right? I prefer to call you a freedman than African American, especially if you are, I think you in South Carolina, right? Your lineage is deeply rooted there, right? Whatever African ancestry you had, it basically, they had an ethnogenesis. It evolved into something new and completely different. Whatever your family created in South Carolina, you can't find that in Africa. There's no place in Africa that you can find it because there's nothing African about that, right? The dances you create in South Carolina, you can't find it in Africa. Same thing with the tribal dances they do. I don't know anything about them. I would love to look at it. I would love to appreciate it and say, wow, that's a phenomenal thing. I just can't claim it. But in terms of the historical records, you know what I mean, and classifications, definitely you would be a freedman. And, I think that's more appropriate. Oh, so yes, he said sugar does go on grits. So where is Peach and my girl Sunlight, the Florida fam? They said, oh, and where Roger? Roger said sugar don't go on grits. Don't get me wrong. I will eat a little bit of that salt and the pepper on the grits, but I'm saying some sugar with some butter and some grits, and you got some hot link, and the juices from the hot link is dripping on the grits. I'm telling you, fire. But I do gotta have the shrimp and grits. I got my New Orleans fam, the 504 boy. Whoa, they in the building. But so Alexander, I'm holding you to this. When I come down south, bruh, you gotta take me to get some good food down south, bruh. So don't let me down, brother. Do not let me down, Alexander, because when I go to New Orleans, I know my boy Braxton is gonna take me to get some shrimp and grits and some po' boys. And you said she knows now she's and this is the whole thing, right? Now Lupita, she's getting backlash for being quote unquote Black and playing Helena Troy, and now all of a sudden she's saying, oh, I know that I'm Black. It's like, allegedly you were always Black, and not only that, she's also Mexican. So technically Lupita Nyong'o is Latina. but are the Latinas claiming her? Look at Nolan Wells. Nolan Wells is part Asian. No Asians are really claiming him. No Asians are standing up for him. Stop Asian hate. Like, where is that at? Nolan Wells is part Asian. Bring the Asian community to the front, but they're like, nope. Use a nigga. Lupita Nyong'o, she was born in Mexico. She's part Mexican. And again, no Latinos is coming to her defense. It's only the quote unquote the blacks, but that's another story. And you said you got me. I appreciate that, bro. So salute to you and your lovely wife as well. You said, I know someone who makes grits, freezes it in squares, then takes it out and fries the squares in bacon grease. Now that's a little bit too intense. It's a bit intense. I know people put cheese and all sorts of other grits, and I don't really like the cheese. I'm just like salt and pepper is good, or sugar and butter. But I do got to try the shrimp and grits because I already had I have my Florida fam. I know Alexander is in Carolina. Are you in North or South Carolina, Alexander? And then also my boy from New Orleans. So yeah, I might have to get some good cooking. Whenever I could go down south, I'm gonna have to do a fast. I'm gonna have to do a 2-week fast because I know when I go down south, I'm gonna gain like at least a cool 20 pounds. And Frank says the Asians are quiet about Nolan, and this is rather disgusting. When you look at Nolan, you can clearly see that he has Asiatic features by his eyes and all this stuff. But he is he was a handsome, melanated black man. He identified as black, but technically, actually, I don't really know if he identified as black. People are calling him black and identify him as black, but I don't know. So I don't really want to truly project that onto him. But you can clearly see his Asiatic features. Look at someone named Rui Hachimura. Rui Hachimura is a Japanese person. He's a Japanese Asian person, but the Asians don't accept him. He's black, he's African American. Like, he's literally not. He's an Asian American. He's born in Japan and speaks fluent Japanese, but because he's too dark, they truly don't consider him Japanese. He's black, although he can play for the Japanese national team. If he wins something and there's some accomplishment that Japan could take credit for, then suddenly Rui Hachimura is Japanese, you know what I mean? But other than that, he's Gaijin, you know what I mean? I was watching Breaking Point, and there's a young brother they had on who writes for the Michigan Chronicle, the oldest freedman owned in Michigan. He talked about the tension between Detroit's majority freedman community and the Arab community in Dearborn. So someone who we both know has some work to do when he tells us that we need to be out here finding solidarities with these others. Yeah, people, y'all gotta just stop. Y'all, man, this whole solidarity talk, bro, what does that even mean? People are talking about, we need solidarity. Solidarity for what? Like, we're going to come together to what? Maintain the status quo? And this is the whole thing about the quote unquote. And then people kept doing this too. They you can't win Michigan without the Muslim vote. Actually, you can. There's more black. If you look at those the counties near Detroit, there's more black people. They just dwarf the numbers of the Arabs. But the thing is, they don't want it to be like, hey, we have to do something specifically for the black people, but they want to frame it as, hey, these Arab people are such a powerful voting bloc. No, they're not. It's a powerful buffer group, and no one has been attacking them. The only attacks that these Arabs have received is someone called them a terrorist, and someone occasionally talks about them shitting in the streets and calling them Pajeets, conflating Indians with other Arabs and Pakistanis and other Middle Eastern people and stuff like that. But no, when you look at these Arab people, many of them are Muslim, right? And they, the Prophet Muhammad, right? Where are the quote unquote black and brown businesses between Arabs? There's a bunch of Arab Muslims and there's a bunch of black Muslims. Show me the businesses where the black and Arab Muslims are collaborating. Even though Arab is not a race, there is quote unquote black Arabic people. Show me the businesses. So what is the point of you doing all this stuff? You're crashing out for Christianity and then going to a segregated Christian church. There's a black church, a white church, an Asian church. Then the immigrants come over and the immigrants want their own church, or they want to go to a white church and get closer to white mommy and daddy. But I thought we were all reading from the good book. So why are we all segregated Christianity as Latter-day Saints, Jehovah's Witness, Mormon, Pentecostal, Baptist, and evangelical and all this stuff? But I thought you guys are all praising to the same Most High, reading from the same good book, right? So yeah, people need to stop pretending like because some Arabic, Muslim, Middle Eastern people have some level of melanin that somehow they're trying to build solidarity with the black community. No, they're not. All it is they just set up shop to be a cultural extraction hub. Here, let's, find what's black culture is profitable that we can sell it back to them. Now, we're not going to hire them, right? We're not going to respect them, but, we will set up shop in their neighborhood and then try to complain as if I'm so scared, right? All of these communities that stop Asian hate. Okay, well, stop putting your community, your businesses in the black neighborhood. You can't stop because the white people told you, the dominant society told you the only way we're going to give you that loan is if it's in the black community. They don't want you infringing upon their businesses and stuff. So all of these people act like the blacks, the big bad scary boogeyman, but all of them want to have a shop there. They don't want to live in the neighborhood. They just want a cultural extraction hub. Here, take the resources out there and then we go give it to another neighborhood so we can live closer to white mommy and daddy who doesn't accept you. And you think if you just kiss their butt hard enough, and then you went beyond kissing the butt, now they spread the cheeks and lick up and down and all around. They're not just butt kissers, they're crack lickers. And it's many unfortunate people in our community. There's many people that are melanated immigrants that do it. There's people that are of all various backgrounds that do it, in the name of getting ahead and, some level of career trajectory. But there's nothing masculine about that. There's nothing noble about that to bend over, pull your pants down, and just get voluntarily buck broken. It's rather pathetic. You cannot win the state of Michigan without winning Detroit. Did you know that the population of Detroit is 600 to 700K? Did you know that the black population in Detroit is 600 to 700K? That's almost 80% of the racial makeup of Detroit's population. The black foreign population in Detroit is 1%. So almost 80% of the Detroit population is freedmen. And this is what I'm trying to say. Rather than acknowledge that, they want to try to say, well, you can't win without the Muslim vote. So when they say they're trying to put a premium on the Muslim vote, so when the Democrats and other groups go out and pander, they should focus on the Muslim constituency rather than the blacks, right? But if the Muslims, stay home, it's like you can still win with the Latinos, you can still win with the blacks, and you can still win with the whites, right? Like those numbers could, just simply drown out the Arab population, but they just only want them talking because if they're talking about them, that means they're not talking about us. So all of these other groups are just put up as buffer groups. Hey, let's talk about the Arabs. Hey, let's talk about trans issues. Let's talk about undocumented immigrants. Let's talk about Gaza. I seen Joy Reid, and I didn't watch this video, but I seen Joy Reid interviewing Crystal and Kyle, and they're talking about we have to bully the Dems on Gaza. So this is what I talked to you about, Roger, what I call the Gaza grift. Now all of these people are pretending like they care so much about Gaza that you should put Gaza as your number one issue as a freedman. So again, they always talk about what about black on black crime? Okay, if black on black crime is so bad, how am I going to clean up the neighborhood? Well, we have to focus on Gaza. Yeah, but you're not talking about and think about this. They love to talk about black on black crime, but Gaza, there's a genocide presiding. No one is calling it Muslim on Muslim crime. No one is calling it Middle Eastern on Middle Eastern crime. No one is calling it Arab on Arab crime. They're not calling it that. They're just saying, oh, it's a genocide. Yeah, committed by who? What ethnic group is doing this? What racial group is doing this? Because remember, there's no race called Israeli. So what race are they? Well, according to U.S. Census, now this will change. In 2030, there will be a category on the U.S. Census called MENA, Middle Eastern North African. That category is not there. It hasn't been there So what category, what racial category are Israelis classified? It rhymes with bright. It rhymes with light. And if you guessed white, you would be right. Palestinians classified white. Syrians, white. Egyptians, white. Lebanese, white. No, they're not white. You can't call them that. Well, there's no gun to their head forcing them to identify as white. They're voluntarily choosing to identify as white, and then you call them white, and it's like, you can't say that. I can't say the truth. It's the same thing with Obama. It's facts that he's biracial. It's fact that he's Kenyan. But if you say that, no, you can't say that. You can't say the truth. Like, what world are we living in? What planet are we on? Detroit is the largest, most populated city in Michigan. Exactly. But again, why do they focus on Dearborn over Detroit? Because they know the numbers that you just said. If they focus on Detroit, that means they have to focus on the freedman community. But if they focus on Dearborn, they can focus on some other buffer community that they can say, hey, here, we're taking the focus off of us, which is why they keep beating the drum about trans issues. They're beating the drum about undocumented citizens, right? No kings, all this other stuff is supposed to distract you from our justice claim. And then so they can say, hey, well, other groups are being mistreated and other groups are oppressed. So why should we have to worry about you? All lives matter, right? That's essentially the spin that they're going with. But let me go ahead and get into this because, like I said, you know, I appreciate the commentary because I went off what I was going to get into, but this is going to be the discussion. Black doesn't mean African. So, and actually before I play this video, I'm going to play this video. No, I'm gonna react to a video, but before I do that, have y'all hit that like button yet? If not, let me hit y'all with an intermission to hit the like button, and I'll pull this video up.
You ain't know. Let's just be easy. Hey, hey. Let's just be easy. That dude. Be easy. Is that dude? You hear me? You feel me? Ooh. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah. B-Eazy.
Okay, so now before I get into it, right, let me just be clear. Black doesn't mean African. All of these non-black people you see, they're African. You can say they're not. No. They're not African. They're, what are they then? Charlize Theron, is she not African? Elon Musk, is he not African? French Montana is from Morocco. Is he not African? So clearly, black doesn't mean African. And we're going to get into this video. We're going to react to a video by a lovely sister who is West Indian. And she has a channel called The Diaspora Theory, right? So this is a West Indian chick, and she was giving commentary on the Black Panther movie because essentially Chadwick Boseman passed away. They didn't recast another Black Panther. Instead, they made, I didn't even watch Black Panther 2 because, and I'm glad I didn't, right? Because I did like Black Panther 1, but then when I started looking at it, I'm like, man, I was siding more with Killmonger, you feel me? Like, T'Challa was lightweight, you feel me? I don't know. I'm just saying, T'Challa, like, bro, was bro buck broken? I'm just saying, when you go back and look, I was team Killmonger, right? Now, maybe Killmonger went about things in a irrational and an irresponsible way, but the sentiments, it's hard to, refute the things that he was saying. So then they go into the Black Panther 2, and the reason why I didn't want to watch that because they made it a black and brown. It's like, how did this turn into a black and brown thing where they want to uplift Latinos and try, we're together? But this is the thing, like, bro, why are we trying to share the spotlight? This is supposed to be a culturally rich black/African story, but it has to be shared with some mythical, fantastical Latinos. It's like, Then when you look at their stories, find me any culturally quote unquote Latino film and show me where there's a black savior. Show me where there's even black people depicted in a positive light. So I was cool off the Black Panther 2. You know what I mean? It's like, bruh, like I'm cool with this whole the people of color and black and brown of our institutions and our cultural creations. Nah, I'm good. Now here comes this Black Panther 3 where they're going to have this dude play T'Challa's son. Now, I'm not familiar with this dude. Apparently, there was a movie called The Long Road or The Long Walk, and they said like he did really good in that movie, right? And some people were mad and said, hey, why didn't you get a black American to play that role? And for me, I personally don't care, since this is a mythical character, since this is a Marvel character. I obviously would have liked to see a black American, since this is a black American production. You know what I mean? However, it's a depiction of mythical African comic characters, right? So if they got this dude, it kind of is what it is. Now, what's disgusting and disrespectful is when they get these foreign Africans to play our actual icons. They get this David, Oyuelo, or, to play MLK. They get Cynthia Erivo to play Harriet Tubman and then try to play Shaka Khan. They get some Nigerian chick to play Whitney Houston, all this other type of stuff. It's like, come on, bro. Like, what are we doing here? And it's not because like there's no one else. It's like they're deliberately picking this people over foundational black Americans. And that is rather disgusting. I can't respect that. And you said this guy, Abdul El Sayed, who everyone is raving about running for Senate in Michigan, Michael, the Japanese guy we know fights for reparation, told me he spoke to Sayed on the phone in a year and asked him about reparation. And he said, now is not the time. I said, Michael, call him up now and see if you have his number and ask him, is now the time, based on who makes up most of Detroit's population. You said Eric Killmonger was more Pan-African because he was an actual African that wanted to look out for all blacks around the world. Yeah, you know what? I support that. Like, the thing is, I supported what Killmonger was about, right? Because that was the true Pan-African. If you're gonna be Pan-African, be a Pan-African like Killmonger. That's the type of Pan-African I want. Meanwhile, you had T'Challa who was sitting on all these resources, and he was letting a bunch of other people suffer. And then when he did say, okay, fine, we're going to introduce vibranium into the world, he introduced it into the dominant society, right? He introduced it into America, who America is, obviously not a predominantly black run country. So obviously this is hypothetical, but I'm just talking about the movie, right? I was like, come on, T'Challa. So T'Challa, I was more team Killmonger than anything. But yeah, the Abdul Saeed, that's what I said. All these people are the same, bro. We have no allies. We have to stop pretending that we do. And let me say this more clearly and more poignant. We have no collective allies. Yeah, there may be individual allies. Shout out to Michael, right? There are individual allies who will, ride or die with us. There are some individual allies that are non-black that go harder than black people. But the thing is, their individuality doesn't make up for the collective group that's against it, right? So you can think of any of these groups and none of them collectively are with us. Side. Think about these dudes. These dudes are supposed to be so progressive, right? They're so socialist. They're so leftist. They're so Marxist, except when it comes to reparations. And it's not just reparations, it's reparations for foundational Black American freedmen, because they support reparations for Japanese. You had Jamila, what is her name? Jamila or Pramila Jayapal, right? She wanted to fight for reparations for illegal immigrants. Then people want to get reparations for Palestinians, which, hey, I support reparations for Palestinians. But again, this is America. This isn't Palestine. This isn't the Middle East. So they only support reparations when it's to another group that's not us. Or if we do get a reparations, they somehow got to make it into a people of color reparations. Like how? Like, bro, none of your people were lynched. None of your people were redlined. None of your people were mass incarcerated. So how to somehow you get to kind of tether on to our claim of reparations, right? If immigrants believe that they have a justice claim for reparations, then make their own claim. Don't even mention us. Don't try to tether to our justice claim. You didn't survive what we survived. But yeah, all these people are the same. That's why I don't see them as any different. I don't see Kyle Kalinske as any different than Tim Pool. I don't see Crystal Ball as any different than Megyn Kelly. You can try to pretend that they are rhetorically, but when it gets down to brass tacks and you ask them, hey, do you support this specific tangible policy for, foundational Black American freedmen? All of them are going to say the same thing. So what is the difference really? Like, what is David Pakman and Kyle Kalinske are, apparently like taking these little sneak disses at each other. What's the true difference between David Pakman, Kyle Kalinske, Alex Jones, and Tim Pool? Like, what's the difference? Yeah, rhetorically, they'll say something. Hey, I'm a progressive. Hey, I'm a leftist. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Those labels don't matter. Ask them, do they support any specific tangible legislation that will uplift and enrich the Black community? And then they'll start talking about wokeness and DEI, and that's divisive, and we can't do anything that only helps them. But when they go on these rants, they only talk about Black people. They only talk about Black on Black crime. They only talk about Black fatherless homes. They only talk about Black literacy rates. And then we say, fine, the Blacks are dumb and there's no fathers in the home. So we need to focus on improving their literacy rates. We can't focus on them. That's DEI. It's like, but your whole rant was focused on them. All right, cool. There's so much Black on Black crime, so we need to invest dollars so we can eliminate this crime and we can get those boys off the street. We can train them. We can give them apprenticeship and job training programs. That sound like DEI and affirmative action. It's like, nigga, do you want the crimes to stop or not? So it just goes back and forth. All of them do that. Ask Kyle Kalinske, does he support reparations? He's going to give you the same answer as Alex Jones. So again, what's the difference? He's a leftist. He's a progressive. Like, what the hell does that even mean? You said Kyle don't cover Nolan Wells or our situation, but they be all over free. And this is what I'm trying to say, right? They never cover any American stories. They didn't cover that little baby that got shot in Mississippi, right? Nolan Wells is in Mississippi. They didn't cover that. They didn't cover the Goon Squad. The Goon Squad, there were some Black dudes that had relations with white girls and they sodomized these dudes. They pulled their pants down and was sticking dildos up their booty holes. Not only that, they were sticking dildos in their mouth. They waterboarded them with milk. They put a gun in one of their mouths and blew like half of his jaw off. Why didn't any of these big platforms cover this stuff? Right? These are all Americans. And this is what I'm trying to say. Like, I hope the Palestinians get justice. I hope that they get a Marshall Plan and reparations. That's not a kitchen table issue for me, and that's not a litmus test for me. It's just not. Because when I tell people, hey, reparations is my litmus test, then they be like, well, you're being divisive, you know what I mean? They want me to care so much about Palestine, but they don't give a damn about Congo. They don't care about Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali. They don't care about any of those people. And that's why I call it the Gaza grift. Kyle has just been nonstop. They're saying that we need to bully the Democrats on Gaza. So think about this. Gas prices is through the roof, but your focus should be on Gaza. You can't afford to buy a home, which means your kids can't afford to buy a home, but your focus should be on Gaza. Your mayor is local, but forget your local mayor, forget your local city council, forget your governor, focus on Gaza. Okay. No, it's not just you. I just don't always speak on this stuff because, what's understood need not be explained. But yeah, Kyle Kuklinski, like I said, no different than Tim Pool, no different than Tucker Carlson, no different than Benny the Bigot Johnson. You name someone, they're all the same. They deflect, distract, and they obfuscate, and they just flat out lie. And what did Malcolm X say about the liberals? I'm going to paraphrase, but essentially he said that the liberals were worse than the conservatives. Think about it as the wolf and the fox analogy. The conservatives or the Republicans are that wolf. You see their eyes glowing, you see the fangs piercing, so you know that the wolf is going to do what a wolf does. However, the Democrats or the libs are that cute, cuddly fox. So you think the fox is so cute, you cuddle and cradle the fox and bring it home with you. And then when you turn your back to get the fox some milk out of the refrigerator, the fox eats and mauls you. And it was only able to do that because you allowed it close proximity based on how cute and cuddly you thought it was. The wolf and the fox. And the Democrats are the fox. They get close enough to you. Hey, you're the backbone of the party. And you're like, yeah, man, the Democrats said I was the backbone of the party. Let's toast to that. And once you go get that bottle to toast, they stab you in the back. So what is worse? Somebody that's coming up to you up front and you already know what they're about, or someone that gets close to you and you have to speculate what their intentions are. So this video is going to be, I think she's having a panel discussion. It was over this specific Black Panther, but it evolved into how people are essentially trying to say Black and African mean the same thing, and they don't. And unfortunately, many of us have pretended that it means the same thing just because that's what they told you. But who told you that? And like Malcolm said, who taught you to hate yourself? But let's get into it. And you can watch this video uninterrupted on the Diaspora Theory channel. This is West Indian sister hosting a panel.
Again. What of, God forbid, something with the police, somebody's going to identify me as, by the way, they would identify me as Black, not African.
That's what I said.
No,
I didn't say African.
No. See, this the sneaky, crafty things y'all like to do. And I said this in the beginning. Y'all want to replace the overarching racial identifying term from Black to African.
I never say African.
God forbid, police, whatever, they got to identify somebody is going to be a Black girl. Then you went on to say,
that's what I said.
Africans say this and that about you because they see you as African too. Y'all are conflating the two. Y'all are you want a biological fact of the matter to mean African. Why isn't Black good enough? It's for you, from what you're telling me, it's the same thing. So why isn't Black good enough? It's not just a fact of the matter. You want us to ethnically identify with African. You don't want us to just acknowledge the fact we have melanin, certain facial features, and hair textures. Because, okay, you want to put Black Americans in the mix. They the only group on planet Earth that has spent sun up to sundown actually liking the way they look and praising and empowering the way they look. They make songs about looking the way they look. So this isn't just a biological fact of the matter. Because also what y'all will love to say, Black Americans have no culture. What culture? So if Black Americans have no culture, how are they African and how are they connected to African anything if they don't have a culture? So this isn't
I didn't say none of that, right?
This isn't just about how people look. Y'all are being sneaky.
I did not say it.
Y'all are being sneaky and crafty, and you want to ethnically cleanse Black Americans so that they can be some sterile version of people with melanin, and you can exist as them as you please. You could go in and out of it as you please. That's what's going on. Hello, chat. Am I making sense, chat? That's not what you're saying,
so
Dino?
I didn't say none of that. What I said was, if you see an Asian person, that's what I said.
Okay, we got the police
so
analogy.
Why you muting me then?
The police analogy. And
Why you
what
mute
of
me?
it? Hold on, Dino. And what of it? So what? Now what?
Okay. So what I said was, if they get confused and tell you that you look like us, I said, does not mean they trying to wash your culture. I didn't never say they want to try to make you an
Who
African.
gets confused and say what? Who says that?
Okay, you see? So when Asian person rob you in New York City, when there are a lot,
Dino. You said if
you
somebody
not let me
hold
finish.
on. No, you said if somebody gets us confused.
Oh, I just realized I started it. I got to rewind it to the beginning, but y'all see, this is going to be the preface of the discussion. So let me rewind it to the beginning. This was almost at the end of the discussion. So my bad.
But what I
Fine.
want to ask is, what of it? What of, God forbid, something with the police, somebody's going to identify me as, by the way, they would identify me as Black, not African.
That's what I said.
No,
I didn't say African.
No. See, this the sneaky, crafty things y'all like to do. And I said this in the beginning. Y'all want to replace the overarching racial identifying term from Black to African.
I never say African.
God forbid, police, whatever, they got to identify somebody is going to be a Black girl. The fact we have melanin, certain facial features, and hair textures. Because, okay, you want to put Black Americans in the mix. They the only group on planet Earth that has spent sun up to sundown actually liking the way they look and praising and empowering the way they look. They make songs about looking the way they look. So this isn't just a biological fact of the matter. Because also what y'all will love to say, Black Americans have no culture. What culture? So if Black Americans have no culture, how are they African and how are they connected to African anything if they don't have a culture? So this isn't
I didn't say none of that, right?
This isn't just about how people look. Yeah. Jimmy's on tea time. Jimmy, we can't really
Can you hear me now?
Okay, that's better.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. What's your ethnicity? What country you live in?
My ethnicity, I'm Congolese, right? And I live in America, Utah.
Okay, and just to be clear, I will be switching back and forth like this. Now, this is the first caller that she's going to do. This is a dude from the Congo, and his name is Jimmy. Hold on. Let me say that one more again. It's a dude from the Congo, and his name is Jimmy.
What? How please?
Nigga, please.
How? Nigga, what?
Nigga.
Nigga, please.
Nigga, please.
What?
So these are the people, you don't know who you are. You don't know where you're from. You're from the Congo, the heart of the motherland. Why is your name Jimmy? See, they could try to say you guys were slaves and enslaved and you got the slave master name and y'all eat slave food and all this other stuff. Okay, cool, right? That's why, you know, someone has a name Smith or Johnson because it's a slave name or whatever. Okay, fine. Why do you have the name Jimmy? You weren't enslaved, right? So there's a bunch of people that try to do this stuff while they try to talk about Black Americans have no culture and all this other stuff. And then they come over and they try to adopt not only a foundational Black American culture, but an American culture at large. If you look at Ghana, I believe and I have to check this to make sure, Ghana made English their official language. Did y'all hear me? Ghana made English their official language, and then many people come over and say, y'all can't even speak y'all own language. It's like, we do speak our own language since we're American, and the language that's been established here that people predominantly speak is English. Now y'all can go on and say, well, there is no official language, and I know Trump tried to sign an executive order. Well, it doesn't matter if it's an official language. What is the predominant language spoke? Yeah, there's a bunch of enclaves where people speak Spanish and Farsi and Mandarin and stuff, but is that the predominant language spoken in America? So we do speak our language as Americans. We also mix the language up. VE, Black American Vernacular English. Already showed you earlier Joe the Bigot Biden using the term ain't. Remember, they used to say ain't a word, but guess what? Now it is a word because we've said it enough and we've influenced the culture and society enough that now people of all racial backgrounds and orientations use the word ain't. Instead of using aren't, people say ain't, right? There's certain things, right, that, hey, it may not be an American English language, but it is part of the American lexicon based on Black American vernacular ebonics. Let me give you an example. Somebody with proper English will say, hi, how are you doing today? And we could say what it do. It's the same thing. Different words, ebonics, right? Hey, I'm going to the store. Or I'm going to head to the store. I'm finna head to the store. What are you talking about? Bro, what is you talking about? All those things you can say, though, that's ghetto and all this stuff. Well, you understood everything that I was saying. It's called ebonics for a reason. And it's not African ebonics. There's nothing African about it. It's freedman ebonics. Y'all get what I'm saying, though? Exactly. Fixing to, right? Fixing to is just like finna, right? It's interchangeable, you know. Or it can be fixna. It can be fixna. Hey, what's up, Sincere? What you fixing to do, right? Like it all depends on where you're from, because if somebody got a super deep Southern twang, that they may combine the word rather than fixing to as fixing. What you fixing to do? And people know exactly what I'm saying. They ain't gonna be like, you should have said fixing to. It's like, bro, we understand. So you can try to pretend like we don't have our own language and stuff. Well, for one, we're Americans, so we speak English, and then we add a spicy element to the English, a saucy element to the English. And people know, right? All of our slang people want to use, right? We take words that we didn't create and then we turned it into a popularity, right? Like even cap means a lot of different stuff, right? So when I was growing up, if you was capping on somebody, it's like you was clowning them or you roasting them. It's like, dang, so-and-so was capping on, Jamal's shoes. That's like you was clowning on him. You was roasting. Some people would call it sigging as well. We would also call it, gurping. You feel me? Like some of these words people won't know because they're kind of old. They were used at a certain time period. But those words I still try to use just because, I want to bring them back and preserve it, right? But we've always used different vernacular, right? Every ethnicity has the ebonics, yeah, but these other ethnicities, they don't call it ghetto, though. It's only with us. It's ghetto. It's like, and then they'll call it ghetto and then they'll use it. Technically saying nigga is a very ghetto word. Nigga is a very degenerate word. But then all of these other groups want to use it. And then at the same time, y'all ghetto. Or if we saw ghetto, why are you trying to mimic something ghetto? Right? There's a bunch of prestigious, astute, prolific brothers at Tuskegee and Morehouse and all of these other foundationally Black colleges, right? Why won't you go emulate them? Many of them are not cussing. Many of them are Christian, right? You don't want to emulate them, but you want to emulate a thug from the hood and say, this is your culture. There's a bunch of college dudes that you can emulate. Old one, ripping and running. Yeah, we got a lot of these colloquial terms. Yeah, that's an old one. And people be like, hey, bro, what you doing? No, none. I'm just ripping and running. And that can literally mean anything. Ripping and running could mean that you're doing errands. Ripping and running could mean you be on the blade and going to pick up some money. Ripping and running could mean like you helping somebody move and you got to lift the couch. It can mean anything, but the thing is like it depends on the context, and we know what each other are talking about. Even the whole thing for real, but we don't say for real. We say fo, F-O, for real, or it's F-A, for real, and it's one word. It's not for real. It's one word, for real, almost like for real, but it's like in one word, for real. And cheer means jeer. or it's chia or gia, or a chia or a G, and that just means yeah. Even yeah is a variation of yes. Like saying yeah is considered like ghetto. You're supposed to say yes. You know what I mean? Would you like some peas to go with your carrots? You're not supposed to say yeah. You're supposed to say yes. And you definitely ain't supposed to say chia or gia. You feel me? But you know, and it's the same thing. The fuck? You know what you're saying. All of these things, right? Like, oh, you guys don't have a language. It's like, actually we do. And if we don't have a language, bro, why are you even talking like us? Even the concept of bro is just short from brother. We don't just say bro, we say bruh. What up, bruh? What up, bruh? What up, brody? All of these are variations of brother. Y'all don't have a language. There's no English language where they calling people bruh. In the early 90s, we said walk these dogs. What is that? What does that mean, Roger? I don't know. The only walking the dog I know is walking an actual dog and doing that yo-yo trick, which I do know how to do, walking the dog. Yeah, quit playing. The same thing too, where it's like, let's say you haven't seen somebody in a long time, right? Somebody else will say, hey, I haven't seen you in a long time. And we'll be like, man, I ain't seen you in a minute. You feel me? Cuz blood. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Black American vernacular English. And nothing I said, none of this is African. You are African. Like, no, none of these slangs were not created in Africa. They were created here. And shout out to Roger, yo, and shout out to Big Riggs, yo to the yo, 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 yo. Hey, all of these things, you feel me? Like when somebody do something good, hey, 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 like, what is African about that? What is European about that? It's not. It's foundational freedom culture. Fam is short for family. And then we'll say fam. What up, famo? What up, fam bam? You feel me? So again, they say, oh, we don't have a culture, but then you gonna see Frank Nitty. Bruh, that's our culture, bruh. Like all this stuff that they try to pretend is not our culture. And then sometimes we'll even have goofy people of our own family trying to pretend we don't have a culture. And think about this. They say that, hey, you don't know who you are. You don't know where you're from. Like they say every ounce, every scintilla of African culture was stripped from you, right? Okay, fine. I can't hold you. Everything about me African was stripped from the rooter to the tutor down to the bare bones, and I built something out the mud from the ground up. I was a rose that came through the concrete. There was nothing African about it because it was stripped. Now when you create something, then they say never forget that was African. Like, huh? What the hell? You spent all these decades saying that no, nothing about this is African because you don't know anything about Africa. Matter of fact, you don't know where you're from. Now you create something new and they like, hey, big head, don't forget you African just like us. Like, no, I'm not. And that's okay. It's nothing wrong with you being African. There is an issue with you're trying to project this, you know, Africanized disposition on me. It's just not rooted in reality. Fry died and laid to the side. that's a really old one. That's what the old players say. You feel me? Man, you've been around a lot of old players, Braxton. You said you don't think fat meat greasy. Yeah, I hear you. And then the same thing with the dogs. You know, I remember somebody got bit by a dog and your mama said, well, yeah, it got teeth, don't it? Sicka or sucker. I remember that movie. I'm gonna get you, sucker. You dirty mother. Watch your mouth. Let's get back into it though. I appreciate y'all taking me down this cultural memory lane. See, this how it is. This is freedman culture. This is foundational Black American culture. Not denigrating any other culture. I'm just uplifting minds. And people want to try to pretend that this is interchangeable with African culture. No, it's not. Nothing that we've been talking about is rooted in Africa. To thoroughly dominate, overpower, or completely outsmart an opponent, it was a New York thing. Method Man said, man said that You all need that I'm gonna walk these dogs so we can live in a fat ass crib with thousands of kids. Got it. Okay. Thanks you for that hip hop tidbit and context, right? I appreciate that. Let's get back into this thing. So we're gonna, talk to this Congolese, hear this Congolese tether, see what he has to say.
Cool. Share your piece with us.
Yeah, but like the reason why I joined this place is because I lately I've been thinking about and I've been studying about like this black thing about like literally the black history, right? And one thing I learned about the black history is that there were black people way before slavery in Europe, in Americas, and which they were called the Moors, right? But those Moors, they were also from Africa, bro. Like that's something I'm saying. Every black people from any black people from any continent you see, there were Moors that were actually originally from Africa. But like at the same time, we were actually civilized and we were actually industrialized before slavery happened, or even before white people started actually being the people that we know, like the Romans, and started industrialized or started enslaving people, bro. Like, so basically there were black people.
I'm gonna try to get through this, this tether tirade. I'm gonna try to let him get as much of this out before I interject. And I'm sorry, it may get a little bit, head scratching, because dude has an accent. Nothing wrong with accents. I like people with accents, but I'm saying it may get a little bit hard to understand coherently what he's saying. He's talking a little bit fast, but y'all can get what he's saying. Every black person is an African and all this stuff. And it's like, unfortunately, we've just allowed this to go on too long. African doesn't mean black. And it wasn't a black person who came up with the term African, right? It's a Roman word. And are Romans considered black? Are they considered African? Even though they were called African, the WASP called them Africans, which essentially were saying, hey, you're not white. And they called them African to say that, yeah, you like those people over there, the melanated people. And they said, nah, we're not that. We're Roman and they're Africans. Now, if somebody wanted to be African so bad, why won't they identify with the ancient populations or the ancient titles that was bestowed upon the continent prior to being called African? So some non-black person coined the term African allegedly, and they just want to hold on to it and like it should mean so much to you. But like, why? Then they're telling you only want to be American and it's a white man country and all this other stuff. It's like, bro, your country was named by a white person. You're not doing anything to change the name of your country who was named by a white person. We've been the minority here. You're the majority in your country. You're getting smacked around and you don't even want to change the name of the country that was named by a white person. Many of these countries, they love to talk about how Africa is the most racially diverse place. Okay, fine. If Africa is racially diverse, then how are you trying to equate and say black means African? It doesn't. And then they try to say, well, black means of African descent. No, it doesn't. Elon Musk is of African descent. So you said, make it snappy, nappy. And shout out to RS11 says, I'm not African. No, I salute to the Brody or salute to the fam, because hopefully you would. RS11, are you a man? What's your pronouns? Because I did say salute to the bro, but if you are a woman, I don't want to misgender you. But salute to RS11. But yeah, I'm not African. And this is the thing too. People think that if you say you're not African, that you hate Africa. You can have African genetics, European genetics, indigenous genetics, and you don't necessarily have to claim one of the other. But when you say that you're a freedman, a foundational black American, you're claiming all of the admixtures, racial and ethnically, that you produced, that have been produced and possessed by you. And we've been joined by the illest Israelite on 2 feet, the Big C. Phillips. Bro said, me no African, you sure? Is it Travion Phillips or is it the Kimbe? Dikembe Alawalu Phillips. It's nothing wrong with being African, brother. I still love you. I'm just saying, me no African. They say me no black. Well, me no Bantu. But yeah, salute to the fam. Let's get back into this though.
All over the continents, all over the world, right? And which, like, my point is, like, I don't disagree that, like, black people, and not every black people were enslaved were enslaved into.
And Braxton says, I've yet to hear people of African or Caribbean parents who grew up in the U.S. use any of these old phrases or quotes. Yeah, because it's not part of their culture. This is the whole thing. So when we're talking about black culture, what you're really talking about is black American culture. And then this is why it's important to not try to conflate flat blackness with all these other people, right? If you're talking about jerk chicken, that's not black culture. That's Jamaican culture, right? You're talking about a goosey soup and these things like that. It's, you know, Nigerian culture. There's nothing black culture about it. I never ate goosey soups, plantain, nothing wrong with it, right? So we have to stop pretending like saying black culture is the same thing with African culture, right? It just doesn't exist. The respective cultures exist on the continent of Africa. You said it's still chicken. Hold on. I missed that one. But you said it's just separate groups and separate cultures. And yeah, that's all we're saying. And like, I'm not sure which comment you was actually replying to, but let's just go with the chicken analogy. Even if it is chicken, right? Oh, you said, yeah, you said it's still chicken. I think you was talking about the jerk chicken, right? Right. Yeah, the jerk chicken is still chicken, but it's how it's made, right? It's a specific recipe that was made. And I wouldn't take credit for it and be like, hey, this is a black recipe. No, that's a Jamaican recipe, because it's the same way, the way we fry our chicken down south. It's not the same way that some Caribbeans do, right? Well, you know, with the some people have a dry batter, some people have a liquid batter. It's just not all the same. Same thing with Koreans, right? Koreans was making chicken, but they had to get that golden recipe for us to make fried chicken. So you said they made it different, we made it famous. Yep. And that's famously different, or infamously different. Just like vanilla, right? Nobody looks at vanilla and just say it's all the same. Well, it's all vanilla, but do people truly consider it the same? Do people consider vanilla bean and French vanilla and all these variations of vanilla as all the same, even though it's all vanilla? No, they draw a distinction. Not saying one or the other is better, but you do have to draw a distinction. In order to compare, you need to disaggregate the data, right? And you said, I'm sick of these movies right now. There's a backlash regarding the children of blood and bone. I mean, the movie looks like it might be cool. The only thing is just like, just call the children of blood and bone an African story, because that's what they're depicting. They're depicting a magical African story of African fighters, and I don't think that's an issue of them showing Africans in a positive light. The thing is, sometimes people try to dib and dabble and try to make it this a black story. No, it's not. It's an African story. Y'all love the word African so much, but when they want to get some cultural cachet and they want to galvanize, they use the term black because they want to focus on the black Americans. That's all it is. This is an African story, so this should be supported by all on the continent, including the North Africans, the East Africans. Children of Blood and Bone is an African story, but they're trying to frame it as a black story to try to get black Americans to galvanize the rest of the quote unquote global diaspora into supporting it. But you guys are African. You love Africa so much, so Africans should be supporting this, including the quote unquote North Africans who are African. You said all these countries, yeah, because we are not only the source, we're the pulse and the standard. See, there's nothing that they do that we want to emulate, not because we hate, it's just like we're kind of set in stone with our culture, right? When you look at these African tribal dances, and this is why at all these festivals, they try to go out of their way to Africanize us. We create dances like the Harlem Shake, the Dougie, These are the types of dances that we create. The sea walk, the blood walk. You don't see a bunch of like FBAs creating these tribal dances where we all get in a line and do a synchronized dance. There's nothing wrong with that. It's fascinating to watch. I'm intrigued by it, but I'm not going to look at it and try to say, oh, that's part of the culture that I lost. No, it's not. We created our own culture. We're not lost in search of a culture. We create a culture. They said we didn't have a culture, then we created a culture. Now they want to take claim. That's our culture. That's really African. Like, no, it's not. Nothing about it is Africa, because nothing that we do can be reproduced in Africa. It can be replicated, but it will be the knockoff version. Not to say it won't be good. It just will be the knockoff version. You know what I mean? It's just like if you like Taco Bell. Does Taco Bell truly compare to an authentico taqueria? Just saying. Does Diet Pepsi truly compare to Pepsi? Diet Pepsi and any of those diet ones, they leave a nasty aftertaste. So the first swig, it tastes, oh, this tastes like Pepsi. And then after, it's an aftertaste like, oh, this ain't really Pepsi. That's how it is. When you try to tap dance and culturally leech and tether onto FBA swag and bravado, you end up leaving that nasty taste in people's mouth because they just like, oh, I thought this was the real deal. He's not the real McCoy. A lot of y'all are just baby boys. Start calling y'all Jodies, the Jody Brigade. A lot of y'all are Jodies, bruh. And shout out to Jody, but I'm just saying, a lot of y'all not the real McCoy. And the whole concept of a real McCoy, do y'all know that was a FBA? I'm gonna have to do a whole stream about the FBAs and the impact in the railroad, because y'all know in the chat, when they say who built the railroads, before you can ask the question, well, the Chinese built the railroad. Did y'all know that the Chinese, and I've talked about this before, but I'm gonna have to go in depth on this because many people don't know this. Many quote unquote Asians and Chinese people don't know that, right? Did y'all know that Chinese people built the least amount of railroad? Y'all know what the word least means. Y'all know what least means. Chinese people built the least amount of railroad, yet they get the most credit. They built the least amount, and then they say, well, they built it. No, they didn't. They built 690 miles of railroad estimated, and that's an incredible feat. Tip to them. Tip my hat to them. Foundational Black American freedmen built over 9,000 miles of railroad. What's a bigger number, 9,000 or 690? So the group that built over 9,000 miles of railroad gets no credit, but the group who built the least, it was the Chinese who built it. No, they built it mainly on the West Coast because most of the infrastructure around the entire country had already been built, and they weren't the only ones building the railroad. And many of us built it under duress. There were some freedmen, but there were many enslaved people building the railroads. Chinese people came over here as indentured servants. Yes, they was treated bad. Yes, they were called names, but it was voluntarily. So, I mean, the sob stories could only go so far. They knew they were going to get treated bad, and they still signed up for it. They knew they were going to be called names. They still signed up for it. They built the least amount, and yet they get most of the credit. And the reason why I brought that up, because when you talk about the term the real McCoy comes from a foundational Black American brother who was working on the trains, and they would use the term, and they would say like, hey, like, is, you know, I need that real deal. I need the real McCoy, right? And it was from, let me actually see the name, because I don't want to butcher his name, because we here to learn today. So let me pull this up, because this is lightweight derailing, but like I said, I'm here to learn, but I'm also here to teach. Elijah McCoy, that was his name. The phrase the real McCoy has come to mean authenticity, and few realize that it points to Elijah McCoy. And he technically was a Black Canadian inventor. So most of y'all don't know that. The Africans are upset because they aren't properly represented. Like, huh? Oh, I didn't know this. We may have to dig into this. I didn't even know that. This don't even make no sense. So this where it gets goofy, right? And this is where the contradictions lie. And I'm going to play more of the video and y'all going to see these contradictions get, you know, brought and revealed. So the Africans are upset because they say, we aren't represented properly. Like, how aren't you represented? Then they'll whine and say, well, black means African. So that means if they have some black person in there, that means they're African. No. But they're not the right type of African. Oh, so you're trying to delineate. You're saying that there's a difference. The same thing with Chadwick Boseman. Well, Chadwick Boseman, he was cosplaying an African. No, he's not. I thought he was an African. He was a quote unquote African American, as y'all call it. And then they say, well, no, but he's not African. So the Africans say that you're not African, you're American. But in America, you're supposed to fixate and obsess over calling yourself African? Okay, how does this make any sense to you? Let me show y'all another thing. Let me show y'all exactly how delineation works, because people are trying to pretend FBAs is being divisive. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? FBAs are late to the delineation process. You look at Lupita Nyong'o, she's a black woman. Is she though? What does that say? Could y'all read that in the corner? Don't worry, if you can't read it, I'm gonna read it for you. But could you read it in the corner? Let me make it even bigger than this. Already got it 200. Already got here. Let me give y'all 300%. Could y'all see what it says about Lupita Nyong'o? Does it say black? Does it say African? Does it say African American? No, y'all see exactly what it is. Lupita Nyong'o. What does it say? Kenyan Mexican. She's Latina, but the Latinos don't accept her. She's Kenyan. She won't call herself African. She will say that she's Kenyan. She will identify as a tribe, but she won't call herself African. Why not? Matter of fact, why is she calling herself African Mexican? Fair questions to ask. We all African. We all black. Okay. Did anyone tell Lupita that? I'm just saying. Look at her right now. She's a black woman. It's like, bro, you're trying to call her that. She never called herself that. She calling herself a Kenyan Mexican, which she is. The thing is, the Mexicans are calling her Negrito. I'm just saying, black doesn't mean African. It just doesn't. Now, it looks like Big Rig is still rocking out. And hold on. Damn, I think I'm way behind on the comments, bro. So let me try to catch up to some of the comments. But if I miss some of the comments, it's just, you know, the boy is cooking right now. He said, I find it funny since they're always playing FBA. And this is what I'm trying to say. They're always consistently trying to play us. And then Blood and Bone, this is a magical, mythical story. It's not based on a real story. Martin Luther King, a real person. Harriet Tubman, real person. Aretha Franklin, real person. Michael Jackson, real person, right? You know, they want to try to tether onto our things and then say, we all African. And then when you play an African, they say, hey, why didn't you get an African to play that role? But I thought you said we were all African. And think about this, right? They want us to fixate on calling ourselves African American, but then they'll try to pivot and say, hey, well, you know, I'm a Kenyan and all the stuff, so you're not African, right? Well, I am, and I'm just not African American, which is true, right? So how does this sound? You're supposed to call yourself African American and you call them what? African? Come on, bro. What are we talking about here, bro? You said, yeah, and as for oxtails, is literally either that or FBA. You said that's in both FBA and Caribbean culture. Yeah, oxtails are in Caribbean culture, but they don't make them the same way as FBA. So that's the whole point. We need to draw the distinction, because if I say, hey, give me some oxtails and then I eat it, I'm like, bro, this ain't an FBA staple. It may be the Caribbean way that they make oxtails, right? So, and there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying, like, we have to just stop trying to collapse in it and pretend that it's all the same. Like my bro Travion said, well, it's all chicken, right? But if I ask for, hey, give me some deep fried down south buttermilk fried chicken, and you come to me with some jerk chicken, I'm not saying that that jerk chicken is bad, but I asked for some southern fried buttermilk chicken. Bro, why are you bringing me jerk chicken? It's all the same. It's all chicken. It's like, no, it's not, bro. You said only Blood and Bone I know is starring Michael Jai White. Bro, that movie was fire. And shout out to Michael J. White. He's one of the GOATs, bro. I respect bro a lot. So salute to him. And we got Big Rig still rocking out. I appreciate you, bro. You said, as far as I've seen, FBA Ben gave credit, respect, and honor to the Rasta, Rastafarian, reggae, Jamaican cultures, and to West Indian Virgin Island. That's the thing. We always give culture. And even though we helped influence and flat out created many of these genres, we say, hey, bruh, you got it now. You know, we say take the ball and run with it and run into the end zone. And when you get into the end zone, we going to celebrate your touchdown. And we ain't going to try to say that, hey, we're the reason that you scored a touchdown. But that's what these other groups do. You know, you look at someone in Haiti, the reason why you have your freedom is because of 1804. It's like, what? There's been multiple slave revolts prior to 1804, and then there were multiple slave revolts after 1804. So it's like, bro, our freedom wasn't predicated on what someone done. Think about this now. We're in the information age, bro, where people have Chat GPT, Google Gemini, and all of these information outlets at their fingertips. People still don't know the history of 1804 now in 2026. And you want me to believe that people remember, you know, they didn't have emails. They didn't have cell phones, right? You know, they didn't have snail mail with the post office. You mean to tell me that somehow these people in a distant land knew what they were doing in 80? Come on, bruh. Who told them? It just doesn't make any sense. You said we built it, they finished it. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I tip my hat to them for coming in and finishing it, right? It's just like I built the car. I didn't drop the engine, the transmission, and all of a sudden, and then somebody comes after, and then they add some brakes, and then they add some beat. Hey, I appreciate you because we do need some brakes and we do need beat. It don't mean that I couldn't have added the brakes or I added the beat. It's just you came and contributed, right? But a contribution is not creation, right? So yeah, they came after and contributed, but they contributed to what was already built. And you said, I have a few African and Caribbean countries on my list to visit and yet not in mind to go to and correct them. So these so-called cultures. Yeah, well, again, there's no such thing as African culture, and there's truly no such thing as Black culture unless you're referring to a specific population, which is foundational Black American freedmen. That's the true Black culture. All these other cultures are very distinct, and to try to lump it under a banner of flat blackness is a form of erasure, right? I know, shout out to Trey One, because Trey One, you know, he is heavily immersed in Egyptian culture, right? I don't believe Egyptian culture should just be labeled as Black culture, even if some of these people may have been classified and racially identified and categorized as Black. Yeah, they're more than just flat Blacks, right? Because before Egypt, it was called Kemet, and before Kemet, it was called something else, right? And then people just want you to forget the names that it was called before and just put it under the banner of Blackness, right? But like, then it muddies the water and no one truly knows who you're talking about. So if there are hatred and complaints are with the wrong group, you said she is still a tether. Who are you referring to? Because I said a lot. So which person are you referring to? And just to be clear, because I don't know who you're referring to, but I only say this. I think sometimes people call people tethers loosely. I'm not saying that you do this, but I have seen people do this. Not everyone is a tether just because they have a foreign lineage. You know what I mean? You have to be doing something actively to try to undermine. It is an action-based word, just like someone that's a raccoon. You're not a raccoon because you're a conservative. You're a raccoon because you've exhibited the behavior of a step and fetch it Sambo, which is working to undermine the community and lead to its destruction and or disenfranchisement. So that's what will make you a Sambo. That's what will make you a tether. A tether is just a Sambo and a raccoon that's not of the lineage. That's all it is. But sometimes people will call any and everyone a tether just because they're an immigrant. And I think that is irrational and also irresponsible, because there's plenty of people that are not of the lineage that are melanated that, you know, will actually agree with us, you know what I mean? And then simply, well, you Jamaican, so you a tether. It's like, nah, this is a Jamaican person who agrees with delineation and the lineage. So I think sometimes, you know, people got to be more targeted and pointed, you know, with their slurs and epithets. But I'm all for, you know, using them, right? Because people love to use the N-word, so it's like, cool, we should just use all slurs and epithets, you know, equally, right? Not one shouldn't, you know, be have a monopoly. All slurs matter. But it looks like y'all talking about that movie. But let me just, you said in 1804 wasn't in America. Bro, this is what I'm trying to say. This is what they keep trying to say. Well, this is what they say, Travion. Well, technically, it was in the America. They say it was in the Americas. So you gotta watch the language, because there's a difference between the United States of America, the US of A, which is a country, and then the continent of America, which comprises of South America, Central America, North America, etc. So they try to do a very cunning and clever language when they try to say we was the first black nation. It's like, bro, you guys weren't calling yourself black. And they say, well, we called ourselves noir. Well, if you called yourself noir then, won't you call yourself noir now? Well, noir means black. It's like, yeah, in French, just like negro means black in Spanish, but you were colonized by the French. So you called yourself noir, but you're only calling yourself negro because of us calling ourselves that over here, or us being classified as that over here. They were classified as noir, but they won't call themselves noir. I talked to some Haitians and they said, oh, well, we have our own form of the N-word. It's called neg. Like, what up, my neg? So why aren't you guys saying that? You have your own version of slang, but you run around saying nigga all the time. It just doesn't make any sense. If you guys were classified as noir then when you got your freedom, why won't you call yourself noir now? They want to call themselves black because when you think of black, you think of foundational black Americans, and you want to be culturally attached to that. And, you know, if that's what you want to do, just say that. Just stop trying to lie and pretend like we're looking to y'all. It's like there's nothing that we said, oh, you know, the Haitians are doing this, the Jamaicans are doing this, the Senegalese people are doing that. And there's nothing against these cultures. It's just we don't look outside of ourselves for other culture. We create culture from the bottom up, rooter to the tutor. That's how we create our own culture. We don't look and try to get inspiration for the motherland, because our motherland is here in America. And you said black is niggas in America, period. Yeah. You peeped. Do I gotta pull it up again? Do I gotta pull it up one more again? Let me pull it up one more again. We all black, are we? Because where is Lupito saying that she's black? She's identified as Kenyan Mexican. So she's an African Mexican, which there's nothing wrong with. I think that she's a beautiful woman. It's just she's not of my lineage, and she doesn't have to be for me to support her. I'm just saying, like, she understands this, so why are others pretending as if they don't? Oh, I think you were talking about Lupita Nyong'o. I thought you were talking about the host of the video that I was playing. I was like, nah, bro, she ain't no hoe. She ain't a tether. She's West Indian. That's who I thought you were talking about. But Lupita Nyong'o, now, I will say she's a suspected tether unless you can present some things that she said that was disparaging. Because Cynthia Erivo, clearly a tether. Idris Elba, clearly a tether. You know what I mean? Unequivocal. But now that you're saying that, I thought you was talking about the host of the show. Lupita Nyong'o, yeah, I mean, she may have a little bit of, you know, tether proclivities. Now, a tether to me is a MF that is in America, but not going with us. I never heard her be on our side. Now, like I said, Travion, I thought you were talking about a different person, but I didn't know you were talking about Lupita. Now, Lupita, I'll say she's a suspected tether. Suspected because I can't fully confirm and pinpoint her tether mania. The other people I did, right? Cynthia Erivo has a track record of anti-FBA vitriol, so it's clear that she's a tether. Same thing with Idris Elba, clear that he's a tether. Lupita Nyong'o, she's just a suspected tether until I could find the actual concrete proof. And I'm not saying that she's not. I'm just saying until I know she's just suspected. And you said so far, foreign black celebrities, Gina Yashir, Anna Maria Horsford, Hera Belafonte, Esther Roll, Jackie Harry, been some real ones. Yeah, and we've accepted them into our culture, into our environment, because we are the most inclusive people. We haven't been divisive, but all of these other groups, they've been divisive, they've been delineated, and all we're doing now is doing the same thing that people have been doing for years. And since, you know, we're not willingly being society's doormat, now people are, you know, got their panties in a bunch and they're up in a tizzy. You said Revo, yeah, she a definite tether. And it ain't no doubt about it. Let's get back into this thing. But I do appreciate y'all. Y'all are rocking out. Let's get back into this thing. And just to be clear, black doesn't mean African. I know you want it to mean that, and you want to try to frame everything about our black identity as African, and you owe it to the motherland. And no, my motherland is here, bruh. And I know you want to strip me of my birthright here, and you want to strip me of my motherland being here, but I don't know anything about Africa. And you gotta stop contradicting yourself, saying everything about me African was stripped, and then I create something new, and then you say, yeah, but that's African. Okay, show me where this was produced in Africa. Show me in Africa where they're cracking these same level of jokes. Show me in Africa where they have this similar slang, or that they can even understand the slang. Show me in Africa where they have this fashion. And if they do, it's because they're emulating us here. They seen us do it. That's all it is. Now let's get back to this Congolese tether.
We're a victim of slaves. I don't civilize, and we're actually industrialized before slavery happened, or even before white people started actually being the people that we know, like the Romans, and start industrialized or start enslaving people, bro. Like, so basically there were black people all over the continents, all over the world, right? And which, like, my point is, like, I don't disagree that, like, black people, and not every black people were enslaved we're enslaved into, we're a victim of slaves. I don't agree with that, but I also don't disagree with with the fact that, like, but I also disagree with the fact that you wanna claim that you weren't African, bro, when, like, it's literally scientifically fact that, like, bro, you're African, bro. Like, that's something, like, it's facts. You know what I'm saying? You guys, I hate the fact that you guys always trying to deny it.
So I'm gonna get back into it, but y'all hear what he's saying. You're African. You're African. I hate the fact that you're trying to deny it. You're African. It's like, bro, what is with this sick obsession to try to call us African, bro? They go to it's a bunch of white people calling themselves white and Caucasian. And no one is saying, you're European. You're European. Call yourself European. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? No, I'm not a continental African, and I'm not culturally African in any type of way. Even if you have some level of African ancestry, genetics, and phenotype, that doesn't make you African. Many foundational Black Americans have a significant amount of European ancestry. Am I European? Many Europeans have African ancestry. Does that make them African? And remember, they're trying to conflate African. Black means African. No, it doesn't, right? So is Elon Musk black? And this is what some people say, well, French Montana, well, that's the reason why he could say nigga, because he's African, and African, he's one of you. Like, no, he's not. I'm not the same lineage as French Montana. French Montana doesn't look like anyone in my family. But because he's from Morocco and Morocco is in Africa, you have to pretend like you and French Montana are the same. Like, come on, bruh. We got to stop with this. And shout out to John, seeing one of the coldest, dopest, and the realest with a pen. And you said we the only country that defined two people by black or white, wasn't no brown. And this is why I try to say, people, y'all got to stop with this goofy people of color term. The only, and I do mean only, group in America that was classified as color was foundational Black American freedmen. Many of our parents, ancestors, and elders, they have colored on their birth certificate. Show me the Lily W's that have colored on there. Show me the African immigrants, right? They don't have it. All these other groups that were labeled and classified as colored said, I know black, Boppy. Do not call me colored. I'm white, and if I'm not white, I'm a model minority fighting for white adjacency. The whole black and brown, who are you talking about? Because most foundational Black Americans are brown. I'm looking at my boy on the screen, the big C, Travion. Bro's skin is not black, it's brown. And we have a wide spectrum of colors. Many of us are brown, i.e. copper colored. We also have yellow, red bones. We also have people that are as light as Steph Curry that are claiming and identifying as black. A wide spectrum of blackness. But most of them are brown, and actually none of our skin pigment is actually black. We are the true brown ones. So when you're talking about black and brown, who are you talking about? Vivek Ramaswamy? He's brown, but is he the same lineage as us? Does he have the same culture as us? So yeah, the country was built on black and white. They've only brought these other groups as buffer groups to try to make the conversation don't be about black and white. And so how whiteness can maintain their social, racial, and ethnic hierarchy. And like my boy John talks about the piss theory, and that the blacks could be at the bottom to get pissed on. And then rather than it be the whites pissing on them, they'll bring in a buffer group of other people to piss down on the blacks and say, hey, look, you guys just want to stay at the bottom because look at these other groups. They were able to rise, they were able to overcome, but they're not telling these other groups to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. They're giving them goodies, giveaways, and guarantees. I mean, all you got to do is look up all of the refugee programs, resettlement programs, the NGOs, millions and millions of dollars given away to non-citizens. They always talk about they're seeking a better life. Who in this chat is not seeking a better life? So you're seeking a better life, but they don't got nothing for you. Then some dude fleeing gang violence in Bogota, somehow we have to roll out the red carpet because he's afraid for his life. Well, so is the YN in Chicago. He's afraid for his life, but you have nothing for him. You're telling him to shut up, stop begging, and pull yourself up by your bootstrap. And I say, fine. Same energy, same logic. Tell the Mexicans, any Asian, African, Caribbean, any undocumented immigrant, hey, hold your own nuts. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps and clean up your own homeland. Since you work so hard, right? Work hard in your homeland. Suddenly, that's labeled as hateful and xenophobic. But I mean, what did I say that was wrong? You did say you work hard, right? So work hard in your homeland. What's so bad about that? And you said, looked like you were talking to Braxton. All right, so let me go ahead and move. You said French Montana is not a nigga. He's more Arab. Yeah, and this is what I'm saying. That's why I don't really rock with French Montana like that. I will acknowledge if the dude made a slab, but I see him as a cultural vulture. I would say French Montana is a tether, right? Because he really is the epitome of tether, because the tethering is not only about the undermining, it's also about tethering to a culture, trying to adopt and absorb that culture as your own, but also discard it and take it off like a jacket when it's convenient. So French Montana is nigga, because I grew up around the niggas. And then when you look at his true culture, it's a bunch of Arabs and there's literally no niggas around, no blacks around. He had a wedding, no blacks around, no niggas around. And if it is a black, it'll be a few tokens, right? And those tokens ain't on no nigga black urban culture. They're on a completely different Morocco Arab culture. So bro, if you're Arab, stay Arab. We got to stop inviting these people. Now, I'll invite an Arab into the culture. Like, shout out if y'all know about battle rap. There's a battle rap, or his name is Real Sick. Real Sick, I think is an Indian, but bro is part of the culture. He grew up in the slums of Jersey and he hangs around blacks and he raps, like a black dude. But the thing is, he never uses the N-word. I can respect dudes like that because those dudes are willing to come around the culture because they're enamored. They want to be immersed in it, but they do respect it. They say, hey, look, I'm participating and partaking in the culture, but I'm not of the culture. So I will respect these cultural boundaries. I can respect people like that, right? But other people, I grew up around y'all, and that's why I say nigga. And that's not true. I say this all the time. Many of them didn't grow up around you. Or let me say this, they grew up around you, but not with you. There's a difference, right? You grew up around them, but you couldn't even really go to their house. They could come to your house and play, but you couldn't go to their house. So how did you grow up together? And if we grew up together, okay, fine. Where's the black and brown businesses? We grew up together, right? So there should be plenty of black and brown businesses. But that's not what you see, right? There should be plenty of black and brown relationships. As a matter of fact, y'all should be promoting that because we grew up with each other. But that's not what they're promoting. They rather their daughter get with a white dude rather than a black dude. But I thought you were saying black and brown. You weren't saying brown and white. But you want your daughter to get with a white dude, and you spent this whole time talking about black and brown. And the black and brown is only so you can be a crash out dummy for their cause, but you can't marry their women. You can't work at their stores, and if you do, you got to work in the back. And we can't break bread and do business with you. Now we can culturally extract from you, right? They can take your culture and sell it back to you at a premium. They can do that. But when you start talking about financial collaboration and interracial marriaging, you see there's no more black and brown talk after that. One of my sons look like Steph Curry with the eyes to match, and his mama is a red bone nigga. And this is what I'm trying to say. Once you're a foundational black American freedman, our spectrum is wide. None of our skin tone is black. We have yellow people who we call red bone. We got some people that are actually blue black. Many of us are brown copper colored. And then we got some people that are even lighter, and we call them light brights, but we still respect them, as black, especially if they're of the lineage and racially, culturally, ethnically identify as such. You said sick is dope. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sick is dope, and that's what I'm saying. That was my whole point. He's not a tether because he's dope. He puts on respect for the community and culture. He bigs up black people, and he never says the N-word, right? So he's able to be very intricate with his rhymes, be super dope with his flow, and he don't have to drop an N-bomb. He could say it, but he chose not to say it out of respect. Those are the people that I can respect for sure. So shout out to Real Sick. The bro is a monster. You said Wyclef Jean has been a real one. I just seen Wyclef Jean just did a video with Sue Surf. Did you see that, Travion? I didn't watch it, but I did see it come up. But salute to Wyclef. He has been a writer. And speaking about the Haitians, when Wyclef tried to go run in Haiti, his own people in his motherland didn't support him. Wonder why that is. Ever heard of Jew Barry Black? I heard of that name, but I'm unfamiliar. Enlighten me. Let's get back into it. So this is the diaspora theory. This sister on the screen is a West Indian, and I appreciate this sister so much. She's always standing on business for the lineage, even though she's of West Indian descent. But she's having a discussion with this Congolese tether right now, and he's trying to say, we all black, we all African. Why y'all trying to deny it?
Like black people, and not every black people were enslaved were victim of slaves. I don't agree with that, but I also don't disagree with with the fact that but I also disagree with the fact that you want to claim that you weren't African, bro, when it's literally scientifically fact that bro, you're African, bro. That's something it's facts. You know what I'm saying? You guys, I hate the fact that you guys always try to deny it, which it's true. You know what I'm saying? And there's not wrong with being African, right? Or there's not wrong with being Trinidad or from Haiti. But the real fact is, before we were anywhere else, we were in Africa, and then that's how we ended up being civilized. We're literally the first human being on Earth.
Now, see, this where it gets annoying. So you heard what dude said. Before we were anywhere else, we were in Africa. Africa, the motherland. Is huh? Bro, I gotta hit you.
What? How, please?
Nigga, please.
How? Nigga, what?
Nigga.
Nigga, please.
Nigga, please.
What?
Then I know dude is African. He's Congolese, but he keeps saying, we was in Africa, and before this, and we. And we, I'm like, huh?
Who is we? Who is we?
Bro, who are you talking about? We was and we no, bruh. You weren't. You were in the Congo. You were in the motherland, your motherland, and I was here in my motherland. It's called America. Come on, bruh. This over. Y'all all African. Why y'all denying it? It's like, bro, what is this fixation, bruh? If we're allegedly all African, right? If black allegedly means African, then what's the problem with me calling myself black? If it's already understood that black means African, right? Because it's understood that Caucasian allegedly means European. So they don't need to call themselves European. Caucasian is sufficient. So if black allegedly means African, when I call myself foundational Black American freedman, shouldn't it mean African? Because remember, black means African. So why do I need to call myself that? And why are you trying to push this on everyone else? Won't you go to Jamaicans? Call yourself African Jamaican. Call yourself African Haitian. You're not doing that. It's only one particular demographic that you're just trying to project this, generic African identity on. You said we should rise up and take over this country and keep the resources. So fighting for our country is happening. It's always happening with the teenagers and 20 something. Well, I think you're talking about various countries in Africa. So yeah, Africa is going to be up to the youth, right? Because shout out to Jason Black, because you got to watch out for these old niggas. It's a bunch of old, crusty, musty, rusty, dusty niggas in Africa that is just selling the country out. And it's rather pathetic. You guys are the majority over there getting smacked around by some 4'11" Chinese person. Do you think black people who are in interracial relationships should be taken serious when speaking up for? Just a question. I think it depends on what they're saying, Yeah, I mean, I think they could now should be. I wouldn't say should. Could they be taken seriously? Yeah, I think they could be taken seriously. Should they be? Not automatically, and not simply because they're interracial relationship. Because there's many black people. There's a black person with a black wife, right? I'm not gonna say I'm gonna take you serious because you got you a black wife. No, you may be a Sambo and then you married a coonette. You feel me? So I'm not just going to take you serious just because it's been some black on black love. Yeah, it's also black on black coonery as well. But there are some people in some interracial relationships that have been stomping and stepping harder for the lineage than people in these so-called black on black love relationships. However, I do think that people in interracial relationships, many times they do have a blind spot simply because, it's a tight balance to walk. Well, let's say if you're talking about dub supremacy and you happen to have a white man or a white woman and you don't really want to go that far because you're like, well, what if I offend my spouse? And then not only that, well, her dad is, in his 70s, so he grew up around the Jim Crow, and I don't want to make it seem like I'm talking about him. And it's like, well, her dad was probably one of those bigots, upholding the system of white supremacy. But, because you want to get some cooch, and then now you add some kids into it. Oh, well, now we have kids, and I don't want to abandon the mother of my kid by bringing up white supremacy. It turns into some of that type of stuff. So when people get into these interracial relationships, I hope you're happy. I hope that you succeed. It's just don't try to mask your true identity and throw your community under the bus in hopes of, I guess, having a thriving relationship, because you're really masking your identity to try to appease someone else, but they're not doing that to you, right? They're not gonna mask or dilute their whiteness just to appease you. You know what I mean? Even if they do like some soul pole, you feel me? They're not doing that. We don't deny being African. Your parents and grandparents denied us being African by telling us we're American, so we're adopting it. Well, we are American, right? You're literally not African. Like, no matter what nostalgic feeling you have and no matter the aspirations you have to Africa, you're just not African, right? You can aspire to be African, but you're not. You said another one, you said, remember making those ends. Yeah. Yep. You said you read part 3 of a 3-part chat I sent. Okay. Well, I can't read everyone, Roger, especially a triple header, but I got what you were saying. That could be Coons, definitely, but the black on black relationship couple does have more value, even if they act like a nigga on Django. Well, yeah, I'm not saying that it doesn't have more value, but that value gets diminished if they're acting like Django, right? That may be that may be an optical value, right? It looks valuable, to the watching eye, but what value does it have to the community, right? Now, if they were doing something tangible, and obviously this is a hypothetical situation, if they were doing something tangible for the community, then they wouldn't be in that category of Django, and then they wouldn't have to criticize, because usually oftentimes when people are criticizing, they're criticizing because they haven't put in the work, right? The people who are putting in the work to reduce crime, they don't complain. What about black on black crime? They see that crime is happening and they say, okay, let's get to it and let's work to diminish it. And they don't just keep saying, why is crime happening? Why? They don't do that, right? So when people start whining like that, you know that they're not doing anything. Why aren't the kids reading? It's like, are you trying to tutor or mentor any kids? No, I just want to complain about why the kids are not reading. So nigga, shut up then, bro, because you truly don't care. And I'm not saying you, I'm just speaking in general, just popping it, you feel me? But a lot of people don't care, bro. It's like complaining about trash in the neighborhood, but you haven't picked up no trash. Well, it ain't my trash. Well, it's not your trash, so why are you complaining? It ain't my kid, so it ain't your kid, so why are you complaining? Unless you want to see the conditions change for the better, then go pick up some trash. Go mentor some kids, go sponsor some kids, take some kids on a field trip, help these kids with some skills. A lot of these cats, they don't really be trying to do that shit. It's just they're trying to whine and, pull the kind of Kuntan Daniels, Kunston White route. You said they'll get upset if you speak on the wrongs of other cultures as if they don't have people of poor reputation in that culture. Yeah, I mean, I tell you all the time, if you look at Nigeria, well, I'm not just going to say Nigeria. Let's just say this. If you look at many parts of Africa and many parts of India, there's a lot of open defecation on the streets. Some places in India, they literally have a poop festival. Festivals where they're like taking cow dung and throwing it at each other. Now, does that represent the entirety of the culture? No, but it's an aspect of their culture. It's a contingent of people in their culture that are engaging in this disgusting, degenerate act. So should I lump them all up as, street shitters and street slangers? Isn't that what they do to black people? If foundational black Americans had a festival where we were throwing, cow poop at each other, like people would have a lot of stuff to say about us. But with these other groups, no, you can't talk about them pooping in the streets. It's like, that's not my fault. I'm just reporting on the facts. And you can think about the most disgusting neighborhoods, bro, the most disgusting slums. And it wasn't cats pooping in the streets. I lived in the hood. I lived in Oak Park. I lived on the west side, Fresno Dog Pound. I lived in East Oakland, Murder Dubs, and other parts of the city, right? I lived in Kennedy Manor and South Richmond, right? I lived in some notorious hoods, Deliverance Temples, and even the ones that I didn't live in, I roamed in these hoods, and I was good there. And I seen poor people, I seen depravity, but I didn't see nobody pooping in the streets. So, we can compare poor for poor. We can compare degenerate for degenerate. But is that really what you want to do? Samuel L. Jackson is a phenomenal actor. I would concur. One of the best to ever do it. But they do got a grift going on with Samuel Jackson where they're trying to give him some African citizenship and they're trying to say, look, welcome to the motherland. It's like, come on, bruh. This dude is a foundational black American. But it seems to me the one in the interracial relationship has to ride the fence to a degree. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Many of them do have to ride the fence because once you're in a relationship and, if someone has a white husband or a white girlfriend and they're talking about white supremacy, they got to kind of temper what they're saying because they look at their wife and say, well, my wife is a beautiful Becky and, not all white people is racist. It's like, yeah, but white supremacy doesn't mean that. It means it's a system predicated on subjugation based on the uplifting of the white race population and ethnic groups to undermine non-whites and specifically blacks. That's all it means. But to pretend that you don't know what it means, well, silence becomes complicity, because these people claim, well, we're the high IQs. Well, if you're the high IQ, you should already know this stuff, right? But let's get back into it, though. And you said if that's the case, they couldn't be pro-black. Well, I think that's up for debate and up for speculation. That's why I don't really use the term pro-black. I will say that I'm FBA, FBA first. And I will say that I'm a humanitarian. So I do want to uplift and enrich people of various racial, ethnic backgrounds and orientations. But, some people will say, well, Umar is pro-black, but then he does a lot of anti-black stuff. So it's like, some people could do a pro-black gesture and then still be anti-black. So I'll just say that I am, FBA 1, and I am for the advancement of all people, especially black people and especially foundational freedmen. Most of those fools in Richmond are crazy. No water, no matter what color. I blame it on the chemical spills. Yeah, well, shout out to Richmond, you know what I mean? I know about that, the chemical spill and stuff, and some cats got to check, some cats turned into toxic crusaders. But hey, shout out to my Richmond fam. Shout out to my South and my North cats, you feel me? Let's get back into it though.
Bro, that's one thing we gotta stop being as black people, bro. We're enslaved we're a victim of slaves. I don't agree with that, but I also don't disagree with with the fact that but I also disagree with the fact that you wanna claim that you weren't African, bro, when it's literally scientifically fact that bro, you're African, bro. That's something it's facts. You know what I'm saying? You guys, I hate the fact that you guys always try to deny it, which it's true. You know what I'm saying? And there's not wrong with being African, right? Or there's not wrong with being Trinidad or from Haiti. But the real fact is, before we were anywhere else, we were in Africa. And then that's how we ended up being civilized. We're literally the first human being on earth, bro. That's one thing we gotta stop being as black people, bro. We're always trying to learn. We always try to talk about this stuff that there's not facts. You know what I'm saying? Or we just want to argue about things that's not actual things that that's true. That's actually.
Hey, bro, just like you said, I can't stand. Bro, this is what I'm saying, bro. Did y'all hear what he said? Man, us as black people, bro, and you see how they try to pivot us as black people, won't you? I thought we were all African. Why won't he say us as Africans? So they're only using the term black because it's in an American context, and these conversations revolve around black Americans, and they want to hijack the discussion to make it a African discussion and then collapse African under the banner of black, and black means African. But no, it doesn't, bro. You're Congolese. You said, who's the you guys? And see, this is what I'm trying to say, and this is why I had to hit, bro.
Who is we? Who is we?
Because before he was talking about y'all this and y'all, and then now he's saying, and we as black people. But bro, who is we? You're Congolese. You have a strong, thick accent, which nothing wrong with that. Not denigrating, but I'm saying your accent speaks to your different lineage. Your different lineage speaks to your different culture. So where's the same? Oh, look, you got melanin, I got melanin. We the same. You got a big nose, I got a big nose. We the same. Well, you came from the Congo. A bunch of people there have more melanin than me. A bunch of people have big noses there, but yet you're not saying you guys are all the same. And then he said, we as black people, we got to stop arguing around about stuff that's not facts. It's so hold on, you got the facts, bro. You're on a platform speaking to Americans in English and talking about we have to focus on facts. It's bro, nothing you said was factual. We're all African. Nigga, based on what? Your emotional appeal to the motherland? No, you're from Africa. Don't try to project that onto me. Saying that in itself is pointing out a group of people. This is what you call delineation. He came on and she asked him, what's your ethnicity? He said that he's Congolese and he lives in Utah. So again, he lives in Utah, so you know it's not a bunch of FBAs. He's living around a bunch of Lily W's as this Congolese person trying to talk about we as black people. No, nigga, say we as Africans. And then when you say we, I'm not included in that we. Africans are included in that we. They love the term African, but only when they're trying to Africanize us. We and the blacks and the blacks and the blacks. Why isn't he saying African, African, African? They only say African, African, African when they're trying to call us African. But he's calling himself Congolese. He didn't come on and say, yeah, I'm an African man. He came on and said he's a Congolese man, right? Because it's supposed to already be assumed, well, Congo is in Africa. I don't need to say that I'm African, right? Well, you know, we're freedmen. We shouldn't have to say that we're American, but we have to just because you guys keep trying to Africanize us. And when you call someone an African American, what you're essentially saying is that, yeah, you're American. They can see that you're American, but they're saying, you're really from Africa, though. No, I'm not. Well, yeah, you are. And then even if you've been here at the very least, 500 years, that's not good enough. You got Big Mensa want to say, yeah, y'all been here for over 500 years, but what about the other 300,000 years in Africa? Like, huh? So don't claim the 500 plus years here, the century after century. Don't claim that. Claim Africa from thousands of years ago. Okay.
Facts. Like whatever we're talking about right now, it's literally something that as black people, bro, we're always trying to learn. We always try to like talk about like this stuff that like there's not facts. You know what I'm saying? Or we just want to like argue about things that's not actual things that like that's true. That's actual facts. Like whatever we're talking about right now, it's literally something that a white man put us into. That he put us in. He put it into our head, bro. Lucky, bro. So that's what we got. We just gotta disconnect that.
Then he's using again BAVE, Black American Vernacular Ebonics, low key, high key, lightweight. So in the Bay, we'll use this. We'll say it's like this, right? Right now it's 96 degrees, right? Even though it's hella hot, because that's another term. That's a black term, and that's really a Bay term. Hella. People used to clown like y'all say hella, and hella is just another term for heck, right? When people say, you know, that kid is a heck of a player, right? Then there's a hell of a, right? He's a hell of a player. And then there's, it's hecka hot. We'll say, man, it's hella hot, right? There's nothing African about that, right? So when he's over here talking about low key, like these are, you know, these are foundational Black American terminology, right? So again, like I said, when it's hot, you know, we might even say like it's 96 degrees rather than say it's hella hot. Like, damn, bro, it's lightweight hot today. You know what I mean? Even though it's hella hot, but I was like, man, it's lightweight hot. You know, and you know, there'll be another term to use in heavyweight, like, hey, man, that shit was lightweight hard. Nah, bro, that was heavyweight. These are terminologies that are just, you know, average phrases, but we take them and transform them to mean something contextually different. Like I said, stop the cap, right? A cap is short for a baseball cap. Another word for cap is hat, but nobody won't say stop the hat, right? But we made it for stop the cap. And like I said, when I grew up out here in the Bay Area, capping meant like roasting, sigging, and all this stuff. So-and-so capping on someone because he had a dirty shirt, right? So we'll take, you know, normal terminology and make it mean something else. The concept of crashing out. So-and-so crash out. Now you hear all racial and ethnic backgrounds talking about crashing out. That's something we came up with. When you say something like, you feel me? If somebody is coming over here and let's say they got on some, you know, some poop stained drawers, and somebody will say, you feel me, not the skid marks, you feel me, like the whole not the rhetoric, that's all. There's nothing African about that, you feel me? If somebody has some a chick has some nappy hair in a kitchen, you feel me, somebody, not the B2Bs. That's part of our culture, our terminology and colloquialisms that we put out, you know what I mean, that tries to get phrased as that's black culture. No, it's foundational black American culture. It's not just, there's nothing African about there. There's nothing Jamaican or Caribbean about that until some other people see and hear us, or they're around us and then they adopt the slang. Because if it was anything Caribbean about it, you would see it in the heart of the Caribbean, but you don't. You would hear these terms in the heart of the motherland, but you don't. You only hear them in one place, originating in one place. And that's where the FBAs reside. And then other people come later and use them based on the global, you know. Oh, and shout out to, I don't want to save the culture. What culture are you talking about? Hopefully you talking about the Freedman culture, but you said Black America in this MF, so salute to you. I appreciate that. You said my bad for the language. No, that's okay. And you said some Indians, Punjabi, have outwardly dark skin, but they're not black. What do they check on the census? Well, many of them check white. And even though many of them do have some level of Asiatic ancestry, they don't check Asian. Now, maybe some are starting to, like Pakistanis and stuff, but they've been classified as white. And then people go down, well, they ain't white. They ain't really white. Well, it doesn't matter if they're really white. They're legally classified as white. There was no gun to their head forcing them to choose white. So I'm going to call them what they're legally classified. They do the same thing with Jewish people. It's the Jews. And they try to say, well, the Jews ain't white. Well, 92% of American Jews identify as racially white. There's no gun to their head forcing them that. There's always a box. There's a box that says other. If Jewish is not a race, why won't they check other and write Jewish? Why won't the Indians check other? Because they try to say, well, you got to understand, we had no other box to check. Every census has another box. You can check other and write in. Once you write in and they get enough write-ins, they'll have to tally and account for those write-ins. But you don't want to do that. You want to blend into the dominant society. You want to tether. You want to cosplay so you can have white adjacency and become the model minority. Fine. Just say it with your chest and just stop trying to pretend as if people don't see it. You said the word obsession regarding the thought process of FBAs in regards to cultural identity seems like a cry for help. If they want another nation's help, just say that. And this is what I'm saying. I think things would go a lot smoother. If y'all say, hey, look, man, you guys are the cultural standard and the pulse and the source, which is true, right? We do really need y'all help because y'all stand on business, bruh. And honestly, like, we need y'all to teach us to do that. I think people will be like, well, you know what, man? Now, we are of a different lineage, but you know what, bro? We don't mind helping our, you know, quote unquote brothers and sisters and cousins in the diaspora. Like, come on now. Now, we still are of a different lineage, but we don't need to be of the same lineage to come together. But these people are not doing that. They come over here and call us Akatas, Yanks, Jareers, and Abids and try to say that you have a superior culture. So I say, fine, let me sit back. Let me relax, get some popcorn and watch your superior culture. Then suddenly you don't see any superiority. We work hard. The blacks are so lazy. Okay, I'm so lazy, but you had to flee your homeland. You were fleeing filth, famine, and sometimes feudalism. And rather than fight, you fled. Somehow I'm supposed to look at you and give you some credit. We were lynched here. We didn't leave. We fought. Enslaved here, didn't leave, we fought. Civil wars here, multiple civil wars, we didn't leave, we fought, right? Mass incarcerated, nah, we ain't leaving, we gonna fight. You know, if you can't stand the heat, get out the kitchen. We didn't say that. We said, nah, you know what I mean? Y'all gonna have to crank the heat up, and we still ain't getting out the kitchen. And guess what? We extinguished the flames in the kitchen. But when the heat got turned up on y'all, y'all got out the kitchen. Y'all didn't just get out the kitchen, y'all got out the entire country. We all the same? No, we're not. We're not. Clearly, we're not. Otherwise, why aren't you standing on business in your homeland? We in our homeland stood on business, faced with atrocities that you guys, you know, couldn't imagine. You're in your homeland facing atrocities as the majority, and you flee, and then you say it was the government. But then when we say, hey, look, no, the government actually did screw us over, why y'all acting like victims? Isn't that what many of you guys say? Okay, fine. Why are you acting like a victim? Hold your own nuts. poop butt. I ain't heard that in a minute, but yeah, that is, that is definitely a FBA. There's nothing African about that. You said, but it's all fun and games amongst us Black Americans. Yeah, I mean, that's part of our culture. We love to roast. We love to joke. It's all for spits and giggles. Yeah, all these groups, it wasn't just Dominicans. I know Black Poppy, all of these other groups. And it was even some FBAs. Why y'all call yourselves Black? Black is just a color in the crayon box. It ain't no country called Black. Like, how many times have we heard this over and over and over? So they kept telling us Black is just a color. But now what are they trying to identify? They're telling us to not identify as Black because it's a color. And now all of them are saying we all Black. So we're all a color that you said us to not identify as. Come on, bro. What are we doing here? Black America is the only ones proud to be called Black and called Black. Exactly. And this is why people say, yeah, y'all actually really aren't Black. You're Haitian, you're Nigerian, you're Senegalese, which is a beautiful thing. Why would you want your identity erased under a flat banner of generic Blackness? No, you have a specific culture, a specific ethnicity, nationality, and cultural heritage to claim. But you want to just claim, I'm Black. Well, aren't you more than that? See, when we say Black, it's not just about our racial makeup. It's about our ethnic identity, right? Which is why it's always been rooted in our history. Black History Month, right? Historically Black colleges, not historically people of color colleges, not historically anything other than Black. Say it loud, I'm fill in the blank and proud. They didn't say it loud, I'm a person of color and I'm proud. Say it loud, I'm a minority and I'm proud. Say it loud, I'm African and I'm proud, right? That's not what the slogan said. Say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud. We were the ones doing that, and other people got on board based on the cultural standard that we set. And then they try to say, y'all can't gatekeep Blackness. Yeah, we can and we will. And the thing is, they want to just make Blackness synonymous with African. So anything Blackness, any Black accomplishment that you create, it secretly, underhandedly gets credited back to Africa. Like, huh? This has nothing to do with Africa. And then they try to say, well, you're Afrophobic and you're xenophobic. No, I'm just speaking factually. This literally has nothing to do with Africa. They're even going as far to try to pretend as if, well, hip hop was created in Africa. They already lied about the Caribbean, but now they say because there was some African drum or banjo, well, y'all like the drums and y'all play the banjo. So hip hop started in Africa. Like, bro, what? People was beatboxing with their own lips, right? People was banging on trash cans and turning those into drums and rapping based on that. So no, hip hop didn't start in Africa. None of our culture has anything to do with Africa. You said, my man, his mom worked in the same high school as he went to school. Same high school as he went to, so her being FBA, she saw that my boy, her son, was in a snapping contest. They were doing your mama jokes, and she got in on it. She was being talked about and started snapping all over the dude, saying, oh, you going to say you're going to turn me out? All right, well, then there's some things I'm going to need from you as a man. You need to get a job. I need you to do this for me and that for me. And everyone started laughing at the guy. He just put his head down and walked away. She was like, where are you going? I want something. I need something. FBA Southern culture. Yeah, I mean, that sounds right. Like roasting, like I said, snapping is, so these are some of the words that we would say for roasting, right? Of course, playing the dozens, roasting. Out here, we would say gurping. Oh, bro, you let him, he gurping on you. Of course, clowning. Oh, bro, you got clowned on. Capping, you feel me? Bro, you let him cap on you like that, or you let him snap on you like that. Certain parts would say, bro, he's sigging on you, right? So there's various terminologies, but they all mean the same thing. That's our culture. And again, nothing African about it. But shout out to Africa, though. I used to have love for all dark-skinned people until I realized they came up with the Team W. Now, I hear what you're saying. And I still have love because I'm a humanitarian. So I love all people of various racial backgrounds, ethnicities, and orientations. However, I do have to do what every other group is doing, which is putting their community and their lineage first, while, you know, purportedly claiming to champion the upliftment and enfranchise of others, right? So I do want to see others uplifted, but just not at the expense of my community being buried and disparaged. You said, would you identify Hannibal of Carthage as black? Well, this is the thing. I think it becomes a thing where people want to kind of retroactively project and bestow blackness onto people. So me personally, I would have to dig into it. My first response would probably say maybe he could be racially classified as black, but ethnically and nationally, I think that he should deserve something more specific, right? Because even the whole term African is a fairly new term, right? And I'm going to go down a list of things that people were being called before they were African, right? I.e. Berber, Moor, Nubian, you know, other type of Phoenician terms that they had for people. So to try to say, hey, those people were African, it's like, no, actually weren't. They were Nubian, right? That's what they were classified as. But now you want to reach back and say that they were African, or you want to reach back and say that they were black, which may or may not be accurate. However, if we're in the information age and we have this information that's available to us, and there is specific terminology that was used, I think that would be more appropriate. But in terms of, you know, if we're talking about a phenotypical Negroid featured person, black in that sense, you know, I could go with that. But you said I'm Southern, I'm both Southern and FBA. Yeah, salute to Braxton. I would say he's African with the Negroid phenotype. Yeah, I mean, I think that's more appropriate, right? Because it's factual that he's accurate with the Negroid phenotype. Because like I said, African doesn't mean black. And people try to say, well, they was black. It's like, well, Nubian means black. Well, is that what it meant to them? Because if you told them back then that they were black, would they have accepted that? And so the difference with the foundational Black American freedom is that we've accepted it and we've adopted. So all the black is just a color. No, it's not just a color to us. If it's just a color to you, then stop trying to claim blackness. Go claim Moor, go claim Israelite, claim anything but blackness. But that's not what people want to do. People want to try to claim blackness, but they only want to try to claim blackness enough to hijack it to call you a generic African. But it's like, bro, if you're so hell-bent on calling yourself an African, nothing is stopping you. Go over there and call yourself African. But what they just wanted to be is that blackness is just interchangeable with African. It's a euphemism for African. And that's what they've always tried to frame it as, but it's just not accurate. Back in elementary, down where I've been living, we called roasting blowing. I never heard that term before. Now, I do know I've heard of blowing, but it's in a different context. It's in the lifestyle PI-ism context, right? So I've heard of blowing in that context, right? But you said, for example, John Doe is blowing on you, Jane Doe, then roast match took off. And that blowing, especially now with all of this kind of, you know, with people saying no Diddy in the pause, if somebody was like, man, so-and-so was blowing on you, you know it's coming with a pause, you know that's coming. He was coming out of Tanzania, I believe. Yeah, I have to look that up to, you know, further be able to accurately speak on it. But I think what I said, I will still be able to stand by. Nobody is influenced by African culture, clothing, food, nothing. We never watched African movies. I'm just saying, like, now, this may seem harsh, what G Cabbage is saying, but I'm just saying it is really true, though. Like, no one in my family, we're never identified as African American. Like, we were just always black. Now, if someone called or categorized us as that's different rather than us self-identifying, we African and we from the motherland. It just never happened, right? There's no African movie that I was like, ooh, I grew up watching that, right? Even the quote-unquote degenerate movies that we have, they grew up saying that they watched it. Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society, South Central. It's like, yeah, those movies are part of a segment of our population, but they don't truly speak to all of our culture. You know, you got movies, Mo Better Blues, The Temptations. You know, it's a wide ranging you know, spectrum that you can choose from with the movies. But now even I know Sincere brought up the Children of Blood and Bone, right? The Children of Blood and Bone, like when the chick was writing that, she tried to say, oh, I wanted to talk about a black experience or something like that. I was like, this ain't no black experience. This is an African experience. And that's not interchangeable to black. Like all that stuff that they were showing, it cinematically, it did look good. I just couldn't relate to it. Now, it doesn't mean that I won't see it. It doesn't mean that I don't, it might actually be good. I just don't want the Children of Blood and Bone to continuously be framed as a generic black story. They love the term African, except they don't want to call the Children of Blood and Bone a black story. I mean, an African story, when they're literally a bunch of Africans depicting African tribes in African villages. This is for black people. Like, no, it's not. But I thought we were all Africans. So why won't you say that it's for Africans and it's an African story? It's because they know that the cultural currency is with black Americans. And New Jersey Drive, classic. Juice, classic. Zoo Man, I haven't even seen that. I'm gonna have to watch that. I'm gonna have to watch Zoo Man. I haven't watched that. New Jack City, of course, and Fresh. Fresh is an underrated movie. That movie was fire. And you said, what's your thought process on the old mech heads? Well, you know, my thought process really doesn't matter on the old mech heads. But what does matter is that there was one or some called El Negro. Why would that be called that? Now, of course, people try to say, oh, no, they wasn't calling it El Negro because it meant black. They just, like, they try to frame it as if, well, nah, those people weren't really black and all this stuff. Y'all really from Africa and all this stuff. And this is the whole thing, because there were melanated people who had Negroid features all across the globe. But they necessarily weren't African. If you look at Asia, there's a bunch of melanated people in Asia who some of them look Asiatic, kind of like Vivek Ramaswamy, and then others, you know, they look Asiatic, but you can tell that they have Negroid features. You know what I mean? And those people will tell you, like, yeah, I mean, phenotypically, or if you want to go under the racial category of black, yeah, we can be racially classified and categorized as black, but they don't see themselves as black. They're like, bro, we're Asian. Like, you know what I mean? We're aboriginals here. Now, why would they call this Olmec statue El Negro? Negro means black, remember? Why didn't they call it El Blanco? Just saying. So they're calling a statue that phenotypically looks like a black man, and they're calling it El Negro, but they're saying, no, this doesn't mean anything. And then if they do concede that this was a quote unquote black person, then they say, yeah, but this is just an African. Okay. But then think about this, the quote unquote so-called natives, they don't consider them Asian, but I thought you said they were, you know, Asian immigrants. No, they became a new person. All right. So yeah, I mean, y'all can say, like, why did they call the statue El Negro? Right now, today, if they call a person El Negro, you know who they're talking about. You know that they're talking about a black person. They call an Olmec head El Negro, and they're like, yeah, we don't know who they're talking about. Who? Huh? But yeah, you said Zoo Man 95 is deep, dark, and intense. Hey, I've never watched that one. I'm gonna have to watch that movie. So shout out to Braxton with the suggestions. I've seen all those other movies you said, just not. And the Prison Song, is that the one with Q-Tip? Let me know. So let's get back into this.
Trying to disconnect that plug that the white man put it in our head as black people, bro, and start being together, bro. Like you being called, or you being called an African ancestor, an African ancestor, or like an African descent doesn't really take away your nationality from Trinidad, or doesn't really take away your history, bro. You're still gonna be Trinidad, you're still gonna be Haitian, you're still gonna be Dominican Republican. But the fact is, like from back then or before like literally like the Moors. That's my facts. That's the fact I wanted to tell you guys about. You know what I'm saying? Like literally every black people.
Ah, man, I'm gonna try to fast forward because, bro, now this is a little tether tirade, bro.
Eventually, they ended up going. Yeah, of course. And then eventually, they ended up going to Europe. That ended up that civilized the European country, and then ended up. I feel like that was a revenge for them, for us civilizing them, and then they ended up what do you call it? They ended up, bro. Stop saying bubble, bro. I'm gonna suck you, bro. What
Okay,
Joaquin got her?
I'm gonna
I'm
have
gonna suck
you
you.
land there, Jimmy. Okay, so
Thank you.
here's the thing, Jimmy. Okay, and this is not just you. I have a lot of Africans do the same thing. Okay, and it's attempt to make Black more African interchangeable ethnic identifying labels. You want them to be interchangeable. The Moors lived when they lived, and they were the Moors when they lived. The first people to walk upright were whatever they were when they existed. African, as quiet as it's kept, African is relatively new as far as mainstream adaptation, and even everyone on that continent identifying as African. Let's keep it real tonight, okay? So what we have here is that, again, not just you, but a lot of Africans wanting to retroactively apply a label and wanting it to replace the overarching identity that many of us don't relate to because it hasn't been our reality. And whatever trafficked Africans are in our bloodline hasn't been our reality for centuries. So what you want to do is attach, and you're using it in that context to explain, you want it to mean people who look like this. Why isn't Black good enough? If for you, they should be interchangeable and synonymous, why are you skipping in and out of Black, Moor, African, what's the other one? Nubian. Why, if they all mean the same thing, and it's all the same thing, what does it matter what one group prefers over the other? So it's not just a matter of the fact that you're trying to get at with melanin.
And that's what I was saying. Like, they try to keep saying, well, we all Black and Black means African, which it doesn't. But let's just say that it does. If Black means African, when I'm calling myself foundational Black American, I'm representing, what is the difference between that and African American if Black actually means African, allegedly? So no, there's this fixation of, oh, you calling yourself African. But think about this, on the continent of Africa, 3,000 plus tribes, over 2,000 different dialects. And none of those tribes are called African. And actually, none of those tribes are called Black. We have been the only ones stepping on and standing up for Blackness. Now, other people come on later and they use Blackness as a costume. I say a circumstance, a condition, in a costume, right? They can put on Blackness, we all Black, but then they can also take it off and forget, I'm Nigerian, Nigeria stand up. So it's like, bruh, if you're gonna fly the Nigerian flag anyways, just fly it from the beginning. If we gonna get to the finish line and you gonna pull out a Nigerian flag, how about you just pull up a Nigerian flag when we start the race? Don't pretend as if we're all on the same team, and then I run down and you say, actually, I'm on a different team. I'm on Team Nigeria, right? I'll still shake your hand and, hey, I'll help you iron out the wrinkles in your Nigerian flag. It's just I don't have a Nigerian flag to represent. I don't have a Nigerian identity to represent. The fact that you do is a beautiful thing. Why would you want to erase that for a generic term like Black? See, we became Black. We cultivated Blackness, so it doesn't mean a color to us. It's a thing that has been culturally cohesive to us, that has been unifying. We've been galvanizing under the terminology of Black. And other people have seen what we've done. Oh, wow, look at the influence that they have on Black. I want some of that. But it's just like y'all want to extract the cultural cachet from Blackness to try to take it and uplift your specific ethnic and nationality. You see it all the time when people, hey, we all Black. So if we're all Black, why do you want your own specific ethnic enclave? Why the hell is there a little Haiti or a little Cuba or a Chinatown for that, or a Japantown. If we're all American and we're all people of color and we're all minorities, why isn't there a minority town where there's Chinese and black businesses thrive? And they're saying, hell to the nah. We want a Chinese neighborhood that's ethnically Chinese, and the cultural and economic infrastructure will be run by Chinese. Japanese people do the same thing. The Dearborn people in Michigan is doing that. The people with Little Haiti, the people with Little Senegal, the people with Little Saigon, all these people are doing the same thing. And when we say, hey, you know what? That's a great thing. Thumbs up, bucko. We want our own foundational freedman town that is going to be a representation of our specific culture, not people of color, not marginalized groups, not distressed and disadvantaged groups. Freedmen. And then it turns into, that's reverse racism. Y'all xenophobic, right? We're xenophobic if we don't want a bunch of Chinese people, Arabs, and all this stuff setting up shop in our neighborhoods to extract the money and take it back to their neighborhood. But the thing is, any Chinatown that you know, where are the black businesses in Chinatown? They love to talk about black and brown. Where are the black and brown multiracial, multi-ethnic businesses? They don't exist.
With certain features, with certain hair textures. That's not what you're getting at. You want it to be an ethnic identifying label, an ethnicity that we don't relate to and hasn't been our reality for centuries. You want us to violate our own realities, violate our own histories, violate our own experiences to identify with something we have nothing to do with. I do not come from the continent. There are no two people on that continent that can mate today and create me, quite literally. So no, I am not African, period. And it just is what it is. But I understand that a lot of different groups on the continent, okay, y'all are descendants from a singular tribe, even though y'all kind of mix up yourselves. And if we really peered into it, y'all would be a little bit of the surrounding areas yourselves, but you identify whether it's your father's tribe or whatever. And so in your mind, you are one thing for you. But even so, you're trying to use your framework to make sense of me. I will never make sense to you. I have an ancestor from every single continent on planet Earth except Antarctica, quite literally. Yes, even Australia. I'm speaking for myself. But that wouldn't be so far off for a lot of people from the West Indies. I can't be compared to you. Therefore, I am not African. Period. I live and exist outside of the African label. My totality is beyond Africa. Period. It just is what it is, and it's okay. But again, I'll go back to what I said earlier. Okay, y'all want to swear Black Americans in particular, you got their names in your mouths, 9 times out of 10. You want to swear they're African. But what's his name? The Somali brethren wanted to come up here and say, well, isn't that cosplaying? It's either y'all want them to acknowledge and connect with their roots or not. Which one is it? Which one is it? No, it's about a process you didn't go through and you can't identify as. Because the people who do have African ancestors, they can always reach back there. They don't need your permission to do that, by the way. They can always reach back to that one, because that's always part of them. But you didn't go through this process over here in the Western Hemisphere that created these identities. You're not Afro-Brazilian, you never will be Afro-Brazilian. You're not West Indian, you never will be West Indian. When you go into the West Indies, you're not maroon, you never will be maroon. You're not a Dougla, you're not none of that, okay? You're not a Black American, you're not Gullah Geechee, okay? You're not Louisiana Creole. You will never be that. You will never be that. Because you didn't go through the process that created those identities. You want access, though, to be able to do that, and we have all the proof, all the pudding. The first thing y'all came over here and did, all Africans from West, South, East, I'm Jamaican. I'm Bajan. I'm Trinidadian. What's Tyler doing? She wants an American audience. She want to be Rihanna 2.0. What's Shabuzi doing? Country music? What's Rema doing? Dressing like a East Bay magazine from the 2000s? What's Burna Boy doing? Sampling Tony Braxton, Brandy, had Diddy as an executive producer on his second to last album? Stop it. The jig is up. The jig is up. They all done left. But anyway, Mary Luther, how you doing? What's your ethnicity and what country you live in? Mary Luther, are you there?
I thought you were talking to him still.
Yeah, I'm here. No worries.
Okay, so let me transition and salute to that sister there, and I might get ready to like shut her down. I'm gonna play a series of some other videos, and then we'll start to wrap this up. But no, black doesn't mean African, and these people already know this stuff. They try to pretend as if they didn't know. And here, this is, you know, this Toxic Tether podcast over here. 154 Africa, fair use, because I know since Godfrey, people have been calling him a tether, which he has been engaging in a tether behavior. He's been getting really triggered. But look at this, right? It's called 154 Africa, but they're always talking about America. It's like, come on, bruh. Like, what are we doing? They talk about diaspora war. No, there's literal wars going on in Africa. Excuse me. There's literal wars going on in Africa that they don't even talk about. Sudan, there's a whole famine where they're saying that over 1 million people could die from famine. If you look at Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore, he's had how many assassination attempts on his life, right? And all of this stuff, they're calling someone they called me a tether. That's somehow what, a war? But let's hear this, right? Because remember, we all black, are we? Because I showed you Lupita Nyong'o. There's nothing black that she says about her identity. She identifies as a Kenyan Mexican.
Love
the writer. Yeah, the
I interviewed her when I had a show on the Africa Channel, and I was interviewing people from the continent, right, authors from the continent. And she said, I didn't know I was black until I came to America.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's powerful.
Powerful.
Yeah.
She was like this.
Huh? Did y'all hear that? So they got this dark-skinned African chick saying, oh, I didn't know I was black until I came to America. Okay.
What? How please?
Nigga, please.
How? Nigga, what?
Nigga.
Nigga, please.
Nigga, please.
What?
So again, this, we all black. If we all black, how are these Africans just keep coming over and over? I didn't know I was black until I got to America. And that's why, because this is why people say the only, and I do mean only, blacks are in America, because all these other people, they don't identify as being black. They identify by their tribe, by their nation state. Then they come over here and they try to say, we all black. Why y'all being divisive? No, we're not all black. You're African. You're Nigerian. It's a beautiful thing. Why won't you just say that? Because that's what you were saying prior to you got here. Hey, I'm not black, I'm African. And I'm not just African, I'm Nigerian. And I'm not just Nigerian, I'm Igbo, I'm Yoruba. Like, you were popping your collar and saying it with your full chest. But now you want to be under this generic banner of blackness because, well, if the cops pull us over, or in America, they call me black. Yeah, but like, you could reject that. They called, quote unquote, Native Americans Indians, and they said, oh, well, we don't want to be called Indians anymore. And the original American Indian foundational said, hey, well, I don't mind being called an Indian, right? But, you know, it's interchangeable based on the tribe, right? Some tribes are okay with being called Indian, others are not. But when we talk about black, we've always been the only ones standing up for blackness. The other people, they forget that they kept saying, well, why do y'all call yourselves this? And now we're pretending as if this is powerful. Oh my God, this is so powerful. Because she didn't know she was black till she got to America. Like, what is powerful about that?
came to America.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's powerful.
Powerful.
Yeah.
She was like the same thing with that. Okay, so I'm black now, but I'm called colored here. So how do I identify here? It's not that they don't.
Right,
I think it's like, I mean, and she's like, and then she said, then I started learning about African American history, and she did all this research, and now she embraces everything. But she was like, I'm just Nigerian. What do you mean I'm now black?
Right.
Which makes
it really has a lot to do with the region in the country that you grow up in, and how things are classified, and even in the times that you grow up in too, because the classification. I think about my father-in-law. My father-in-law, he still to this day has a hard time when people say black, because when he was growing up, like they were called Negroes, and black was considered like this other thing, like, oh, black. Like it was and so he cringes when he hears people like, oh yeah, that's a black man. Like, ooh, like
okay, I don't know who your father-in-law is, but clearly bro ain't of the lineage. What black person you know truly? Now there are some, but like, oh my God, my father-in-law, he cringes when he heard black. Okay, so then these are the people who say they cringe when they heard black, but now they are the same ones saying we all black. But y'all didn't want to be called black. We were like, we okay with being called black, right? Fine, they can say whatever they want about us, because whatever name you go by, they're going to have a name for you, right? Oh, we calling ourselves brown. They call brown people shit skins. We yellow, right? Like they have terms for that, negative terms for that too, right? So we were the ones leaning on blackness. And here you have these people. Well, I didn't know I was black till I got here. And then they try to pretend as if they reject black because black meant this. And you heard this dude, how he's trying to pretend like, oh, black meant something bad. What do you think African meant? African didn't mean anything good. And the only time they tried to frame African as meaning something good is when they was juxtaposing it to blackness, i.e. foundational black Americans, right? They would say, hey, these are the black Americans, and y'all Africans, y'all smarter, y'all have a better culture. And then many of them Africans adopted that, like, yeah, we are smarter and we do have a superior culture. But then when they start talking about African booty scratchers and sub-Saharans, they're not talking about black Americans, they're really talking about you. Now, those stereotypes are for you that they will project and bestow onto FBAs. But an African booty scratcher is about someone on the continent. But you said these people have to understand that they are reaping the fire from what their parents and grandparents told us when they came here, that they are not us and we are not them, that they don't identify. Yeah, people are trying to pretend as if this never happened. That's why I'm pulling up all these videos, where I can pull up multiple videos of people saying that, hey, I'm not black, I'm Nigerian. You saw this woman just said, hey, I didn't know I was black till I got here. Oh, I'm Nigerian and then I'm over here, I'm colored. So what, I'm black now? So they act confused about blackness. So then we say, look, you don't need to be confused. You're not black. You're Nigerian. Then it turned into, hey, you can't gatekeep blackness. I am black. It's like, bro, you spent your entire life saying you weren't black. And then we agreed and conceded to the fact that, no, you're not black. You're from Senegal. You're from Mali. You're from Niger. You're not black. And then, they fight with you on blackness, the color that they said you shouldn't identify as. You said, talk to your elders who wanted nothing to do with us. Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm saying. It was their elders who was telling them, don't have locks, don't have braids, because you will look like the Akata. You will look ghetto and all this other stuff. Now they trying to pretend we are all brothers and sisters. You don't know who you are. It's like, bro, you're not even united with the quote unquote brothers and sisters in the diaspora. Just stop with the lies. If you're into horror films, zombie films specifically, I'll give you a link to a favorite underrated zombie film. Yeah, go ahead and send that link over. So I'm going to get ready to shut this thing down pretty soon. I do appreciate all of y'all rocking with me. I told y'all this one would be a doozy. Now, depending on how this stream, I might even come back and hit y'all with a double header. Maybe later this evening in a few hours, or I might just wait until tomorrow. All depends on how well received this video is. Now let me play a series of some other short video, or at least some segments of some videos, and this is from a lovely sister. Her name is Theo the Truth. So you can watch this video uninterrupted on her channel. And this one is off the Tether channel that I just showed, 154 podcast. It focuses all attentions on Black American business. So I'm going to play some of the video and see what she has to say.
So y'all, once again, Godfrey and friends are at it again, talking about foundationally Black Americans and all of their podcast episodes and all of their short clips that go viral. I'm actually starting to kind of feel bad for them at this point because I really don't think that they have any other material. I think that they got trapped in, they selected.
Yeah, this is bad because like you said, they don't have any other material because the 154 podcast is supposed to be about Africa. And shout out to Big Rick, he's still rocking, and I'm actually about to shut it down pretty soon. But let me go ahead. And I already told y'all earlier, if anybody want to come in and drop some game. But right now, I don't really have time for the trolls. So if I don't know who you are, I ain't letting you up. And like I said, I won't really be here too much longer. So I'm about to get up out of here. But if anybody want to come and pop it, let me know. If I know you, you can come up. If I don't know you, just cam up in the back so I can see. If you are a troll, you just got to come with some level of sophistication. But let's get into it. And this is the discussion that Black doesn't mean African. And then here is this lovely sister, Theo the Truth, talking about the 154 Tether podcast.
A name, 154 Africa. I think they intended to talk about Africa in some light, but they may have gotten sidetracked and realized that they can't get any views talking about Africa. So then they just started to make all of their content about their interactions with foundationally Black Americans. At least that's what it seems like to me.
Our Black friends will be, they'll kind of fall into that trap of like not being proud of being connected to Africa. You know what I mean? I always tell them, like, if Africa was in a position, like a financial position, as like some European countries, you'd be a lot more proud.
No doubt.
Because you don't understand the history of how things are, right?
Yeah.
But in college, I was, a lot of my Black friends, I was born in the States, they were like trying to be connected to Africa. So I love that switch that happened. Even like now when people do their 23andMe, they're like, oh, I want to do my 23andMe. Like, oh, yo, Chin.
I love it.
But I'm 20% Nigerian.
They get their results.
I'll hype them up. I'm like, yeah, man, you are, bro. You know what I mean? Because I'll tell them, like, even like Nigerians, like, we didn't draw those lines. We didn't carve out our country. White people did that. Yeah. And so like, I like, if you don't even know what country you're from, claim all of it, bro.
Word.
You know what I mean? Because it's like,
I mean, that ad came well timed. Bro, what?
What? How please?
Nigga, please.
How? Nigga, what?
Nigga.
Nigga, please.
Nigga, please.
What?
Bro, what is dude talking about? So here he goes right here saying that, hey, he told his Black parents that, oh man, they don't want to be connected to Africa because they try to do this thing, right? Because there's a bunch of propaganda about Africa, that Africa is down bad, is downtrodden. They're all living in mud huts with, their ribs touching and flies around them, right? Who put out this imagery? It wasn't us. It wasn't FBAs that put out this toxic imagery about African. So he's over here trying to frame it as, well, if y'all saw Africa in a better light, then you would want to be connected to Africa. The reason why some foundational Black Americans, it's not that they don't want to be connected to Africa, it's just they're not African. They're not connected to Africa. It doesn't mean that they hate Africa. It just means that they're not connected. They are connected to the soil here. People always talk about get a passport, get a passport. I think that you should get a passport. I think you should travel and experience life. As an American, as a foundational Black American, specifically, but many people haven't truly explored their own country, their own homeland. People will be from California and then they'll try to go to another country before they go to the other side of the country. And you're supposed to praise them. Well, at least they got a passport. Yeah, they got to a passport to go to a location for 2 weeks. And they've been living in their own country for 30 years, 50 years. And how many states have they truly visited, right? People haven't even visited more than 20 states, but they're, but I got a passport. Yeah, a passport to go to places that you don't live, a passport to go and flex on Instagram and say that I'm living my best life. Okay, kudos to you. Is that any better than someone who's traveled across this entire country? I mean, it's all subjective, right? But anyways, this person is over here trying to say that essentially because Africa is down bad, that, Black Americans are ashamed of claiming Africa. Yeah, that's not the truth. And if it is, I think that may be a small contingent of people. Many people just don't connect with Africa because they're not African. That's all it is. It's no hatred, right? When you see people with these tribal dances, you can't connect with that. When you see some of the garb that they're wearing, you can't connect with that. You could appreciate it, right? You could tip your hat and, commend it, but to pretend as if it's relatable to you, it's not. And remember, they already told you, you have no connection to Africa because you don't know who you are. You don't know where you're from. You lost your culture. So if your culture was lost and you don't allegedly know where you're from, why are these people now trying to double back and tell you where you're from and what your culture is? But meanwhile, when they tell you where you're from, it's always somewhere not here. They're literally not from here, and they come here from another place and tell you you're not from here. You've been here for centuries, and they come here in 2005 and say, yeah, you're not from here. You're really from where I'm at. So basically, they're trying to get you to claim Africa, but meanwhile, they're trying to get the hell out of Africa to come here and try to claim your identity. I'm African American. No, you're not. Allegedly, that would be my identity, right? So why won't you come over here and say, hey, we don't want to cosplay and tether onto your lineage, so I will gladly identify as something other than African American. I'm Nigerian, I'm Cameroonian, etc. And they will do that, but only when it's time to receive an accomplishment, right? They win a master, they earn a master's degree, and they want to pop about how Cameroonian they are and about how superior their culture is. But I thought that was Black culture. I thought that was African culture. They don't reduce their identity down to a petty African culture. However, they will reduce it down to a flat Blackness. And that's only to just galvanize and get notoriety from Black Americans, which will in turn trickle down to the globe, right? Because whether you like it or not, the global standard of Blackness is set by foundational Black Americans. You can get mad, have a hissy fit, throw a tizzy, but it doesn't change anything that I said. Tell me where's the lie. Let's get back into this thing now. Let me mute this advertisement.
Panels, y'all. If I can get some people to sit with me in a group setting and I can have everything set up, I think it'll be so dope to actually have panel discussions like this, because my full thoughts out and really, success, so to speak, and had more technological advances, kind of like a Dubai or Japan. Would you be more okay as a Black American with being with the African label or being associated with Africa? Okay, so I did ask that. I don't think that most Black Americans view it that way, view it like it's all about money. We just don't want to be associated with Africa purely because Africa, generally speaking, is poor and lacks infrastructure. I think that could be a part of it for some people, but for the most part, I think we just enjoy having our own separate identity because everybody has their own separate identity. And why should we be any different? Why shouldn't we have our own too?
Trying to be connected to Africa. So I love that switch that happened. Even like now when people do their 23andMe, they're like, oh, I want to do my 23andMe. Like, oh, yo, Chin.
I love it.
But I'm 20% Nigerian.
They get their results.
I'm like, yeah, man, you are, bro. You know what I mean? Because I'll tell them, like, even like.
Why is it so important to them for us to identify as African or identify with Africa or take a DNA test to try to place us in some African tribe or some African modern day, by the way, African country that did not even exist at the time that the slave trade started? Like the way that they all just got so excited about this DNA test, like this 23andMe, like how, like, yeah, once they find out, they're like, yeah, you're part Nigerian too. Like, I mean, I get wanting to have a connection to somebody, like I get wanting to be relatable to somebody, but to me, I just feel like it's weird because they don't do that to anybody else in the Americas. Like, they're not going to go to Brazilians and tell them to take a 23andMe so they can find out that they're Nigerian or Ghanaian. They're not going to say that to the anybody in the Caribbean either. We are literally the only Black people that Africans in particular will want us to take a DNA test so that we can say that we're anything except American. Like, I'm starting to wonder, do they think that we want an alternative identity? Do they think that because of the history that Black people have had in the United States throughout the years, that has made us feel unwanted in our own home, and we're...
Well, let me be clear. I don't give a good God damn what you guys think. Bro, I'm not African, and there's nothing wrong with being African. Salute to my African brethren and Caribbeans. I'm not Black. I mean, I'm not African, and Black doesn't mean African. I'm not a lost soul searching for an identity cultivated in the motherland. It's like, no, I'm not doing that, bro. And matter of fact, because people love to do this, why didn't y'all take a DNA test? It's like, bro, why? So this is the thing. They always are fixated on us taking DNA tests, but there's a group that they don't really care about taking DNA tests. They love to say, oh, you know, when people talk about their native ancestry and their indigenous ancestry, they try to pretend. Y'all pretendians, huh? Well, guess what? Many of the so-called Native Americans consider DNA ancestry tests problematic. So people love to say, this was their land and nobody is illegal on stolen land, and the natives this and the indigenous this. Who the hell are you talking about? What natives are you talking about? Because when we talk about the foundationally Black, melanated, Negroid, phenotypical presenting natives, y'all try to call them, well, they ain't really natives. Those are pretendians. Matter of fact, those are really Africans. And that's what y'all say. Y'all don't say that these natives are really Asian. And then when you look at many of these native chiefs, many of them are white. Many of them are indigenous to Europe. But they don't call them Native Europeans. They don't call them indigenous to Europe. They call them Native Americans, the $5 Indians, you know, the ones that paid on to get on the Dawes Rolls, and the ones that collaborated with many of the sellouts in the Native population to dispel the Black members and to whiten these tribes up. Many of the tribal chiefs look like Macaulay Culkin, Justin Bieber, and Justin Timberlake. And you've been convinced they are the true natives. All right, cool. Let's take a DNA test. And they say, no, we ain't taking no DNA test. That's problematic. So they want you to take a DNA test so you can prove that you are African. But the Native Americans don't take a test to prove that they're quote unquote native and indigenous, because let's be honest, there's no race called Native American and there's no race called indigenous. So what race are these natives? Right? Clearly, they're not all the same race. And if they are the same race, what is the predominant racial makeup of Native Americans? So they're trying to convince you that Native American, no, it's a specific tribe, a specific racial and ethnic group. But is it though? Again, many of them look like Justin Bieber. So native to where? And if they're so native, why don't they want to take a DNA test? They want you to take a DNA test to prove you're African. However, so-called natives won't take a DNA test to prove that they're native. And this is what many natives have to say. DNA ancestry tests are problematic because identity is rooted in culture, kinship, and sovereign tribal membership, not solely genetics. Now, take everything that they're saying and flip it on a foundational Black American, right? Our identity is not rooted in Africa. It's rooted in our culture. Our culture is American, kinship, forged on American land, sovereign tribal membership. Now, we don't have tribal membership, but we are sovereign to this land, and they want to pretend as if we're not, which is why they want to call you African. So they pretend like your sovereignty is owed by Africa. But no, there was no United States until we built it. And they try to say, well, this was Turtle Island. Turtle Island isn't the same as the United States. It's just not. No one even knows what territory Turtle Island allegedly comprised. And even right now, there's over 560 federally recognized native tribes. Are they all racially the same? Are they all one big Indian? Or are they all different? And did they all agree to call this place Turtle Island? So people just try to say, well, this place was called Turtle Island by who? Right? What, one dude, one tribe? Let's just say it was 20 tribes. But there were thousands of tribes. Did all of those thousands of tribes to agree to call this place Turtle Island? There's no proof of that. So they'll say, yeah, well, some people call it this. Yeah, but how much of the sum? 1%, 2%, 20%? No one knows. It's just trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. But then when foundational Black American, and when they grandma says, hey, look, nah, we've always been indigenous, and you have native ancestry, you can't trust your grandma, but you can't trust your foundational Black American grandma. But meanwhile, Native Americans could trust their ancestors who give them oral history. They don't have any documentation. Their documentation is their oral account of things, and that's good enough. But with us, they'll say, where's y'all paperwork? Even though they know that there was a paper genocide to reclassify people, to destroy records. Millions and millions of records were destroyed to try to say that no, you guys are native, you aren't sovereign, you guys are just some generic displaced Africans, right? And that was fairly new because they didn't always do that. But then they start doing that, and the so-called natives helped them do that. They always try to paint it was the white man. Yeah, it was the white man, and it also was the so-called natives and indigenous, right? They try to pretend, they were genocided. Yeah, maybe they were, but like, what were they doing prior to the so-called genocide? They were complicit. They were enslaving people, right? They talk about the Trail of Tears, but they don't talk about the enslaved people who died on the Trail of Tears. The Trail of Tears is supposed to be a sad story about the Native Americans, but the Native Americans were transporting slaves during the Trail of Tears. Why is there no emphasis on that? And shout out to Trey One, still rocking up. And you said, that is hella new. When you say what is hella new, and shout out to Roguish Black Therapy, what is hella new? Could you be more specific with what you're referring to? Now, again, many native tribes, DNA tests are banned. They're saying, heck no, we don't need a DNA test to know who we are. But then when foundational Black Americans say, hey, yeah, I agree, we don't need a DNA test to know who we are. Y'all are African. No, we're not. Okay, cool. We're African, so Native Americans are Asian. No, they ain't Asian. They became a new person and forged on this land. Oh yeah, that's what we did. We became a new person, right? There's no way that you can recreate me in Africa right now. You would need this specific type of admixture, right? You would need a mixture of European and a mixture of indigenous, a mixture of enslaved and formerly enslaved people who came from various parts of the globe. They don't have this specific admixture there to create me. So if they create someone with a big nose and they say, aha, they have a big nose, you have a big nose, y'all the same. Like, no, we're not. Now, Native American identity traditionally relies on communal ties, cultural practices, kinship networks, rather than purely biological ancestry. So again, much of the so-called Native American ancestry is relied on he said, she said. I'm Native. How? Because he said and she told me. All right, you're Native then. Then when Black people's like, nah, I actually am Native. You's a pretendian. You came from Africa. It's like, bro, are you kidding me? But they don't say that to the tribal members that look like Seth Rogen and Joe Rogan. They say, well, welcome aboard to the tribe. It's like, bro, this dude is literally European. But it's like, well, he's a Cherokee leader now. No one is calling him pretendian. Now, focusing solely on DNA overlooks these vital aspects, reducing a complex identity to a simple genetic percentage. Oh, wow. Isn't that what they do with us? You're 20% Nigerian, 40% Nigerian. Lil Wayne talking about, I'm 93% Nigerian. But if Lil Wayne goes to Nigeria, they're going to say, hey, welcome my American brother. So what is the point of him calling himself, quote unquote, Nigerian? They tell you that these DNA tests are for entertainment purposes only. But let's see what else it says. Tribes are sovereign nations with the authority to define their own membership criteria, often based on documented lineage, such as historical roll records, rather than genetic evidence. So this is the thing. How there's a paper genocide to destroy and displace a people. There's also a paper, basically a paper promulgation where they can say, hey, look, based on this paper, this person is native, right? So if there's a white person that's on the historical rolls of a specific native tribe, then suddenly, well, they're native and they're indigenous and you can't tell them that they're not, right? So rather than relying on genetic evidence, they're relying on documentation. So again, right? No DNA test. Using DNA tests to claim tribal affiliation can undermine tribal governance, potentially weakening the legal and recognition of communities. The reason why they say it could potentially weaken it is because if they take a DNA test and see that a lot of those tribal members aren't native at all, aren't indigenous at all. So they say, rather than weaken our claim by taking a DNA test, we'll just say that we're going to pass this on historically. We'll put some names on a list and say, hey, look, no, this person is native. Look, they were on this list, the list that was rigged, a list that purposely omitted foundational black indigenous people from there, but they welcomed all aboard, all the white people. And now a new thing is they're welcoming a bunch of Mexicans. So there's Mexicans and they'll try to say, well, technically they are part of the Americas, the continent. So they'll try to adopt some Mexicans with a particular mythical Geronimo look and phenotype and say, hey, they're indigenous. You know what I mean? So it's, it's a big cluster flop. Now, ancestry tests have limited accuracy for detecting specific tribal origins. And this is the same thing too. They have limited accuracy of predicting where you truly from. They can just look at some markers and say, hey, these markers are similar in X, Y, and Z African population. So that means you're African, right? But is that what that truly means? Like I said, these DNA tests are for entertainment purposes only. If it comes back and say that you have 50% European, could you go to Europe? And how far is that 50% so-called European DNA going to get you? Now, reference panels often lack sufficient representation of native populations, and genetic markers cannot reliably distinguish between distinct tribes or fully capture admixture over generations. Now, this is just specifically talking about the so-called natives, but all you got to do is apply this to foundational Black Americans. We've had a specific admixture over generations. There's nothing African about this admixture, right? It's been mixed with native population. It's been mixed with European population. It's mixed with formerly enslaved and freedmen. It's not the same. This makes DNA results insufficient for validating tribal membership or cultural belonging, right? So they're saying you can't take a DNA test of a cultural heritage, right? So if you were brought up in FBA culture, there's no specific DNA marker that could speak to our cultural heritage. So then they'll try to pretend, well, the DNA says that you were African, so now you have to pretend as if FBA culture is African based on some sort of ancestry test that you took that reiterated that this was for entertainment purposes only. Now, direct-to-consumer tests can commercialize and simplify indigenous identity, as well as they simplify African identity. Anybody with melanin, they try to say, you are African, right? But it's like, no, you're just kind of simplifying it, and you're doing it in a commercialized way. And it's also a way to ethnically displace and say, yeah, we concede you're American, but you really came from some other place. So this is a nation of immigrants built by immigrants. This is the whole talk to try to conflate and make us all immigrants, but we're just simply not. And you have to reject that, thing, because we all didn't come from Africa on a slave ship, right? But let's just say that we did hypothetically all come from Africa, forcibly transporting someone, allegedly kidnapping one, or engaging in the trade of human trafficking, where you forcibly remove and transport someone. There's no definition that you can call that immigration. Matter of fact, it's very offensive and disrespectful to try to conflate that with immigration. So if you want to call every other group immigrants, fine. But there is a specific foundational freedom in population that it just would be not only inaccurate and a flat out lie to try to say that we are immigrants. Now, for a conclusion, many Native Americans' identity cannot be quantified through genetics alone. So that means that genetically, they don't even have Native American ancestry. However, based on paperwork, they can be considered Native and indigenous, but indigenous to where? Native to who and what? Well, according to America, based on some paper, right? Now, the emphasis remains on cultural participation, kinship, political recognition, and historical continuity. DNA tests may offer intriguing information about ancestry, but they are not, NOT, not a substitute for the social, legal, and cultural dimensions of tribal identity. So even if somebody was to take a DNA test and it allegedly says you are Nigerian, that doesn't substitute for you living your life as an American freedman and all of your culture being tied to this continent. Now, I'm going to get ready to shut her down. I dropped the link. Nobody wanted to come up, and it's all cool because your boy is about to get up out of here. Now, I was here for a long time, and I do believe that it was a strong time. So I'm going to go through the final chats, hit y'all with a couple series of short visuals, and then we will be out here. But I think I affirmed that black doesn't mean African. And if you do think that it does mean that, let me know in the comments now and or after the video. So let me see what y'all said in the chat, and then we will be up out of here. And like I said, depending on how this is received, I may hit y'all with a double header. And you said indigenous black, what language did they speak? First of all, like, why are you laughing? And I hate when y'all cats be doing this, laughing and ha-ha kin with the emojis. The link is out there, and let me do this one more again, right? Because they love the indigenous blacks, ha ha ha. There was nothing funny about that, bruh. Like, what did I say that was funny, and where was the lie? You notice that they never debunked the lies. They just ask a very goofy question and then start laughing. Okay, I'm gonna come back tonight then, Big Rig. Man, you better jump on tonight, bruh. And what time you gonna be back? You said I saw us debating on the content side. I tripped out. Hey, no, you did trip out. I'm gonna have to call you Trip Out Trey 1. But you know what? You was respectful though. Like, I mean, you know, we had a heated and contentious debate back and forth. And Roguish Son, hold on. Before I bring you up, because I don't know if you a troll or not, bro. Shout out to Trey 1. Like I said, me and Trey 1, we was going back and forth. You know, it was a contentious debate, but, you know, we brothers, so, you know, we shook on it, you know what I mean? Virtually. You said 8 p.m., bro? Okay, cool. I could do that. And hold on. You said the fact everybody trying to pin Black Americans to Africa when we attempted to in the past. Okay, so let me pull this banner up because let me put this Roguish 1.
Yes, what it do? Peace.
Okay, cool. I had to make sure you wasn't no troll or nothing, bro.
I can do you. I know how I go.
Okay, cool. All right. But yeah, I'm about to shut it down soon, but go ahead, bro. Speak on it, bro. Anything. First, let me ask you this, bro. Does black mean African? Go ahead. You got the floor.
Of course not. I don't know why they're trying to make black mean African now. It's never meant African. It's only meant black. It's only meant us over here. Everybody else participates in it as if it's it's been our identity. For everybody else, it's been their defaulted, I guess, participation into a classification. You know what I mean? Because it's not only our identity.
And they've been reluctant to do that too, right? It's like it's been like a forced classification, but with us, we leaned into it. Like that's why I said, say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. Not I'm African, not I'm African American, not I'm a people of color. We said, say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. These other groups, they were coming over here. Why y'all call yourselves black? It's just a color. There's no country called, like they were disparaging us to call ourselves black, and now everybody wants to be black. But you got it, bro.
It's always had a power on it. The thing is, I think that's why they try to make us African American, because the power that blackness was growing, they thought it had waned after, you know what I'm saying, after the 70s. But once hip hop started, that was nothing but pure black expression, Nagarian, if you will. You feel me?
But peep this, and just to be clear, like how do I said it was it right? Roguish, is that the correct Roguish son, right? Roguish. Okay, yeah. So Roguish, this is what I'm saying, bro. This is what they've been doing now, because before they tried to lie and say Jamaican started hip hop, it was DJ Kool Herc, when literally DJ Kool Herc is on multiple things saying no, he didn't start it, he came after, and he basically had to shed his Jamaican culture, because when he tried to play that Jamaican stuff, that was like, bro, we don't want to hear this shit, bro. So he had to strip his Jamaican culture to try to cosplay as a black American to get any recognition. So then once he already admitted that he didn't start it, they still got a bunch of Caribbeans running with that. Then they had Fat Joe, who I call Fat Ho, was over there saying FFBA. Then he starts saying Latinos and black started at 55th. I'm just like, bro, are you kidding me?
Yo, that's crazy, dog, because you didn't hear none of this when, you know what I'm saying, we were little.
I never heard none of this growing up, but now recently it's been coming up, bro. And not only that, now they're going as far to say that Africa started in hip hop because Africa started hip hop because there was some drum, and because black Americans like having drums in their music, somehow we owe hip hop to Africa. I'm like, where did this come from, bro? Go ahead, Roguish, you got it, bro.
I think what it is that this is how I put it. Everyone views us as, or values us as, a fixture within their American experience. They don't value us as a fellow people and group that's here. You know what I'm saying? We're also helped launch this dream, but also partaking of this dream with them. You know what I'm saying? They go about us as if we don't belong to ourselves, as if we're still slaves in some form of a fashion. And they say, all right, this is just how we're gonna go about it. Nothing of you will be of you. You will possess nothing of you.
It won't be of you, and it won't be for you either, right? Because what you're saying, I agree. Because now, look, nothing we do is for us, so that's why it's for everything to take. You know what? I seen some stuff that they did with the civil rights, right? You know, it was all foundational black Americans fighting for the civil rights. Even, bro, when you look at Martin Luther King, when he got assassinated in '68, he wasn't called an African American. He was called a Negro. Exactly. But now you're trying to retroactively go back and try to just put this African American term. And the reason why they love that term so much is because you can tether on to it. You can't, when you say a foundational black American freedman, they don't like that term because they know they weren't foundational, and they know they weren't of the emancipated lineage of freedmen. But when you say African, someone like Obama, who is a biracial Kenyan, well, he is African and he is American, so he's African American. So they love those terms, because then if most of our cultural accomplishments were under the banner of African American, then they could slide right in and immigrate into being an African American just like you. And that's why they say, well, this is why we got Cynthia Erivo, who's a Nigerian Brit. Well, she's African because she's Nigerian, and now she has American citizen, so she's African American.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so yeah, she's a British person, but she's like a Nigerian Brit. Same thing with Idris Elba. They're both like Nigerian. Well, I just know he's an African Brit, but when he comes over here, he's not calling himself British or African except for African American. And
He plays a nigga. He plays a nigga. Does he? That's what he plays.
Exactly. I always say this is how we truly talks. Cheerio. Would you like a spot of tea? That's how we truly talks.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Now we have to pretend. And then there was a thing where he said like he was suppressing his accent so he could pretend to be a black American to get the role in The Wire. So
Yo, I don't know.
basically,
Have you watched that? I never watched The Wire because I don't really support anything that deal with that. I grew up doing them shits, and that shit is horrifying to re-see that shit.
yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, bro.
So, but now it's clips everywhere of this dude, and it's like clearly y'all can see this cat wasn't no motherfucking American shit. But I guess he fooled people. Did he fool you?
Nah, he didn't fool me, and this is the thing. See, this is what actually I'm gonna have to pull some images up when I'm talking, right? So this is the toxic nature of the we all black, the flat blackness, and then you have to pretend as if you don't see certain things, right? So when you look and you see that, hey, I could tell that this person is of a different lineage. Under the flat blackness banner, we have to pretend that we're all the same. Look at this dude, bro. Does he look like anyone in your family? I'm not saying he's ugly. I'm not saying he's handsome. I'm just saying he is what he is. I'm the captain now. Does he look like anyone in your family? No. We all black. We all African. Does he look like anyone in your family? Then if you see him and then you know that he's not a black American.
Exactly.
Come on, bro. We know, bro. And then they say we all look the same. No, bro, I don't look like bro. I'm not saying I look better than him. I'll let the ladies choose that. I'm just saying we don't look the same. And then when you look and then you ask them, hey, bro, where's your family from? What do you mean, where my family from? We're all black. It's like, no, bro. Like, where are you from?
It's just it's just a skin color to them. The thing is, it's that's the whole thing. But it's like it's only a skin color to them outside of wherever they're from. Their skin color doesn't register in their reality wherever they're from. That's just when they get to, I guess, you know what I'm saying, white lands or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I showed you. Did you see what I said about Lupita Nyong'o? She said she didn't know she was black till she got here. And you know, she identifies as a Kenyan Mexican. So she's literally a Latina, but the Latinas don't accept her. They consider her as Negrito, but she's literally Mexican.
Damn. Interesting.
That's what I'm trying to say, bro. Shout out to Big Rig, bro. Did that dude look like anybody you know? Nah. And then when we're able to tell that, hey, this person is from a different lineage, they framing it as that you're being xenophobic to recognize the differences. I'm like, bro, you know.
Yeah, you're trying to put a
dude, bro.
You're being divisive for something. And my thing is, what were we ever together upon that we could readily identify for us to say that there's something being broken up together? Yeah, what's being broken up? Because I don't view nothing that was ever so-called together based off of my black cultural perspective of judging it.
But not only that, many of these people come from a homeland. Africa alone, 54 countries, 3,000 different tribes, over 2,000 different dialects. What state you in, Rogish?
I'm in Texas right now. I'm from Oklahoma.
You in Texas, right? So imagine somebody was in Dallas, Texas, and then they went to Houston, but they couldn't understand the people in Houston because they speak an entirely different language. Imagine you in Austin and you can't understand someone in Beaumont or Terrell, Texas, or Lubbock because they speak a different language.
Is that diverse? Is that dense with diversity? Wow, that's interesting.
Bro, over 2,000 different dialects, and these are the low numbers. They say more. So they're literally next to each other, but because they don't want to identify as each other, bro, 3,000 different tribes. Does that sound united?
So what they trying to connect the black folk in? If they won't even connect the motherfuckers that's right next to three hours away, how the fuck they think they're going to disrespectfully? If they won't respectfully connect to somebody that's 3 hours away from them, how they think that they're going to be accepted being disrespectfully connected to us who are 3,000? You know what I'm saying, miles away from them. This is out of pocket.
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm saying. It's extremely disrespectful, but unfortunately, many people have allowed it to go on and fester because we have, been trying to adopt this now, not me personally, but a collective Pan-African mindset. We're all black, we're all African, we're all, we subscribe to the one drop rule. Any person that has a teeny tiny drop of alleged Negroid or African blood, then hey, welcome aboard to the team. We all black, right?
I don't think that's I don't think it's a Pan-African thing. I think what it is it's the same thing as all skin folk and kinfolk. That means that you potentially is going to give skin folk more of a pass, though. And if these other people show up as potentially skin folk, we assuming that, all right, yeah, the system is racist as opposed to anti-black American. I never really believed that this joint was racist because you got non-white people of all kind of, demographics talking shit to us about, what we haven't made of ourselves. It's like, all right, so obviously it's not racist because they're not encountering nowhere near of the sabotage or the fuck shit that we got to put up with, right? So it's more anti-black as us, right? Anti-foundational Black American, and I think is versus our what is it? Our thriving. We can easily reach a thriving state. We are people who can make something out of nothing. We enhance everything that we connect ourselves to. We become the new template, the new standard, the new quintessential, symbol of it, of whatever it is that we participate in. We're like living enhancers and catalysts. That's why they're anti-black. That's why everybody's anti-black. Because they can't hit their final form without us.
And they want their final form to be an extraction of blackness and adopted and assimilated into something else, right? Which is why they're trying to absorb it into Africanness, right? Because the African doesn't have the cultural cachet. There's not the power behind being African, and which is why one of the dudes was saying, oh, if Africa was doing better, then y'all would want to claim it. No. If Africa was the most strongest continent in the world, but I've never been to that continent, don't really know anything about the continent. I'm talking about culturally, outside of things I read. Reading things is not an experience, right? So no, I wouldn't claim this stuff. So I'm not going to just say like, oh, I'll only claim Africa when it's thriving, but now it's down bad. Like, no, it's not that. And you are right about the global anti-blackness, you know what I mean? And that happens from inside the community, outside the community. And when I say the community, I'm talking about specifically foundational Black Americans, but outside of the community, whether it be African, Caribbeans, other melanated people, other non-Black people as well, right? Because they're attacking the concept of blackness, but at the same time trying to culturally extract from it, right? All these people, I said earlier, the concept,
diabolical.
It really is. Because when you think about this, Rogish, right? Saying nigga, right? And, I'm from the streets, I'm from the slums, so I do refrain how much I say it. However, that's a cultural practice from people who cultivated and forged it in, it was forged in slavery, Jim Crow, blood, sweat, and tears, and all this stuff. So
we're haunted by
us
it.
Correct. So it's
that's the only reason we say it is because we're haunted by it. We don't say it because we're trying to be cool. We say it, and all of us don't say it.
Well,
but
I don't
both
think
of us
all of
don't
us is
say it.
yeah.
But both of us don't say it. But
I
the thing
think all of us is haunted by it, though.
But that's the thing, though. Those of us who do say it, we say it because we're haunted by it. In the early 80s, I remember when Black people used to whisper nigga the way they whisper white. And there was only Black people around. So that showed you that there was something that was a lot more prominent with whatever the connection to was of that. When there was no white folks around, they whispering nigga. And it's like, wait a minute, what does this mean? What is the history connected to this mean then? If you whisper it. So no, when NWA dropped, Black people was just as shocked as everybody else was. Our community was no less shocked. No less.
My boy Roger from New York, he talks about all the time. And I think things, meanings, context evolve over the time. But one thing, it's still, it's think of it like, let's just call it some poison or something like that, right? Like there's some context where, hey, your body may need a particular poison to drive out a different poison, right? But you're only, supposed to have some moderation of it, right? So it can be viewed as a very degenerate poisonous word and stuff like that, but it's like, it was repurposed. Now we can say that it shouldn't have been. That's a different thing. That's a communal and a cultural discussion amongst us. So I always say it like this, right? If your mom is getting on your nerves, and maybe your mom, I'm not saying you, but I'm just saying a person, right? Maybe someone's mom is, was in the street, she was promiscuous and she was a crackhead or something like that. And you know that this is your mom and she getting on your damn nerves, right? And you like, God damn, mom, you feel me? And you start cussing at your mom, and then some random stranger comes up and say, yeah, man, you right, man, because that bitch is a crackhead and da-da-da-da. Are you just gonna say, well, my mom is acting like a, and my mom is a crackhead, or are you gonna look and be like, bro, who the hell do you think you talking to?
Exactly. You're not connected to this.
And that's essentially what happened. There you go.
And they do the same thing with motherfucker though.
I had to check a chick about using that term because she called me a motherfucker and I called her a bitch, and she was like, how could you call me a bitch? And I was like, bro, do you know how vile the word motherfucker is?
For real.
So people try to pick and choose which slur, is acceptable. And it's always acceptable to say a slur and an epithet towards black people. But when it's everybody else, no, you have to be sensitive. No, I'm not being sensitive because y'all told me to get over the N word. It's just a word. Well, bitch is just a word too. And if I say any of these other chink, spick, and all this other stuff, those are just words too. But you don't want to be called that. But if Chinese people are calling themselves, whether it's in an endearing way, a joking way, or even a malicious way, I'm not going to try to dictate to Chinese people and say, well, y'all say it to each other, so I should be able to say it. There's a bunch of women that call each other bitches. Should you go around calling other women bitches because other women call it to each other? If that's the case, I should be able to call your mama a bitch and your daughter and your grandma a bitch because women say it to each other. But that's what they say with the N word. Well, y'all say it to each other. Well, not everyone says that word.
But that's the thing. The thing is, they don't respect us as a culture. So any nuances that we present of ourselves, they don't have to be privy to them. And I tell them all the time, look, all black people don't say that word. You have some black people that said that word, but the reason why the word is said is because we're haunted by the history of it. It's just some unfinished business, unfinished historical business with us. The reason y'all want to say it is because you're trying to be cool. What made it cool to you? What is your measurement of cool then? Or if you're not trying to be cool, and you will say, well, we grew up around black people. But that don't just give you the access to say our most potent factor of our unfinished fucking historical business. You wouldn't want none of us trampling on none of that in your land for frivolity or whatever, in front of your face, in front of your fucking elders and all that shit, knowing that the history still ain't a healthy closed chapter book and everything. They would probably, try to murk or kill us or some shit. But when we step up with that kind of energy, what they call us, you know what I'm saying? It's like, all right, then, well, nigga, if this way it's supposed to be, and I think all that, I think nonviolence, if it wasn't wrong, it was early. I think turning cheeks, if it wasn't wrong, it was early. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you know what? I'm gonna have to do a whole. I did a brief segment on this, but I'm gonna have to do another one too because this is just keep ramping up. About the usage, and I'm just gonna go and debunk each of the talking points. And every time I debunk them, like I literally left these cats speechless. I was talking to another. And I'm out here in California, the belly of the beast for illegal immigration. I'm in the Bay Area. I'm from Pittsburgh, California, but I'm in Oakland right now. But I talked to a.
So what was the year? What was the year? Because I grew up in California from 88 to 93. So, and Mexicans wasn't saying nigga, right? They were saying homes and vato. That's what you heard them saying that far back, right? When we left in 93, they wasn't saying nigga. What was the year that Mexicans took it on themselves that they could say nigga? And I'm actually specifically being in the Bay because the Bay Area, they done absorbed so much of black social expression. They call it they call it it's just base shit. Nah, nigga, it's black. That shit don't come from the base.
That's exactly what it is, and that's why I was trying to tell people about the dangers of flat blackness. I don't know what year exactly, but I would probably say it was the early 2000s because the country was always black and white, right? And then obviously with Democrat policies and Hoodoo, I see you in the back, and I'm gonna let you up, and then I'm gonna do a round robin so we can get up out of here because I do have to do another stream later.
All right.
And Hoodoo says, "Is this an open panel?" It is, as long as you ain't on no troll stuff. I've never seen you up here, so I just got to make sure you ain't trolling. But yeah, I think it probably was like in the early 2000s where there was like a greater influx of them because in the 80s and 90s, Oakland was almost 50% black. And then they started displacing them, gentrifying them, and then they just flooded, especially the Democrats, they flooded with a bunch of undocumented immigrants, which is why you always see them crashing out. You know, for this is a nation of immigrants. They're only saying that because they're trying to usher in a new buffer group and a new constituency, right? So essentially, when they were over here and their numbers were small, that's why they didn't say it, because they were humble. Thank you, mi amigo. Would you like some horchata? Like they were humble and stuff, right? But then they got their numbers up, and then it's like, well, we niggas too, and da da da. And what you gonna do about it? Because the whole, well, they grew up around us, and I say this: if they grew up around us, then that means we grew up around them. So why won't we saying essay and vato and all this other stuff? So what they're saying is that we are the cultural blueprint and standard, and just say that you guys look to us for your cultural clout because we're not looking to y'all. All the things that they try to claim as Latino, like with lowriders and stuff, it was black people starting lowriders
and shit. It's like, that's our music. You don't hear none of y'all singing on none of them motherfucking songs, but they want to claim all the light from us. That's so, and I'm gonna let you know, cuz in the second grade, my biggest fear of life was that we didn't belong to ourselves. Because when you first learn that, you know what, your people are slaves, all this shit, but we're slaves and whatever. And it's like, all right, then, we don't talk about slavery, but you do see some of the, the remnants and the epigenetic.
And the thing is,
links.
Not even all of our ancestors was enslaved.
Exactly. Not all of them was, but for those of us who were, and you can see the remnants of that. It's like, why don't people respect that then? These people say, well, we grew up around so we can say the word. It's like, well, wait a minute, that's disrespectful. Not all black people rock with that. And all black people got to rock with that if you're going to rock with it. You can't just say it just because I grew up around particular black people. So I'm going to just say it around all black people because this is now a black thing.
Exactly. Like you grew up around some blacks in Cali. And this is what I always say. There's no such thing as a universal N-word pass. So let's just say that the Cali blacks did give them a pass. That don't mean you got a pass in Texas. That don't mean you got a pass in Mississippi. There's no, none of us have the authority to give out a sweeping N-word pass. Think of it like this, bro. Rogus, you were in California and then you moved to Texas. Did you have to get a new ID when you went to Texas?
Well, I was in the 7th grade. I'm from Oklahoma, so Oklahoma, then California, then Texas. So I was still in the 7th. I was young, so 7th grade. I don't even remember all that.
No, but that's.
I remember Mexicans wasn't saying nigga when we moved here, though. Shit.
No, I'm just making a clear point though. Like, did you have to change your identification? Right? Did you have to get a new ID card?
I guess so. I wasn't even aware of one at that age.
Well, this is the point that I'm making. Yes, you do, because a California ID isn't good in Oklahoma. That's the whole point that I was making about a pass, right? If you had a California pass, allegedly, that don't mean that pass is good in Oklahoma or Mississippi or New Orleans or Florida. So this whole mythical, I got the pass and all this stuff. And I always say this, and I'm going to go to Hoodoo after this. If you got a pass, and let's just say, fine, I was in the business of here, you get an N-word pass and you get an N-word pass. What pass did they give you? Think about how pathetic you sound that you're giving a pass to say a very disgusting and a vile word in the history of this country, yet they're not giving you a pass. Fine, I gave them an N-word pass. Did they give you a wetback pass? Did they give you a spick pass? Did they give you a beaner pass? They gave you no pass to say any slur or epithets towards them, but you said, come on now, say nigga. It's like, bro, that sounds like a very broken bozo mentality. And I can't really rock with that. But I'm going to go to Hoodoo, and then I'm going to do a round robin, and then I'm going to shut it down because I'm going to come back in like 2 hours and do another stream. Hoodoo, is that you?
Yes, sir. And thanks for having me up. And
okay, cool. Now I can pull this up.
And I
you
try
good.
to
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'll try to be brief. Respectfully.
Oh, hold on, Hoodoo. Before,
Go ahead.
what's your ethnicity and what state or city you're in?
I'm African American, and I'm in Puerto Rico, right now, but I'm from Maryland.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, and to be brief, and when I say this, when I complete my sentence, you'll see I'm not being contentious with you, but I have to disagree with you. In my estimation, when non-black Latinos say the N-word, they actually are giving you a pass to call them wetbacks and spicks and beaners, etc. Really. So just as they unapologetically use the N-word, I think African Americans, it's an obligation at this point,
Yep.
must use the word spick, wetback, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I do want to address the question that was written on the screen early. Oh, it's still there. It says black doesn't mean African. I'm gonna ask you a question just so you know I'm not making any assumptions. Do you at least agree that black, well, when I say black, I'm not talking about Australian Aboriginals or people from the south of India that sometimes are descriptively called black. But do you acknowledge that black at least refers to people of African descent?
I think that it does, whether it should or not. It doesn't, because I mean these terms are very vague and nebulous. When you say of African descent, again, Elon Musk is of African descent. There's a bunch of North Africans who are literally African. They're Middle Eastern, Arab, whatever. They have African descent. French Montana is Morocco. Morocco is in Africa. That's African descent. So once you conflate blackness with African descent, then you have to keep digging deeper and deeper and deeper to have some level of ethnic and cultural specification, which is why you have terms Solon, FBA, ADOS, Freedman, and all this other stuff. Even though Freedman is a legal term, foundational Black American is more of a cultural term that people use. But like I said, the African descent, that could be true, but there's many people, parts in various parts of the world that do have Negroid features that don't necessarily consider themselves African, even though they would be racialized as black. You know what I mean? So,
It's like saying Jamaican.
Well, and that's why.
It's just like saying Jamaican. You ever met Pilgrim Jamaican, Chinese Jamaican?
They don't call themselves African Jamaican.
No, they
Well,
don't.
well, hold on, one step at a time. Actually, you're wrong. In the Caribbean, on their census, you can actually look it up because there actually are Indian Jamaicans and Chinese Jamaicans. So the Jamaicans of African descent have to distinguish themselves from the other Jamaicans. But back to the
So do
point
they
you
call
made about,
themselves African Jamaican?
they definitely do. You never heard the term Afro
They do
Jamaican
not
before?
call it.
No, and come
Well,
on.
hold on. Well, let's
And
not have ADHD. I want to respond to everything you said, please.
but hold on, you
Now,
just
anyone
pivoted.
listening?
I said African, and then you said Afro to try to make it seem like it's the same
Exactly.
word, but it's not.
My best
Well,
friend
what is
since high
Afro?
school is Jamaican. His people ain't
Hold on
never
10
called
seconds,
themselves
brother.
no
Hold
African
on, brother,
Jamaican. Cuz.
brother. You was up here 30 minutes before I came up. You had enough time to talk. Can I respond to the host, please? Respectfully. Now, to the host, you say African and Afro are not the same word. What does the Afro and Afro Jamaican refer to? Just so I'm clear.
Why didn't you call yourself Afro American if it means
I
the same
actually do.
thing?
I actually do. But can you answer my question,
So you
brother?
call yourself Afro American and African American and Black American?
I never said black ever. But I do use the term African American and Afro American. But I'm asking you a question. The
So hold
term
on, you said
Afro.
you didn't say Black ever, but you just said that Black does mean of African descent. So you did say Black
No,
because you just said
I was
Afro
reading
means
this. No, I
African
was
descent.
reading the screen. I was reading the screen, brother. You said black, so I responded to your prompt on the screen.
But you also said Black means of African descent. Were you
No,
not
I
in?
asked you. No, I asked you a question. You might have forgot. I asked you, do you
Okay.
acknowledge that the
So let me
term
ask
black
you: Do you
refers
believe
to?
that Do you
Go
believe
ahead.
that Black means African?
Now watch me answer your question, and you'll still run from mine.
Watch
No,
me.
actually, no. Let me answer your
That was a
question.
yes. That was
No,
a yes or no question.
and I literally said no more than once. No. The term black and the
So
term
what are you
African are not
debating, bruh?
synonymous. I'm trying. You keep cutting me off, so you don't understand my point. Now you said that North Africans and Elon Musk are of African descent. Now, if we look at North Africans, even the Arabian ones, when they take DNA tests, yes, I acknowledge they actually are of African descent. But what evidence do you have that Elon Musk is of African descent? Please tell me.
That's where he's from.
But that doesn't mean he's of African descent.
That's his nation.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he's of African descent.
The nation that he's from is in Africa. Is on the continent of Africa, is it not?
Truly, but that doesn't mean he's of African descent.
Why not?
Descent deals with, I'm going to try to answer your question, brother. Descent deals with ancestry. So what evidence do you have that Elon Musk has African
How long have
ancestry?
people been there for about 500 years? What?
That means
600 years?
that means that they colonized the area. Just like you have a white person.
Hold up, that's not for us over here to that's not for us over here to define. The whole issue is that anybody has some form of intention to define us outside of how we define ourselves. The whole thing of blackness is just a defaulted classification unto all these other people. It's not their identity. They don't come over here as some fellow black people. They don't even come over here as so-called fellow Africans. Because if they did, then they would show up to those black Americans over here who are actually, I guess, what's the word? Sympathetic towards the diaspora, the Pan-Africans. You got black Americans over here who are heavily Pan-Africanists, and those Africans do not show up in mass to those Pan-African groups.
I agree. No, I hear you. And you notice I never said that other ethnicities come to the aid of African Americans. But back to the focal point, because you cut me off in the middle of every sentence. Do y'all know? Hold on. Do y'all notice y'all cut me off in the middle of each sentence? Allow me to complete the sentence, and I'll pass the mic.
But you're saying some misinformation too. You said African descent, and you said Elon is not of African descent.
Exactly.
But I'm saying that's not your that's not your term. So you didn't create the definition. So
what term
is the definition.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Let me just get the definition, and you're gonna have the floor. According to the nations, people of African descent are those who identify as having African heritage, whether they are descendants of African displaced by the transatlantic slave trade or more recent migrants to the Americas, Europe, Asia, with Africa itself. So yeah, this also refers to people that are allegedly recent migrants. And the South Africans, they've been there for hundreds of years. You can say that, hey, they're Dutch and they descended from a different place, but this is the terminology and the vagueness of these terms. These terms are very broad and nebulous. So as much as look at the New York mayor. Do you know who Zoran Mamdani is? He checked that he was African American because he said he's African descendant, an Indian born in Uganda and is an American now.
And watch how brief my brother. Watch how brief my response is. I can literally check the Asian box. Does that make me Asian? No, right?
Okay.
This is not a gotcha moment. I'm asking. If I check the Asian box, does that make me Asian? No, right?
I guess to the system it do, but okay.
Okay, it does not. Okay, so back to the question. Back to the question I asked.
We're talking about a legal classification.
Exactly. So if I check the Asian box on the census, does that make me Asian? I'm asking.
Legally, you'll be legally classified as Asian.
But I'm asking, does it make me Asian? Because we could all lie on federal documents.
Your identity, no, it does not make you Asian.
All right, and I'm glad I respect your honesty. So back to the question that I asked.
You still be legally classified as that.
Hold on. Do y'all notice y'all cut me off in the middle of every sentence?
No, you good.
Do y'all notice that?
You good.
Okay, so back to the focal point. With all due respect, you already acknowledge just because I check a box on the census does not mean that I'm actually that. So back to the focal point. What evidence do you have that particular European, Elon Musk, actually is of African descent? That's all I'm asking. I'll stand corrected if you have the answer.
I literally just read the definition, and by definition, he fits that of African descent. Like,
are you able to pull up?
Get what you're debating.
Are you able to pull up the definition of descent just so we're clear? Respectfully, please.
All this to prove what? That
hold
black,
on, brother.
No,
let the host pull up the definition.
But what are you trying to prove, bruh? Like,
brother, it's already evident. What I'm saying is, Elon Musk is a European colonist who colonized Africa.
I don't like Elon Musk. So I don't get what you're getting at. I don't like Elon.
You brought him up. Then why did you bring him up?
I brought him up to make a point that he's African.
And your point was flawed, brother. Your point was flawed because you already admitted.
You haven't proven
Actually, you didn't. You just admitted that if I check a box on the census, that doesn't mean that I'm not. Checkmate.
No, I didn't.
Okay, so
No,
brother,
That's a fact.
you clearly don't
So,
consider yourself black, but where do you put
no, I'm
black
so I don't even
African
know why you in
American.
this
black
discussion,
identity
bro.
and black
Yeah,
culture?
but y'all panicking because you're
No,
cooked
it's
right
not a
now.
panic.
Literally
It's not a
what
panic.
Okay.
I just,
So one might get a time. Look, y'all name
okay,
calling
hold up.
already.
No,
Y'all
brother.
name calling.
Look, bro. Hey, I just got a question
Okay,
for
I'm
you.
just asking. What evidence you have that Elon Musk is of African descent?
Hold up. You already covered that, Elon. Hear this out.
Yeah, pull up the
Obviously,
definition of descent.
hold up.
What's the definition of descent?
Hold up. You're speaking
Or do you want me to pull it
against,
up?
you're speaking against blackness, right? For some reason, you're speaking against blackness.
When did I speak against blackness?
You said you don't ever speak about, you don't identify as being black.
That don't mean I'm speaking against it.
Okay, so
You ain't
what
speaking
is
for it.
Are you speaking
Yeah,
for
I'm not
it? What are you
speaking
doing?
for it.
So you
No, I'm not speaking for blackness.
So you hyper
Say it
neutral or
again.
something? You hyper neutral? You came up here because you don't think that black means African, or you think African means black in some distant
Brother,
thing?
I already told you what I thought, brother, and I proved it.
Okay, no, but
What part are you confused about?
I'm confused about your whole stance.
Yeah.
Though. You saying
Yes, all right, but yeah, first intelligent thing. That's the first intelligent thing you said, brother.
No, you haven't
My
presented
stance
your
is,
stance intelligently, though.
my stance is,
No.
so mute up, brother, so you can understand it.
Yeah, okay.
Really, you got two ears and one mouth, respectfully. Now, my stance is, respectfully, my stance is when FBA claim not to be African, they have to at least acknowledge that they are of African descent. Can we agree on that?
No, we ain't gotta be agreeing on that. All
Have you
black
taken a
people,
DNA test?
I
didn't say all black people.
submit,
I said
submit it to
FBAs.
who? And
I
submit it
said
to who?
FBAs. I said
Submit it
FBAs.
to, hold up, and submit it to who?
African Ancestry DNA. That's an African American
Why
owned
would
company.
why would they? Why,
Okay,
if
so
they
you're
don't believe themselves to be
speculating.
African,
So when you say,
why would
so
they
when you say,
submit anything to an
I mean,
African organization?
that's an African American organization. You're not listening. Checkmate.
Okay, but
Okay,
FBA don't consider
okay,
themselves
okay.
African
So the point
American.
is, let me respond to you, bro.
African Americans can have
All right, good.
African rosy goggle African intentions.
And
FBA
let me
ain't about
respond to
that.
you. Let me
So the
respond to you with one
no,
sentence.
the whole thing
All
is
right, go ahead.
you're trying to tell the people about their own historical identity, and that's the out of pocket shit. And this is the crazy part, because we'll say you're Pan Africanist or whatever. Pan Africans.
When did I say that? When did I say that?
I'm gonna grant that on you.
You don't have to speculate, brother. You don't have to speculate.
Ain't nobody speculating none.
I'll tell you my stance, brother. I'll tell you my stance.
I'm just putting it on. You good, dog? You good? Just
Yeah, I'll tell you my stance. You don't got to speculate.
Well, hold up. Now who's stopping who? Now
yeah, the point is this, brother. When you say you have no African ancestry, you're speculating.
I wasn't done talking.
Why
all right, go ahead. Let him go.
I wasn't done talking. You good?
Go ahead, brother. We listening. Go ahead.
All right, then. So, like I said, y'all have some.
Who is y'all? Who is y'all?
Those of you who have some sense of connection to being African versus being American.
I'm African American. I have a connection to both.
Well, you could go ahead, yeah, but it seemed like you against the black people who don't identify with Africa.
So you're just going to speculate?
So you can be ain't no speculate.
I can tell you my stance, brother.
No, hey, you coming off as the same cliche anti-FBA cat that
you booty clapping right now, brother. Right now you booty clapping.
Stop, no. Let's
I can tell you my stance. You don't got to speculate.
Booty clapping with shit. Pause.
You twerking right now.
Stop it, dog.
Really? I'll tell you my stance.
No, I
would you like to know my stance?
Talking. I wasn't even done talking.
Go ahead, speculate some more.
You still trying to deliver your stance. Nah, you're not trying to build, dog. You just came up here to disrupt. That's what it was. Okay. So all you had to do was say that, yes, I think that black means African because y'all African. Ha 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 ha.
But I don't believe that though. But I don't believe that.
Bullshit. Instead of come up here
I gave you examples.
Instead of come up here with
I can give you examples.
You know what I'm saying? Fuck out.
I can give you examples of Africans that are not black. Would you like me to?
Stop it, dog. Stop it.
Checkmate.
You don't need to identify as black.
Right,
you don't even know why black people exclusively identify as black. You don't even understand that. You got to say that you got African ancestry. Fuck out of here. All right. Africans don't come over here as one solidified Africa. So how the fuck is you niggas over here?
I agree.
Harder than they fight for themselves over here. So what the fuck are the people? So what the fuck are my people over here supposed to attach themselves to for something over there when their representatives who get here aren't even on some unified or
I agree they work against us. I agree they work against us. How much you want to vent though?
And
how much you want to vent?
I want to hear that,
bro. When you say us, who is
yes.
us, bro? Because like,
let me answer that. Let me answer. You ask the question. You don't got to speculate after you answer it. After you ask the question, you don't got to speculate.
Bro, I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, let me answer
I didn't even finish the question, bro, because you won't.
You asked it, then you tried to speculate.
You keep talking. I didn't speculate anything.
You
I'm
tried
asking a
to.
question, bro.
All right, go ahead.
Like,
Vince
come
for
on.
more. Vince some more.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, I'm being cool, bro, but just stop cutting me off, bro. Now, I'm asking you, do you or anyone in your family have an immigrant background?
No.
Where your people's from?
All right, I'm gonna answer that after I make the point I was about to make before y'all cut me off, respectfully.
Nigga, check your ass
And
out
it'll be
now.
brief. And it'll
Bro,
be
nobody
brief.
cut you off. I was talking and you
Y'all
tried
cut
to
me
cut
off
me off.
multiple times. All right, well, I'm gonna still make the point and I'm gonna answer the brother's question because I'm not ashamed of my heritage. Now, when you say that you have no African ancestry, but you've taken no DNA test, you're speculating without genetic evidence. Now, to answer your question, because I'll never run from yours, on my paternal side, my family traces back to North Carolina. And on my maternal side, my mother's side traces to Ohio and Tennessee.
Okay. So what does being black mean to you then?
I told you, black is a title that Caucasians forced on us, along with Negro.
Who came up with the term African?
That's speculatory. Let me answer this question. The origin of the term African is speculatory.
Stop it. Stop it,
So
dog. Africans
essentially,
don't
you're
even
saying
come
you
up
don't
with
know who
proud
came up
answers.
with the term African.
Exactly. I don't know.
So
We
you're
can't
proud
be-
to call
we
yourself
can't be-
African because you don't know who came up with the
Yes.
term?
We can't be
Because
proud. We can't be proud.
let me
Black
let me
people.
answer the brothers.
And
You don't gotta
come up.
twerk
And
for the host,
They don't come over
brother.
here
You don't
proud
gotta
Africans.
twerk for the host.
But
I'm
we're
trying to answer
supposed
the
to be.
host.
But we're supposed to be proud Africans. We
When
can't
did I
be
tell you
proud.
that?
We can't be
When did
proud
I say
black
that?
people. They don't come
When
over
did
here
I tell
proud.
you,
No, I'm
brother?
saying
When
this.
did I tell you to be a proud African?
No. I'm
When
saying
did I
this.
tell you that?
I'm saying this. You don't want black
Why?
people to be
Why are
proud
you
black
saying
people.
that?
You don't want black
Why are
people
you
to be
saying this?
because you don't want black people to be proud black people, dog. You
When
want
did I say
black
that?
people to be African.
When did I say that,
You
brother?
don't have to say it, dog.
We
All
know,
right,
but
so
like
you're
identity.
We can
speculating,
read it.
but let me answer the
No,
host
ain't no
though.
speculating. No,
Let
this is
me
what
answer
black
the
people
host,
do.
brother.
Hold on.
Can I
If
answer
you're
the
from us,
host?
you should. If you're from us, you should understand how we. You know what I'm saying? Peep out sucker motherfuckers. It's all in your attention, dog.
Yeah, I see it in you. I see it in you.
You ain't no see
Respectfully,
shit, dog.
I see it
It's
in
all,
you.
you know what I'm saying? We
But
smelling on
allow
you,
me
homie.
to let me respond to the host. You don't got a booty clap for the host. Do you realize that?
Stop it,
Let me
dog. That's the
respond to
third
the
time
host.
saying that.
Allow me to respond to the host.
Go ahead.
Please, respectfully. Yes, the term black, the term Negro, the term nigger, those were undeniably forced on our ancestors during colonization, enslavement, and subjugation. The term African, you can only speculate about the origin of that because there are some speculated origins that are indigenous to the continent of Africa, like the Afar people. They say that this is one of the origins of the term Africa, but we can only speculate. So back to the term black, it's too
Well, the
vague. It doesn't only.
speculation is that it's an
Yes, go
ancient
ahead.
Roman term.
Yeah, that's speculation. I agree. You see how
So
I can acknowledge your point? Do you realize that? I'm not
no,
here
but
to
I'm
argue
saying
with you, brother. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm saying you're proud to call yourself a speculative name that you don't know the origins from, right?
No, actually, I'm proud of my actual ancestry, which is a tribal related ancestry. Now, the continent
What
of
tribe?
Africa.
What
Thank
tribe you
you.
represent?
Yeah, let me answer that, brother. Now, of course, African Americans trace back to multiple different tribes. So I have Igbo ancestry, I have Yoruba ancestry, I have Tikar ancestry from Cameroon. I even have some English ancestry, Spanish, Portuguese, Filipino, etc., etc., etc.
Okay.
Just
So
like you do,
which one of
respectfully.
them? Which one of them got you speaking against Black
Again,
Americans?
so you're speculating what my ancestry is.
No, when you say you're a foundational Black American, you acknowledge the ethnogenesis. Checkmate. Checkmate. Got you
What does
there.
that? No, you didn't. What does that have to do with
Ethnogenesis.
Yoruba or Igbo? Nigga, you're just
Ethnogenesis.
saying stuff, bro. You just kind of tether
Ethnogenesis.
babbling right
Are you
now.
denying the
Yeah,
ethnogenesis?
he
What did
came
that
up
have to
straight
do
up
with
like a
Yoruba
tether.
or
I'm asking,
Igbo?
are you denying the ethnogenesis?
What does the
Checkmate.
Yo,
ethnogenesis have to do with Yoruba
Are
or
you
domestic
denying?
Igbo?
Let me answer your
tethers,
question.
dog.
Let me answer your question. Allow me to
Domestic
answer your
tethers.
question.
Hey,
When
domestic
you
tethers.
acknowledge the when you
Domestic.
acknowledge the ethnogenesis,
Hey,
brother,
domestic
can you take
tethers.
the host dick out your mouth for a second? Take the host dick
Domestic
out your mouth.
tether. You
Yeah, take
came
the host
up.
dick out your mouth for a second, brother.
Hey,
Let me
nah,
answer
you
the
coming
host.
out of pocket, dog.
Hold on,
Hold
bro.
on.
Yeah, you booty
What's with
clapping
all
for the
this gay?
host, brother.
What's with all this
Goddamn.
gay shit you keep
Oh,
saying, bro?
yeah,
You
Your
you
just
gotta
keep
boyfriend
pause.
bringing
twerking
up a
for
lot
you.
of
Tell your
sexual
boyfriend
gay
stop
shit,
twerking.
bro.
Why
Pause,
is your
man.
boyfriend twerking?
You watch too much
Respectfully,
Christian Fit.
you gotta
Man, hold
pipe your
on,
whore
cuz.
down.
You
You
watch
gotta
too much
pipe your
Christian
whore
Fit.
down. Leave him quiet.
Yeah,
Respectfully. Now let me
yeah.
answer your question about the
Hey,
ethnogenesis.
hoodoo,
Let
bro.
me answer your question.
You acting like a little bitch right now. You acting like a
Yeah.
little bitch right now, nigga. Man, fuck that. I ain't letting that shit ride.
Yeah, your boyfriend acting like a bitch right now. God damn.
Bro,
Can I answer your question about the
what's with all the
ethnogenesis?
gay shit you keep bringing up?
Your boyfriend's on the panel. Your boyfriend on the panel. God damn.
All right, bro. I'm gonna get this nigga up out of here, bro.
With that freaky ass shit, nigga. You some freaky ass nigga. Fuck you mean? Get your freaky ass on. You know you freak.
Now I'm gonna come back later, bro. And if you want to comment, it's just I don't got the time, bro. With this, you feel me? I was trying to shut it down, and I would have let bro go on, but like we don't really play like that with the sex play. I don't mind it. I don't mind. You feel me? If you want to roast and shit, but like take his dick out of your mouth, and it's like, bro, why are you even thinking about other niggas' dicks in people's mouths and shit like that, bro? Like that's kind of like
he's hanging around pilgrims. That's what
I'm saying, bro. That's why I said like
he came. He's domestic tether. Is there such domestic tethers? Cause
yeah, domestic tethering, domestic tetherism.
Wow. Interesting. Such a delineation. Hey, yo, I'm gonna let you mash out though. Appreciate the sharpening, man. I'll holler at you on the flip, dog.
Yeah, no, you're all good.
All right, peace.
Oh, so this who it was. So this goofy moist nigga right there. I cooked you and your boyfriend on your own show. So don't trip, bruh. Like you didn't really cook nothing, nigga. You were over here babbling like a moist little hoe, nigga. It was no checkmate, checkmate, checkmate. Like you were laughing like a moist little maniac, my nigga. Like chill, bruh. I gave you the floor to talk, my nigga, and that's fine, bro. If you're an African American, the nigga is literally calling himself a mulatto. You're a mulatto, which means that you're a biracial person, which there's nothing wrong with being biracial, but was this your white Karen side speaking or what? And then what is the you know what I mean? What is the so-called black side you have? Because you definitely, there's nothing Friedman about, nothing foundational about you, right? And everything I stand on by myself, bro. I don't need no backup. Yeah, it's all good. You can come up next time, and I'll be back, bruh. So I'll come back at like 8, and it wasn't even about that, bruh. This nigga was just whining like a moist little hoe. You're cutting me off as he's cutting somebody off. Nigga, calm down, bruh. Learn some decorum, nigga. But like I said, bro, I'll come back on at 8, bro. Nobody is scared of you, bro. You didn't say anything profound. You were just ha-ha and keying like a moist little B-I-E-I-E-I itch. Your boyfriend, get your dick out of his mouth. It's like, nigga, why are you thinking about dicks in niggas' mouth, bruh? Bunch of fruity, frail, you know, flagged dudes. But yeah. Bruh, nobody needed help. You didn't cook, bruh. You didn't really say anything. You literally didn't say anything. I said, does black mean African? Well, no, it doesn't mean African, but I'm an African American and blacks are African. Like, nigga, what are you talking about, bro? You're all over the place, nigga. Try again, bro. You're not intellectually formidable enough to challenge me, bro. Not with that goofy shit, bro. But anyways, you know, I'm gonna get up out of here. I'm gonna come back though, you know what I mean? But I think this has been an insightful stream, and I appreciate everybody that's been rocking out. Salute to Roguish. Salute to the Pan Maniac. Pan Moistism. Salute to Pan Moistism, the moist mulatto maniac. And mulatto literally means that you're biracial, bro. So yeah, like a lot of that Karen, you know, Pan Karenism came out. But you know, it's all good. I'll come back and hit y'all with another banger. Homie is a domestic homo thug tether. Absolutely. A homunculus. Definitely a dork. Definitely a tether. You know, a little biracial bozo. But salute to all my biracial and my mixed family. Salute to y'all. But yeah, the moisturized mulatto, that was a lot, bruh. That was a lot. But I do got to get up out of here. So I'm going to hit y'all with that visual without further ado. And we will be out of here.
Yeah. Hey. Ooh. Yeah. Hey. B-Eazy Dat Dude. Yeah. Hey. Shit so hot it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. I bring the pain like an aftermath of a car wreck. It's a lot of niggas that say they real. To me, that shit is far-fetched. Them cats is pussy. They really is on some feminine so I'm shitting on them like doo-doo. I can't fuck with y'all like tofu, I'm just saying, man, like Goku. Bad bitches at the house with me watching Netflix or Roku. Fuck them both at the same time, and I swear to God it was so cool. Street legend, real boss, I call shots cause I'm still saucy. I know some G's to the bike crack on shite racket and fly back out the mill. When they hear me flow, they say I be burning up, burning up. Cookies to the drawer is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. When you hear me flow, say I be burning up, burning up. Cookies to the drawer is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up.
Don't leave your girl around, be easy. If she bad, he might bang her. But let's get back to the content because this another banger. Banger, banger. Tune right in to B-Eazy Dat Dude. If you're feeling him, hit the like then. Be easy, be easy. He is that dude. It's plain and obvious. A certified professional, ain't never been a hobbyist. He is one of the nicest, realest, coldest, and dopest. So you should take notice. Woo! Dat dude, B-Eazy Dat Dude, Dat Dude, Dat Dude, B-Eazy Dat Dude. Show love and support to B-Eazy